Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Menifested butterfly effect and raised by Severus Snape? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, Al. So adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Albus, what is this? A voice hissed nearby, causing a ragged figure to stir. The limited movement of his limbs caused the rusting of the chains. Snai, V for once shut up and don't question the headmaster, another voice rebuked. How can I not question the headmaster when he simply apparates us to somewhere in the Austrian Alps without so much an explanation? Black. The voices grew louder and a jolt of recognition flickered in the inmate's eyes. Surely not, the ragged man thought as wisps of his breath could be seen in the cold room. The foe. Odd steps stopped and the figure looked up, squinting as light from a wand filled the room. He flinched as his eyes ached. How long had it been since this small cell had seen light? Who? Someone Baheen. D. The person holding the light asked as they must have taken in the sight he made and seated on the cold stone floor, with arms and neck in chains fastened to the wall, shaggy hair and split ends that had seen better days, barefoot, and in rags that were once respectable clothes, not even afforded a bed or the gift of sunlight. The prisoner chuckled. Oh, what a sight he surely made. Severus, may I introduce you to Harry James Potter? Albus stated frankly. The prisoner, Harry, could hear the hitch of breath, but it was not the same man that spoke. Bullshit, Dumbledore. Harry is dead, Black uttered angrily. This caused Harry to blink incredulously, not that the trio took notice. He was dead. How? Dementors, Voldemort, his relatives. Harry questioned mentally as his hazy gaze took in the three visitors. I assure you, this man is indeed Harry James Potter, Dumbledore stated. Just not from this reality. Impossible. The man, Severus, Harry remembered him now, pushed past Dumbledore. He kneeled in front of Harry, held his chin up, and swept aside his messy bangs. Severus's eyes widened as Harry, now seeing the other more clearly as well, uttered, It really is you. We cremated Harry yesterday, Albus. Black growled. Just what are you pulling here? We need him, Sirius. The prophecy. He will end Voldemort first for good. The hell are you jabbering about? Harry shot back. As weak as he was with those damn magic dampening chains, the venom in his voice could be felt. You're the one that stuck me in this hellhole, Albus. Too many names. Dumbledore without a trial. W. Hat makes you think I would lift a finger to help you. Because Harry, it's for the greater good, Dumbledore announced. Fuck your greater good. Harry spat back, eyes still squinting, trying to disconcern the hazy blob that was the headmaster. Severus, please step back. I will need to undo the chains keeping Harry here to the wall so we can bring him back to Hogwarts. Severus blinked, still hacking up about everything from the last few minutes. Albus, you can't be serious, right? Please tell me you didn't imprison someone without a trial. It wouldn't be the first time though, Harry shot back, his voice already raspy from overuse. He then looked over to Sirius and said, You of all people should know. The slap was unexpected. Harry blinked as his cheek stung. Severus blinked at Black's sudden outburst and Dumbledore just sighed. We do not have time for this, Sirius. Now help your godson towards the apparition point so we can get him to the hospital wing. That thing isn't my godson. My godson died, Sirius yelled before storming away. The normally stoic Severus felt a pang of guilt and whispered, I'm sorry, as the headmaster undid the chains at the wall but left them on Harry's wrists and neck. Not your fault, Harry whispered as he was helped to his feet. He hissed in pain as his limbs buckled, unused to being used, in all those years. He nearly pitched forward but Severus caught him. Dumbledore was approaching the duo as well but Harry shot him a glare that would have Made a troll piss itself and growled. Not you, you old coot, the headmaster wisely stilly. D as in the small cell a gust of magic whipped about furiously even with Harry still having the magic dampening chains on. Severus, please take him to the apparition point, Dumbledore muttered. I will check on Sirius. You, Severus uttered, but the headmaster had already stepped out, leaving the duo alone. Not your typical Saturday night, right? Harry asked with some mirth in his voice. It's Wednesday, Potter, the dour man replied. What year is it? 1995, Severus answered. So I've been stuck here for nearly 3 decades. Just peachy, you don't look a day over 20, Severus remarked suspiciously. I'll take that as a compliment, considering that I haven't moisturized, Harry replied, though it was a bit slower as exhaustion crept over him. From where he was leaning on Snape he muttered, could you? Snape, perplexed at first, hadn't expected this Potter to just start clinging to him like a koala. The potion master grunted but managed to pick the boy, no young man up, princess style, and carried him down the cold corridors. Albus Dumbledore, what did you get me into now? Severus growled as Harry snuggled against his chest. This was definitely not the Potter he knew. When Harry next awoke, he was on a very comfortable bed with a very soft pillow. He couldn't remember the last time he felt something so soft, but the voices near his bed roused him from his slumber. It had been decades since he'd seen both ladies, but both Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall were talking in not-so-hushed whispers at the foot of his bed. Minerva, you need to calm down. Poppy hissed. Calm down. I mourn for Mr. Potter, and now Albus brings in this young man, claiming he is the same Mr. Potter but from another reality. How can I calm down? Calm your tartan, woman. I am as confused as you are. Nothing makes sense anymore, Poppy snapped. The past few days. I know, Poppy, Minerva stated. Albus has a lot to answer for. Harry snorted at this, which caught the attention of the 2 witches. As if the headmaster would explain anything. Harry thought. Mr. Potter, lie back down, Poppy ordered. You are in no state to be moving yet, especially with your magic still bound. Harry knew better than to anger the matron. After the war, she had all but stuck him to a bed so that he could heal his core. What happened? He asked as things were still fuzzy for him. He remembered Snape, Dumbledore, and Sirius, but nothing after he'd left the cell. Magical exhaustion. Quite frankly, it's a wonder you're even alive, Mr. Potter, Poppy muttered, while Professor McGonagall all just stared at him with an unknown expression. I have implored the headmaster to remove these barbaric cuffs so you can fully heal, but he has refused. Harry snorted. Of course, the headmaster refused. Wouldn't do to have Harry running around at full power until he could control him. Though he voiced none of his thoughts but instead asked, so what happened to this? Realities, Harry. Mr. Potter, Minerva began. Had a nasty fall on the stairs at headquarters. It was fatal. That's it, Harry thought. No Dementors are dear, old Voldy. The headmaster wishes to speak with you later, Mr. Potter, and Professor Snape will be by with your potions later in the evening. Minerva relayed. It is good to see you, but awkward as well. Same, Professor, Harry replied, as indeed it was decades since he'd seen his professors. You can tell the good headmaster to go choke on a lemon drop for me, and I would love to see Professor Snape again later. The gears in Harry's head were turning. Edie plotting ways to escape, but as weak as he was, he'd need help. Professor McGonagall was shocked. No student was ever delighted to see Severus Snape, and she nearly cracked a smile. We headmaster. Shish. Would need to give the man a piece of her mind as well, especially after what Severus had relayed to her and Poppy. Even with the banter, Harry soon started feeling drowsy from the potions the matron was shoving down his throat to combat his lack of magic. Before long he was dozing off again. Chapter 2. I see our illustrious Mr. Potter is awake again, a familiar voice said, and Harry, still airy-eyed, looked towards his right to see the potions master sitting in a chair near his bed with a thick tome on his lap. Harry uttered, brain fog still very much prevalent. It had been years since he'd gotten this good or this much sleep, and by Merlin was he going to savor it. Eloquent as always, Potter. Snape closed his tome before standing up and yanking away the blanket covering Harry. Oye! Harry exclaimed as he tried to work his limbs to cover himself. Don't be such a prude. Who do you think put you in that hospital gown? Snape retorted. I was hoping for that to stay a mystery, to be honest, Harry blushed. What are you doing? Harry asked, confused as Snape promptly uncorked a bottle and poured some of the liquid on his hands before massaging Harry's legs. Harry nearly moaned at the sensation. Nearly 3 decades without a human's touch, and now this. Snape was going to kill him before Voldemort could at this rate. Your limbs are severely atrophied, Potter. This potion will help you regain muscle mass over the coming days, the potions master explained. It would have been easier if you had your own magic to work with, but the headmaster insists that you not have access to your powers until you acquiesce to his demands. Fat lot of chance that will happen, Harry hissed as Snape rubbed a particularly sore spot. You would have a better chance of me doing the hula for you in nothing but a hula skirt than the headmaster getting his way. Snape stopped his ministrations and stared at Harry for what was a good minute before shaking his head and continuing. What? Harry questioned. Wait, did you actually imagine me in just a hula skirt? No, Snape muttered, though he very much did, but that wasn't what had been churning in his mind. You are very different from the Potter I knew, Snape confessed. I would hope so. I can't be 82 stuck in the body of a 21-year-old, imprisoned for close to 30 years and still act like a 14-year-old. 15-year-old, Snape corrected. Your counterpart passed away a week after his birthday. And wait, what do you mean you are 82? Should I add the 30 to the 82? Harry must. Potter, what do you mean by 82? Snape reiterated. Well, hello, my boy. The irksome happy greeting from the last person Harry wanted to see filled the room, stopping all previous conversations. In truth, Harry had been contemplating Saint how much to actually tell Snape, as he didn't know if this reality Snape would report back to the headmaster. I am not your boy Dumbledore. Harry's eyes narrowed. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell you that I said to go choke on a lemon drop? Minerva made her views on the matter quite clear, the headmaster said tersely. However, I must insist that you take the place of our Mr. Potter and fulfill the prophecy. We simply have no other option. You wouldn't want your friends to die, right, Harry? I would say screw you, but your wrinkly ass doesn't do it for me, Harry growled. Albus, it's already late in the evening. Perhaps now isn't the right time to antagonize Mr. Potter. Any more stress would be a setback in his healing, Severus stated stoically as he looked between the unperturbed headmaster and the young man who would have probably fed the man his own beard if he could move his limbs properly. The headmaster was still for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall drop by tomorrow, he told the duo. I would rather you didn't, Harry hissed. You should not antagonize him, Potter, Snape warned. The headmaster is not as benevolent as he seems. He will very likely not ask again and simply force you. Harry blinked while his mouth opened and closed, unable to form coherent words. When he finally did, all he could ask was, are you sure you're Snape and not some weird alien body snatcher? The Snape I knew would never. Potter, I am for all intended purposes not the Snape you knew, but you're supposed to be Dumbledore's man. Harry insisted. I was until my usefulness ran out. Snape shot back and stood up. Wait, what? Harry was now so confused. Tomorrow, I will tell you what you wish to know about this reality, as long as you tell me what you meant by 82 years old. The potions master stated. You're evil, Snape. Evil. Harry groaned. You're actually going to make me wait until tomorrow. I'm simply a Slytherin, Mr. Potter, and the ointment's drowse in. Properties should be kicking in within the next few minutes, Snape replied before he left the heavy tome on the nightstand and walked out, leaving a soon-to-be snoring Harry alone in the hospital wing. Ah, Sleeping Beauty awakes, the potion master uttered while seated beside Harry's bed with the same tome open. Fuck you, Snape, Harry grumbled. Buy me dinner first and we'll see, Snape retorted, catching Harry off guard. For once he didn't know if the potions master was being serious or pulling his leg. You owe me an explanation, Mr. Potter. So do you, Snape, Harry shot back. Severus. You may call me Severus. Okay. This is beyond weird as hell. What have you done to the bat of the dungeons I knew? He'd have hexed me 6 ways to Avalon if I dared use his first name. As I told you before, Mr. Potter. Harry. Might as well call me Harry if I get to use your first name. Harry insisted. Seems like the whole dimension is actually bonkers. Very well, Harry, Snape reiterated. As I told you before, I will tell you my situation if you tell me yours. Fine, who will go for Harry? He was interrupted by an all too familiar voice. Ginny. Harry's eyes widened as the red-headed girl entered the hospital wing with eyes full of hope. I honestly didn't believe it, but you're alive. You're really alive, Ginny exclaimed as she rushed towards Harry's bed and enveloped him in a tight hug. Miss Weasley, I insist you let Mr. Potter breathe, Snape said while standing up and trying to separate Harry and the clingy teen. Wow, Harry finally uttered. This is, oh Harry, I'm so glad you're still with us. When Dumbledore told us about your situation I couldn't believe it at first. Of course, this is the headmaster's doing, Harry rolled as he tried to scoot back on the bed, grateful that Snape's patented glare had kept the girl at bay for the moment. What exactly did he tell you? Harry then asked. Just that, you were still here with us, Ginny muttered. After I heard you died from a nasty fall, all of us, especially Ron and I, were nearly inconsolable. Before the funeral, the headmaster told us not to worry and that you were still with us. You came back to us from another reality, she then relayed. And he was right. Here you are, Harry. Oh Merlin, Harry, do you know how happy I am to see you again? I'm happy to see you as well, Gin. Harry said, and he truly meant it. Oh Harry, I'm so happy we can continue our relationship, Ginny uttered as she made a grab for Harry's hand on the bed. Gin, no. Ginny, we can't, Harry said rather sadly as he pulled his hand away with great effort. His muscles were screaming at him, yet he couldn't give the girl false hope. What? Ginny asked, perplexed. Ginny, we were once. Harry hesitated. He took a deep breath as he faced down a shadow of his past. We were once very close, but we can't do that anymore. Not in this reality. Gin, I'm sorry, but your Harry died. I'm not him. I can't have feelings for you anymore. What in Merlin's name are you saying, Harry? Ginny exclaimed. Sure, you look a bit older, but not by much. We could still make this work. I'm sorry, Gin. I fell out of love with you decades ago, Harry replied. It's a rather sore story. But, I love you too, Gin. It's just, too much time has passed for me. I had to let you go in my reality, and there are other factors as well, Harry answered. I just can't. Why are you doing this to me, Harry? You damn jerk. Dumbledore said you were the same. Ginny yelled before leaving the hospital wing in tears. For fuck's sake, you stupid old coot. Harry cursed aloud once Ginny had left the hospital wing in tears. You knew the situation, yet you still. Mr. Potter, I will have to ask you to please calm down. Snape stated. Your injuries are not yet healed, and it is unwise to force magic while those dampeners are on. Oh. Harry's eyes widened as he saw several hospital beds near his and Severus's vicinity float. Once he realized this, it seemed like the magic had immediately dissipated, causing the furniture to fall back to the ground. Did I do that? Harry asked incredulously. Yes, Mr. Potter, and Poppy will have my head if I let you strain your core too much. Oh, okay, Harry murmured before looking at the chains still around his wrists. I thought these prevented that. They do, to a certain extent, Snape stated. Your magic, however, Harry, tends to be stronger than the cuffs can handle, at least when extreme emotion is displayed. Then my magic can remove these barbaric things? Harry questioned. Unfortunately not, Severus stated as he patted the tome on his lap. This is the most comprehensive text that I've uncovered about those manacles, and they only suggest 2 ways of removing it. Quote. Harry blinked in shock as he looked from the heavy book to the potion master in what was an indescribable gaze. Had the man really been researching how to free him this whole time? Harry had missed what Snape had been saying. I said, after you so kindly zoned out, that your magic is considered internal. You cannot break the magic dampeners. The tome states that either the person who placed the chains on you removes them safely or, Harry pressed. The runic circuit carved into the chains is overloaded by an outside force. Snape explained, however, it does not recommend this method as the survival of the one overloading the chains is not guaranteed. Well, this bloody well sucks, Harry uttered disdainfully. There is some interesting news though. Snape continued. I analyzed the magic dampeners when you were unconscious. It seems that they are linked by one magic circuit. But that doesn't help me now, Harry stated. And upon seeing the potion master's face he added, and fuck no, are you going to try to overload the chains? He near shouted. You said it yourself. The method is too risky. And how the hell are you going to free yourself otherwise? Snape questioned. I'll think of something, but for now I want a snuggle. Excuse me, Mr. Potter. Snape, you heard me, Harry stated with defiance in his eyes. I haven't had a goddamn hug in around 30 years. You and I both know I am touch-starved, and for once I am going to be selfish and demand to cuddle. Mr. Potter. Professor Snape, with all due respect. Sit down on my bed and prepare to be used as a teddy bear, Harry stated. In return, I will tell you my story. Severus hesitated for nearly a minute, looking from the hospital bed to Harry, who had scooched a bit to the left to make space for the dour potions master. I swear if Poppy or Minerva hear about this, Severus growled. Fine. Colleagues they were, but once plied with enough alcohol the ladies could not hold their tongues. Snape looked at the bed once more and then back to Potter. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this, but Potter, so help me. If you leave anything out, I will charm C. Ocanuts to pelt you whenever you step out the door. Harry patted the space beside him, and once Snape had slipped onto the bed he was met with Harry's head on his lap and arms encircling his waist. Oh, this all started with me landing in 1965, Harry muttered as his head lay on Snape's lap. Ah! A figure yelled as they fell out of a portal and into a body of water with a resounding splash. Mother! Blub! Of blub! Merlin! What the bloody heck? Harry shouted towards the sky, which now had no trace of portal. Death! Harry looked around, spotting the castle nearby, and started swimming towards the rocky shore. Death! You rang! A cloaked figure materialized near Harry, floating just above the water's surface. Why did you drop me in the bloody lake? Harry questioned angrily as he neared the shore and started walking out sopping wet. Would you have preferred to have gone splat on the courtyard stones? Death questioned while flicking a skeletal finger against Harry's forehead. You might be immortal now, but it would not be pleasant. Right. So where are we? Better yet, when? Death. Harry questioned again upon seeing the skeletal entity distracted. Oh. Approximately February 1965, Death answered. I wonder why fate chose this year. Odd. Might as well head up to the castle. Perhaps the headmaster could help, he pondered aloud. Death uttered, which got Harry's attention. What? Nothing. Death replied. This is where I have to leave you. When Harry shot the entity a look, he added, you and I both know that my prolonged appearance on the living plane is detrimental. I will pop in once I have conferred with fate. Right, Harry muttered before casting a quick exaresco to dry his clothes. He then proceeded on the long trek up towards the castle. He'd never get tired of the sight of Hogwarts and idly wondered what his parents were up to now, given that they both should be approximately 5 years old. Harry, who was nearing the courtyard after his long trek from the boathouse, was suddenly accosted by a female student. Ah, what the devil, he exclaimed. You're not Arthur, the girl uttered with wide eyes, and after realizing that she had all but bowled a stranger over, she quickly let go and took a few steps back to give Harry a chance to recover. Sorry about that, the red-headed girl muttered. I thought you were someone else. It's all right, miss, Harry questioned. Pruitt, Molly Pruitt, she introduced, and Harry's brain nearly screeched to a halt. He gulped but shook the offered hand. If you excuse me, I have to find Arthur. Honestly, where has that boy gone? This is so weird, he thought as he watched the retreating back of the future Mrs. Weasley. She looked like a woman on a mission, and Harry silently hoped Arthur hadn't pissed her off. He was, after all, speaking from personal experience, considering Ginny's proficiency with the bad boogie hex. Harry thought it best to cast a disillusionment spell on himself to avoid any other awkward meetings. The trip to the headmaster's office was, furthermore, uneventful. Chocoballs. Nothing. Fainting fancies. Still nothing. Harry was getting frustrated trying to guess the password to the office. Lemon drops. Bat's blood soup. Finally the gargoyle deigned to move. Harry just shook his head at the last one but made his way up to speak to probably the only wizard who could help him right now. I was wondering if you were going to give up. a familiar voice stated once Harry stepped into the circular office. It looked a lot different from how he remembered it from the future. There were books strewn around and the desk was littered with various scrolls. But what was even more apparent was that this Dumbledore looked handsome. Especially while wearing a three-piece beige suit. "Excuse me, but I don't think we've met. You don't seem to be a Hogwarts alumnus," the man pondered as he looked Harry up and down while stroking his chin. Gone was the long gray beard. It seemed the younger Dumbledore preferred a shorter cut. "Well, sir, I was a Hogwarts student, or I will be," Harry frowned. Time travel made grammar a bit hinky. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand," Dumbledore stated thoughtfully. "Sir, I'm from 2062 and I landed in this time by pure accident," Harry stated bluntly. "Right now you are the only person I know. I'm not crazy or anything," Harry quickly said as he noticed the headmaster fiddle with his sleeve, probably to have his wand ready. "I'm just really desperate. None of this was supposed to happen. And if those obsessed unspeakables didn't screw up, you must see why I am so skeptical, Mr. Potter. Harry Potter, sir," Harry quickly introduced. "Well, Mr. Potter, as you are probably aware, time turners are not known for taking a person back almost 96 years into the past. All other time manipulation devices had been deemed too dangerous and were destroyed during the Ministry Purge in the 1800s. Headmaster, it is a rather complicated story. I just really need your help right now." "Very well, my boy, I'll hear you out at the very least," Dumbledore said, pensively, though the man still say, "Emed to keep his wand at the ready within his sleeve. Why don't you take a seat? I will send for some tea." A tea set soon appeared on Dumbledore's cluttered desk, causing some scrolls to fall. "Excuse the mess, Mr. Potter. I was knee-deep in some research," the man stated before taking his usual seat behind the desk. "Now, please help yourself to some refreshments and explain your situation clearly, my boy. Though I fail to see how I may be of any help." "Sir, does the name Voldemort ring any bells?" Harry asked. "Not that I can say," Dumbledore answered, and Harry surmised that Tom might not have coined the name just yet. "Then how about Tom Riddle?" Harry questioned. "Of course, I know Mr. Riddle. Smart young man, though he had a rather dark sense of humor in my opinion," the headmaster stated. "He graduated nearly 2 decades ago. How is he involved in any business from 2062? "Well, sir, he is responsible for the Third Wizarding War and the annihilation of most of Western Europe," Harry bluntly stated, causing Dumbledore to actually choke on the tea he had been taking a sip of. "Excuse me, what?" Harry proceeded to give a rough summary of the First and Second Wars to come, as he did not want to change the outcome of those. He carefully omitted the names of key people in those wars and instead skipped to the Third War that was happening during his time. "So you are telling me that Mr. Riddle achieved some form of immortality, which was destroyed in the Second War, and the unspeakables who took his body into custody afterward decided to run experiments on it, instead of destroying it, which eventually caused him to be reanimated decades later only to start a new war in his bid for world domination?" "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "And you, who had fought in the Second War, ended up battling it out with this revived Mr. Riddle, who ultimately ended up overpowering you and in a last-ditch effort called upon death, as in the actual death, to yank you through time and let fate decide where you end up. It was the only thing I could think of at the time," Harry exclaimed. "It wasn't the best idea, I know, since I'm currently trapped here." "This all seems highly impossible, young man," Dumbledore stated. "You even claim to be older than me." Well, sir, that part is really complicated," Harry answered. "I certainly need to think on this, Mr. Potter. Your situation is unique, for lack of a better word," the headmaster stated. "I will have a house elf show you the way to a set of guest rooms. It doesn't look like this situation will resolve itself in just one day. Perhaps tomorrow we should visit Gringotts to establish an identity for you. The goblins can do that. For a price, Mr. Potter." "Everything has a price," the headmaster nodded. Harry sighed. He knew it would be difficult. As he left the office, a house elf appeared in front of him and led him to a set of spare rooms situated just off the Ravenclaw Tower. The room was furnished cozy in shades of blues and silver. Harry flopped down on the plush sofa with a sigh. He couldn't believe the day he had. Heck, he couldn't believe the week he had. Not only had his worst nightmare literally risen from the grave again, but this time the man's actions had been swift and deadly. Harry, who, due to his immortality, had chosen to travel the world, instead of watching his children, grandchildren, and their grandchildren grow old and die, had been forced to return to the UK to face Voldemort again. By the time he made it back, the Ministry and many magical communities were smoldering ruins. Tiffy sees that Master Harry is troubled. The house elf that had guided him popped back in, this time with a cup of chamomile tea. Soothing drink for Master. Well thank you, Tiffy, Harry said as He looked into the elf's big round eyes and took a sip of his drink. The tea was warm and sweet, but Harry frowned as he detected some aftertaste. Then his eyes became unfocused. Tiffy is sorry, Master Harry. The elf apologized as the room started to spin. Harry could hear the door opening and he saw a set of polished shoes approach him as his vision turned dark. The last thing he heard was a familiar voice saying, "Well done, Tiffy. So next thing I know I wake up in that godforsaken prison cell with Albus Bloody Dumbledore standing over me," Harry growled once he had finished recounting the important parts. "He fed me truth serum each time when he visited to get every bit of information of the future out of me. I'd like to sock him in his all-knowing twinkling eyes," he added while grumbling. When no sound came, Harry finally struggled to sit up a bit to look at his old professor. "Mr. Potter," Snape hissed, voice so dangerously calm that Harry gulped as he felt he might get disemboweled. "Ed like a flobberworm if he uttered something wrong. You've graduated Hogwarts, yes." "Yes," Harry answered. "I am assuming you'd fulfilled your ambition of becoming an Auror," Snape continued. Yes. And according to your own words you've traveled extensively, am I right to assume?" "Yes," Harry gulped nervously. "Then Mr. Potter, how come a flobberworm has more brain cells than you?" Snape questioned. "Do you have dementia, or did you simply forget the spell to scan for poisons?" the dour man now hissed. "I knew you were going to call me a dunderhead," Harry sighed. "I'm not calling you a dunderhead, Mr. Potter. I'm calling you the king of dunderheads, the grand poobah of dunderheads. Your recklessness has actually managed to make me speechless. I admit, it was a lap of judgment to trust Dumbledore so much." Harry agreed as Snape stared him down. "And this is the result of that," he motioned to his weakened self. "I spent a good 3 decades just thinking about revenge, and I will make it hurt." "And does this revenge of yours entail joining the Dark Lord?" the professor asked seriously. "What? No," Harry uttered while looking askance. "Honestly, I want to stay out of this war entirely. Heck, I might even offer old Moldypants a truce considering I'm not his Horcrux anymore." Snape stiffened at the mention of Horcrux. Harry noticed and then said, "So the headmaster told you about it already?" "No, Potter," Snape stated. "I happened to overhear Albus talking with Sirius and Remus one night. They did not know I was on the other side of the door. I did my own research after that." "Sirius and Remus know?" Harry asked, perplexed. "This didn't happen in my timeline." "What happened in your timeline?" the potion master now asked. Nothing really. I only found out about it from you when you." Harry got quiet for a moment. He looked at Snape and then back down to his hands that had been wringing the sheets. "When I what, Mr. Potter?" Snape pressed. "You know, it's getting awfully hot in here." Harry tried to change the subject, but Snape's gaze on him unnerved him. "Mr. Potter, explain," the older man pressed. "You gave me your memories when you lay dying in my arms, Snape." Harry snapped back. "There, I said it. Are you happy now?" "Ah, so that's it." Snape just nodded. That's it. Harry hissed, a bit of his Parseltongue ability coming through causing Snape to shiver. "How are you that nonchalant about your own death?" Because I've come to terms with it a long time. It was Snape's turn to be agitated. "I'm a spy, or at least I was," he growled. "I had given up hope of seeing the end of the war long before you were a toddler." "You were the bravest man I knew," Harry said quietly as he placed a skinny hand onto Snape's. "Yes, you were nasty to me in school. You likened me to my father and held on to old grudges, but you also saved my life. You jumped to shield Hermione, Ron and I from a werewolf. You tried to save my life in first year. Sorry about Hermione setting you on fire, by the way. Miss Granger did what? Severus uttered slack-jawed. Anyway, moving on. Harry quickly muttered. What I'm trying to say is Snape Hat, your actions had a lasting impact on me. I named my middle child after you, by the way. Poor kid, Snape stated, which earned him a light smack to the elbow. What I meant was that, yes, you were a pain in the ass to me, but also the one dragging me out of dangerous situations. I hated that you never got to see the peace your sacrifices brought. So you should value yourself more, Harry declared. Be selfish for once, Snape. He then said, I'm not going to let you die again. If only things were as easy as you say, Mr. Potter, Snape stated. I've basically lost Albus's protection after the events of your counterpart's 4th year. It's only a matter of time before I am delivered to the salivating jaws of the Ministry. Harry gave Snape an indescribable look at his last statement. He knew for a fact that the man had been gathering information from Voldemort's camp well into his 7th year. Even as headmaster, he had tried to keep the students as safe as possible, which sadly Harry only found out after his passing from 2 Muggleborns that spoke at the funeral. Mr. Potter, what happened during the Triwizards tournament in your timeline? The Potion Master asked decisively. Quote, it was around that time that the headmaster began treating me differently. Well, it was your standard year in my opinion. You know, teen drama, the usual of the Dada teacher trying to kill me, Hermione keeping Rita Skeeter in a jar. Harry shrugged while Snape raised a brow at the jar comment. Moldy shorts resurrecting, Harry stated, getting that far off look Luna sometimes got. Cedric's spirit asking me to take his body back. Used the portkey in the trophy and everyone was cheering until the crowd realized that Cedric wasn't moving. Moody dragged me away and well, should have known my Dada teacher was a Death Eater. I think therein lies the difference, Mr. Potter. Those aren't the sequence of events I remember happening, Snape stated, which caused Harry's brows to shoot up. The young man, or rather an old man in a young man's body, uttered while looking perplexed. I'm assuming my counterpart in your timeline never arrived at the graveyard, Snape asked. Yeah, Dumbledore asked you to stay behind and make up an excuse later to get into Riddle's good graces. I figured it was something like that, Snape sighed. I will be very frank with you, Mr. Potter. I did end up going to the graveyard that night. In this timeline at least. The headmaster's insistence that I stay back was excessive, probably because he got the details of the future from you. He laid it on thick and I wasn't convinced, so I openly defied him. My vow to protect you. Well, this timeline's Harry had been screaming at me. Oh, Merlin, Harry whispered while Snape continued. I made it to the graveyard around the time you and the Dark Lord's duel was starting. As he was mid-cast of the killing curse, I blew my cover and severed his wand arm, the Potion Master admitted. Afterwards chaos followed and I dove at you and Mr. Diggory's body while summoning the portkey. Fuck, was all Harry had to say to that turn of events really. The headmaster of course was very irate that I went against his orders. Now he hadn't a spy in the Dark Lord's camp and my home in Cokeworth got burned down in retaliation. In the end, I had to stay at Grimmauld for the summer until another safe house could be acquired. Though I don't think the headmaster spent a lot of time on that issue. He was quite dismissive of me whenever I broached the subject. In the end, I renovated the basement into a pseudo-lab and bedroom. Black simply refused to give me one of the guest rooms and told me to sleep on the floor. Snape spat. I get it was his house, but he was the one that lent it out to the Order and I was still a member. Wait, if you were at HQ during this summer then? Harry's eyes widened. I heard shouting and came out of the basement. When I reached the stairs your counterpart was bleeding out. At the foot of it with your godfather just staring into the abyss at the top. Snape sadly relayed. Ironic, isn't it? He muttered. In this timeline, you ended up dying in my arms. Professor. Profe. A cold chill ran down Snape's spine as he slowly woke up. He could have sworn he'd heard something calling him Professor, this time like a cold whisper near his ear. He shivered and looked around his bedroom suspiciously. I swear if this is those damn Weasleys pulling another prank. It's not a prank, Professor. The ghostly form of Harry Potter appeared at the foot of the bed, and for once Snape did something very un-Snape-like. he screamed. What in Merlin's saggy tits? Snape explained as he shot out of bed and grabbed his wand from his nightstand. The ghostly visage of Harry looked away awkwardly as Snape was clad in only his boxers but not before giving him a brief once-over. Mr. Potter, what are you? Snape exclaimed. Dead, Professor, as you can quite clearly see. Harry gestured to his floating self. The flying without a broom is new and I still haven't quite learned to steer. Snape was certainly at a loss for words. But, hospital wing, the man managed to utter while perplexed. Ah yes, that's why I'm here, Harry said. Glad I didn't give you a heart attack, much. I can't enter the hospital wing to talk to my counterpart, Someth-ing about the same souls being in the same room leading to rips in reality. Death was getting too technical when he explained it. Death as in that Mr. Potter's death or this timeline's death? Snape asked with a frown. Wow, Death was right, you're really taking this rather well. He was right in selecting you to pass the message along. Death is death basically. According to him, he's everywhere and any time. And why am I suddenly playing carrier pigeon, Mr. Potter? Snape questioned. Because according to Death you have the magical power level to brute force those magic dampening chains off, Harry chirped. As long as those chains stay on, Death can't communicate with his master through their bond. My core, Snape argued. You won't die from it, I'm assured, Harry told his former professor. But those chains really need to be off before the end of the day. Since the headmaster's scheme using Ginny didn't work, he's now going to resort to more drastic measures. At first, he was contemplating having Sirius have a stab at the other me, but after what happened, let's just say he forbade Siri from making contact. Do you know what the headmaster is planning? Snape asked while he noticed how Harry's form had rippled upon mention of Sirius. In the shadows where destinies entwined, the world shall tremble before the aligned. For he who holds the master of death shall wield dominion with each whispered breath. From the depths where shadows conspire, an empire shall rise, fueled by fire. But beware the cost, for power is blind. In the dance with the dark, true strength you may find. Master the master, and you shall ascend, but remember, even power has a bitter end. Snape stood in shock as the ghostly visage of Potter looked at him with eyes glassy and no emotion betraying his features. When the rhyme was done, Harry simply said, Dumbledore and Grindelwald got this prophecy from a random seer that passed them by on the street when they were teens. For years they did research on the Hallows and the Master of Death. Eventually, but Dumbledore persisted in finding any clue. He was so sure the prophecy was real. And then an immortal Mr. Potter fell into his lap 30 years ago, Snape finished. The headmaster and Sirius had been talking last night, and it isn't good, Snape. Dumbledore found an ancient dark ritual the Roman wizards used to use on their slaves so that they would follow each command the caster gave. A spell of ultimate obedience. Some slaves were said to even carve out their hearts on command from their master. My godfather even suggested it be you. Said on you as a test, with him being the caster of course, Harry sneered. We might not have seen eye to eye, Professor, but I wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. If you get dressed, now you will make it in time before Dumbledore reaches the hospital wing. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Snape scolded before summoning his clothes from the nearby dresser. He donned his black pants and white button up shirt but forewent the more tedious teaching robes and vest. It's all about the timing according to fate, Professor. If I didn't do it like this, they wouldn't have let me come. I can't tell why. Owe you anything directly, Professor, but it would be greatly appreciated if you could hex Sirius at some point. With that, Harry disappeared in a shimmer of light, and Snape, who was, for once, cursing his many buttons, ran out the door. Snape made it to the hospital wing in record time. He threw open the heavy double doors and rushed inside, startling Madame Pomfrey. Severus, what is the meaning of this? She questioned as her colleague strode to Harry's bed with a purpose. Harry's eyes widened too, but that had more to do with never having seen Snape without his teaching robes. Hi sir. Harry eyed with uncertainty as he watched his former professor look around paranoid. The headmaster hasn't been here yet, has he? No, Severus, Poppy answered before Harry. What is all this about? I just Had the most interesting conversation with Mr. Potter. About Mr. Potter. What? Harry was so confused. Poppy, give Mr. Potter here something to bite on. I'll be forcefully removing those manacles. Wait, what? Harry sputtered. You said only Dumbledore could remove them. Or by brute force, and if your counterpart spoke the truth then we have no time to lose, Snape stated, and before Harry could protest Poppy had shoved a towel in his mouth. The next thing Harry knew of was Snape's hand around his neck, or more precisely around the metal collar around his neck. This should be where the main magic circuit should be. Severus, have you done this before? Poppy asked warily. Of course not, Snape muttered. First time for everything though, he then said, which caused Harry's brows to shoot up in panic. The next thing Harry knew was of his body convulsing in response to the thick stream of magic Snape sent through the device. It felt electrifying and cold at the same time, like a blanket of magic spreading over him. The more magic Snape poured into the device's main runic circuit, the more Harry became addicted to it. I wanted his magic to reach for that thick blanket settling over him. He wanted to touch it, caress it, and as Harry's eyes rolled back from the overload, several clicks were heard. Poppy wasted no time in removing those barbaric implements from Harry's body while Snape doubled over on the bed near Harry's legs. Harry's eyes were still glassed over as Snape's raw magic dissipated and his own flooded his system after far too long. It felt incredible to be able to feel a part of himself again. Snape was hardly able to hold himself up when the double doors to the infirmary opened to admit the headmaster, arguing with Sirius Black of all people. What in the world? Albus exclaimed upon seeing the magic dampeners in Poppy's hands and Harry free of them. The headmaster quickly drew his wand and Sirius did the same upon assessing the situation. Snape, still swaying from the massive power drain, turned towards the duo with his wand drawn. I really can't put up with you two right now, he growled before quickly shooting an Expelliarmus at the headmaster and Bombarda at Sirius, catching them both off guard. Snape caught the headmaster's wand and then shouted, Duckalifors. The spell hit Albus straight in the chest as the headmaster was still trying to process one of his pawns turning against him like this. Snape swayed before half collapsing onto Harry's bed again, dropping the confiscated wand onto the floor while three pairs of eyes looked on shocked at the turn of events. Did Snape just transfigure the headmaster into a duck? Harry questioned upon seeing the white duck, with its cute wagging tail in place of where the headmaster once stood. Okay, totally wasn't expecting the duck. Death materialized next to Harry, shocking him and Madame Pomfrey. Well, don't just stand there. Grab your potions, master, and hold on. I'm getting you two out of here, the skeletal entity proclaimed. You lot are going nowhere, Sirius shouted, hissing in pain from his back that hit the hallway wall after Snape's attack. Incarcerus, the man yelled, eyes frantic as he aimed his wand at Harry without hesitation. Protega, immobilis, Poppy counter, wand at the ready, having gotten over her shock upon seeing death floating next to the hospital bed. Sirius Black, how dare you threaten my patient? The matron admonished. Harry, whose magic was already healing him, managed to get a firm hold on Snape. Leave his wand. Dumbledore put a trace on it, Death stated. I am so sorry, Professor, Harry said as he had to pry the wand out of Snape's unconscious grip. He knew how attached wizards were to their wands, and parting with it would undoubtedly hurt the man, but at the same time, he could not let Dumbledore or the Order track them. Death had grabbed both his master and the unconscious professor before apparating out of the hospital wing. Which should have been impossible, but it was Death they were talking about. Poppy took a deep breath. Honestly, this was all too much, but considering the events had to do with Harry Potter, she should have expected it. Finite, incantatum, she muttered, undoing her spell on the comically frozen Sirius. Sirius Black, I have half a mind to take you by the ear and put you in a corner. How dare you go conspiring with the headmaster and attacking your godson? He's not my godson, Sirius shot back with anger in his eyes. That thing is not my godson. That does not give you the right to attack him. Poppy shot back, and that didn't give you the right to let him escape either. Sirius shot back. Do you even know what you did? You let the only person who could beat Voldemort escape. No, he's with that damn Death Eater who will fill his head with all sorts of nonsense. If he joins that maniac's side, then we are all done for. In fact, Sirius said with a smirk as he summoned Snape's W. And from where it still lay on the hospital bed, it zoomed into his hand, and before Poppy could reach for it he snapped it in two. This is what I think about SNIV. Poppy's slap came out of nowhere. You could hear it echoing in the now empty wing. Sirius was struck dumb as the matron wasn't usually violent. Have you gone insane? How dare you snap another wizard's wand? She asked, horrified. ONL. Why the ministry had the authority to snap a wand? For a pureblood wizard of an ancient and noble house to even think of doing that was considered sacrilege to Lady Magic. You hate Severus so much that you would sink so low. It wasn't a question anymore, not after that display. That bastard let Harry die in his arms. He didn't even help. Sirius shot back. How dare you blame him? Severus Snape is a better man than you are. Than you'll ever be, Poppy hissed as her eyes narrowed. At least he doesn't go pushing kids off of stairs. Sirius's eyes widened as the penny dropped. You, how? He stuttered. I examined Mr. Potter's body. Poppy shot back as tears welled in his eyes. He had handprint bruises on his back. They were pre-mortem. And who was standing at the top of the stairs? Sirius Black. SNS saved him. Sirius argued. It wouldn't have happened if James had just listened to me. Harry. Poppy corrected. What? His name is Harry. You called him James, she continued at the stunned look Sirius sported. You need a bloody Minheller and a jail cell for what you've done. With that, the matron marched away. Wait, what about Dumbledore? Sirius gestured at the duck still waddling around. That isn't my bloody concern, I'm leaving. Poppy shot back. I quit. The only reason I stayed was because Severus was still around and needed help after those awful meetings. I am done with you and that blasted headmaster and his schemes. Meanwhile, Death had apparated his two passengers into a damp cave. Where are we? Harry asked while having a lap full of unconscious potion master. In a disillusioned cave underneath Tintagel Castle, was the answer to which Harry only gave a blank stare. Merlin's cave, master. Merlin's cave. The actual one, Death explained exasperated. Sometimes I wonder if all the Dunderhead comments were accurate. Oye. Death just ignored his master and with a flick of his skeletal hands torches along the wall came to life, illuminating the high-ceiling cave. Harry noticed what seemed to be carved-out sections in the cave. Definitely man-made. Further back in the cave stood a stone altar. Place your potions master on that. It's a spot where ley lines converge. It will help charge his core out of critical levels. Kind of like an Energizer bunny. Harry questioned, intrigued but did as requested. Now with his magic back, even if his limbs were still weakened he could levitate Snape to the appropriate location. Yes, master. Exactly like an Energizer bunny, Death deadpanned. Now I can't stay on this plane any longer as is. I will be back tomorrow. With that said the entity disappeared. Harry managed to drag himself to the foot of the altar. He rested with his back against it, his skin tingling as he felt the magic strumming through the stone. Death hadn't been joking about it having a charging effect as he could feel some of the magic coursing through his spine. He was tired and it wasn't even noon yet. So much had happened in such a short period that he just needed some quiet to process everything. It was at that moment that his stomach started to rumble and he realized that he hadn't had breakfast yet. No sooner had his stomach shown his displeasure when a basket of fruits popped onto his lap, startling him. There was a card tied to it that read, "No, I did not forget to feed you, master. This should be enough for the both of you for the night. Your friendly neighborhood Grim Reaper. P.S. Hand your potion master the key in the basket. It's his reward for saving your life from eternal slavery." True to Each word there was indeed a key in the food basket. A large silver key with intricate carvings on its bow. It was also then that it hit him that Death had kept referring to Snape as his. Harry's Ch. Eeks turned pink at the notion that the entity might know of his old schoolboy crush. I wonder, is Dumbledore still a duck? Harry asked no one in particular while he took a bite out of an apple. Chapter 8. Snape's eyes snapped open and he sat ramrod straight upon the stone altar. He looked in wonder at his hands and then felt his body. Hesitantly, he shivered slightly as damp air wafted past him as he was only in a thin shirt, but gone was the overwhelming fatigue a wizard gets when emptying their core to dangerous levels. Severus had only experienced it one other time, when he was marked resulting in weeks of recovery. "Sir, calm down. We're safe," a voice said near him, and once his head shot to the right he noticed Harry standing nearby. "Potter, what happened?" Snape questioned. "A lot really." Harry scratched his neck. "We're safe right now. Death paraded us into Merlin's cave." Snape's eyes widened as he asked, "Tintagel Castle in Cornwall. Wow, sir, so you know the place." "Potter, anyone that paid attention in history of magic would know this place," Snape stated. This was supposedly the place that Arthur Pendragon was conceived. It was now that Harry looked heepish, as he'd never really put in much effort in his history of magic lessons. After graduating he'd focused more on his defense and charms masteries. Snape's stomach took that exact moment to growl. Snape's lips pursed as if his stomach had just betrayed him gravely. Harry, however, was oblivious to that reaction as he leaned down to grab the basket Death left for them. "I've already eaten most of my half, Professor," he said while he showed Snape the food. "I'm assuming you'd want some since you've been asleep for over 8 hours. "Say what now, Mr. Potter? Come on, let me help you up." Ari offered Snape a hand to help him off the altar. A hand Snape took after a few seconds, but that resulted in the curious case of Harry Potter getting electrocuted. Merlin's beard. What was that? Harry exclaimed upon getting his wits about him again while Snape looked at his hand perplexed. Harry cautiously stuck a finger towards the usually dour man and yanked it away as he felt the shock. Wow, Death wasn't kidding with that Energizer Bunny comment, he thought before he spoke. "Sir, I think you're statically charged." "Or magically charged? I don't know." "No worries, Potter, I'll get off this thing myself," Snape muttered as he slid off. He didn't feel weak at all, especially given that he'd nearly drained his core to 10% to get those blasted manacles off. To test out a theory, Snape poked Harry, who yelped. Not by being electrically shocked, but because his usually stoic as hell teacher just poked him in the ribs. "Why is it so dark in here?" Snape questioned as he eyed the torches along the cave. Some were already nearly burned out, which wouldn't do considering Severus had no clue what else this place was hiding. "Potter, could you at least not have transfigured some things into furniture?" "Transfiguration isn't exactly my strong suit, Snape," Harry shot back. "I once got blamed for the hopping chair incident." "The what now?" Snape questioned while looking intrigued. No, I am not telling you the details. It's super embarrassing," Harry proclaimed. "Fine, Potter, just hand me my wand so I can conjure us some tables and chairs," Snape stated while holding out his hand expectantly. "Good news and bad news, Professor," Harry said nervously, while taking a step back as well. Good news, we got away from the headmaster. Death mentioned something about eternal enslavement, so thanks for saving me." When Snape wasn't impressed and just crossed his arms to glare at Harry, the other let out a nervous chuckle. "So, sir, the bad news is, you had to leave your wand behind because that a trace." "Potter, speak slowly," Snape hissed as his eyes narrowed. However, this didn't help Harry's confidence in the slightest. "We had to leave your wand behind because it had a trace." There, Harry had said it. He'd spill the beans. Cautiously he looked at Snape, who for once was a mixture of emotions. "You did what?" Snape shouted as his hands balled in fists. "I had to, sir." Harry took another cautionary step back while holding his hands up in a supplicating manner. "Death said there was a trace on it, and I know for a fact he's sure about these things. The headmaster or the order would have tracked us down in a heartbeat if I let you take your wand." "What? When? I never leave my wand unattended." Snape looked more horrified than angry now. Perhaps he was thinking that all this time, even with his defiance in Harry's 4th year, the headmaster had never trusted him. "I'm so sorry, Professor," Harry expressed. "I'll make sure to get you another wand." "Oh, but you can use wandless magic still." "Just for the bare minimum of spells, Mr. Potter," Snape huffed, and as if to prove a point he wandlessly cast a lumos. What no one expected was for the cave to be engulfed in light. "My eyes," Harry wailed. "Nox," Severus said quickly as he too had to shut his eyes due to the intense lie you like proving a point, but that was a bit overboard, wasn't it? "Mr. Potter, lumos isn't even that bright with a wand." "What the hell happened to me?" Severus questioned. "The ley lines probably charged your core more than we thought," Harry pondered. I mean, even I got most of my muscle mass back due to leaning against the altar for a couple of hours. Mr. Potter, this is serious. If a simple Lumos did that, then I wouldn't want to use any offensive spells. Snape hissed. Nor can I brew any potions, as that requires a precise amount of magic being injected into the mixture. I'm sure the effects will dissipate. At least I hope so, Harry replied. The side-eye Severus shot Harry spoke volumes. Also, Death wanted you to have this, Harry said as he produced the key and held it out for Snape to take. He said it was a reward for saving my life. I don't need any reward, Mr. Potter, the potions master argued. Look, sir, please accept the key. Death can be super pushy if it's something he wants you to have. I should know after the donut incident. The what now? Snape's brow rose. Never mind that, sir. Please just take the key before Death becomes insufferable, Harry grumbled as if speaking from experience. Fine, Snape said as he snatched the key out of Harry's hand and scrutinized it. Seems to be a Gringotts key, Snape stated. I thought all their keys were gold, not silver, Harry questioned. Potter, this isn't silver, Snape muttered. It's platinum. It's weird, isn't it, Professor? Harry pondered as they sat at a transfigured table. It had taken a while for Snape to adjust his magic to the heightened power level to get a decent table and set of chairs, but at least they had furniture now. The professor, not one to talk while eating, simply raised a brow in Potter's direction. No, seriously, think about it. I've never seen or even heard of a platinum key in my travels. Harry muttered as he scrutinized the key. Say, Professor, maybe we should go to Gringotts tomorrow. Mr. Potter, Snape began after having swallowed. Have you perhaps forgotten that the headmaster and most likely the order is now on high alert for us? True, but it's not like they can do anything while we're in broad daylight, Harry countered. And once we are inside the bank they can do even less if they don't want an army of goblins to shove stabby pointy things in their necks. Mr. Potter, eloquent as ever. Stabby pointy things, really? I mean they are, Harry shrugged. I'm not gonna list all the weapons the goblins have to disembowel people. Touché, Snape grunted while fiddling with the core of his apple. It's doable, Harry continued. We could find out what the key is. I say sooner rather than later because Death does things with a reason, mostly. We can stock up on supplies and even get new wands. Mine was left behind in the future. The best part, the Order wouldn't be able to stop us. Bad press and all that if they tried to grab us in the busy streets. Though it might be weird since I'm essentially Death in this reality. Well, Snape hesitated. Dumbledore hasn't exactly registered your death with the Ministry yet, so the public doesn't know, Snape stated, which caused Harry to blink in confusion. He cited panic among the masses if your death would have been made public. But Professor McGonagall said that she was at my counterpart's funeral. Harry frowned. A small gathering of the Order and your friends in the Forbidden Forest bordering the lake. We were all sworn to secrecy. Wait, Snape, what about the Horcrux? Harry suddenly realized. It's not in me anymore, but at the time when I was that age. Albus was insistent on using fiendfire for the cremation, Snape answered. I suspected it was because he wanted no trace of a body when he would use you as a replacement. But, if he knew there was a Horcrux, then it would have been destroyed. Well, that just puts an anvil in my plans. Harry grumbled. And why is that, Mr. Potter? Snape queried. Let's assume that Eve NTS unfolded as in my time with the old coots. Machinations from the future knowledge he gained from me, Harry stated while empathizing with his hands on the table. It was only during my last year of Hogwarts that I found out that his darkness could feel when a Horcrux was destroyed. Something that Dumbledore never asked me about during his Veritaserum visits. Now that he has a new body, sans the nose, he'd feel the destruction happening. Which means that the locations for the other Horcruxes are moot now, as the Dark Lord is paranoid and will move them at first chance, Snape finished upon realizing what Potter was getting at. I was hoping to blackmail the rotten bastard into a truce while holding some Horcruxes hostage, Potter declared before groaning and banging his head on the table. Now I have to go looking for them all again. Harry yawned and stretched his arms. I don't know why, but I'm still tired even after having spent a few days in bed. I'll conjure up a bed in a bit. There is something that's been bugging me, Mr. Potter, Snape's perceptive gaze pierced Harry and the other gulped for a moment. Your interaction with Ms. Weasley. It felt like you were hiding something. What? Harry squeaked. I wasn't hiding anything. Very well. I won't cry, the potion master stated as he stood up. He turned to scan the dimly lit cave and his eyes spotted a fairly large boulder. This should do, Snape muttered to himself. Wandless and wordless, Snape concentrated the magic in his palm as the boulder morphed into a simple king-sized bed. Sweet, Harry exclaimed before jumping on the mattress. You still act like a teen, Mr. Potter, Severus stated as he walked to the other end of the bed. We will have to share for the night. I haven't the concentration to transfigure another one. So who's going to be the little spoon? Harry asked casually. Mr. Potter, there is enough space for us to sleep comfortably. There will be no spooning as you so eloquently put it, Snape huffed before yanking the transfigured blanket over him. Harry meanwhile settled down as well, though he did roll his eyes once the other man's back was turned towards him. Just his luck to get stuck in a mythical cave from Arthurian legend with his ornery potions professor. With a sigh, Harry closed his eyes. Before long he fell asleep after years of magicless cold nights against an uncomfortable wall slowly ebbed away. Ah! Death cooed as he watched his master sleep from the viewing pool. You know you're being creepy for watching, right? Fate, a young woman in the garb of the ancient Greek, joined the Grim Reaper at the large pool of water. Oh hush you, Death grumbled. Or do you want me to tell my master that the only reason he ended up in 1965 was because you spilled wine on your garb during the transfer? It was an honest mistake. Fate countered. You know, you could. Death gestured to the sleeping men. In the pool, the two could see Harry roll over and cuddle against Snape's back. I will not help your ship along, Death, Fate grumbled. Lady Magic already has her eyes on this timeline because you gave away that key. It was a boon well deserved, Death stated. Do you know anyone else who would willingly drain their magic to such dangerous levels to help someone else? Just don't cause rips in reality and space anymore, Fate grumbled. I'm the one that has to fix those. Yay, yay, Death mumbled while casually waving her off. The skeletal figure was plotting and did not notice the eye roll Fate gave him as she walked away. Snape was humming, gee, as he stirred one of the three cauldrons simmering before him with practiced ease. There was a hesitant knock on the nearby door before a mop of unruly hair peeked in. Sir, could I have some of your time? Harry asked while he hesitantly looked into the basement of Grimmauld where Snape had set up his lab for the time being. Mr. Potter, considering that this is more your home than mine, I would say that you have more say in the matter. Well, sir, the flustered 15-year-old mumbled, a stasis charm on his 3 potions before looking at the teen still in the basement doorway. Well, don't just stand there, come in, the dour man muttered. Harry did just that and made his way down the rickety staircase. Sir, first, I wanted to say thanks for saving me in the graveyard, Harry uttered as the boy looked nervously around the room. One part of the basement was the transfigured potions lab Snape used while the other end held a one-person bed and dresser, very likely also transfigured. Mr. Potter, please spit out why you were here exactly, Snape demanded. Well, sir, I was wondering if you might have a potion to help Sirius, Harry mumbled. Potter, your dogfather is the least of my worries. The potion master scowled. I know you don't like each other, Harry began upon seeing his professor's impassive reaction. But Siri can't get a mind healer right now and I don't know how much more I can put up with this. With what exactly, Mr. Potter? He keeps mistaking me for James, sir, Harry explained. Once or twice I could chalk up to us looking similar, but he's been calling me James at least once a day since I got here. The headmaster said that seeing a mind healer while Sirius is still a fugitive was out of the question, so I was wondering if you had any potion that could help. Snape pinched the bridge between his brows while muttering something Harry didn't catch. Mr. Potter, while there are potions, they are strictly controlled by the ministry, mainly because some of those ingredients could become highly addictive. Even if I were to brew it, feeding it to your godfather without a mind healer present would cause me to lose my license and get barred from the Potions Guild altogether. Oh right, Harry said as he hadn't realized the trouble his professor could get in with his request. I understand, sir. Mr. Potter, Snape began, causing the teen to finally look at the dour man. I can't believe I am offering this, but should your godfather become more insufferable than he already is, then you are free to come hide out in the basement. Really, Snape? Harry perked up at that, and Severus just had to wonder how far gone Black was to have his godson want to spend time with his potions professor than the man in question. Professor, wake up, a voice uttered as Severus felt someone shake him awake. He opened his eyes to the harsh light from the room. Potter was to his right with a hand on his shoulder. Then, he remembered where they had ended up, a Gringotts cell. Snape shot Harry a withering glare. Not only had the other woken him up from his sleep, even if it was against a bare concrete wall, but they also gotten him into this mess in the first place. It will be fine, Professor. You shouldn't worry so much, Potter had assured him as they paraded to Gringotts. Well, it most certainly hadn't been fine. After approaching Teller and Potter stating his name and the fact that he lacked a key to his vaults, they were promptly detained. Being escorted to a side door, hoping to see an account manager, only to be met with 5 spears pointed at their throats, had not been on Severus's agenda that day. Fraud, the goblin teller had sneered at them as they had been led to a cell in the underbelly of the bank. Their magic signatures were recorded like some common criminals and sent for investigation. That was hours ago, and Snape had finally managed to drift off without saying a word to Potter, who looked sheepish. Sir, I know you are probably wanting to tell me, I told you so, but we have company, Harry stated, and then pointed towards the bars where a goblin decked in regal armor stood with a contingent of guards. Greetings, wizards. There are some accusations you need to answer for. The authoritative goblin stated. I am Prince Lagoof, son of King Ragnick the 12th, and you have been charged with fraud against the Goblin Nation. Snape shot Harry another glare while the goblin continued. You may not be aware of this, but Gringotts records the death of a magical individual the moment it happens, even before your so-called ministry has made it official. Not only is Harry Potter deceased, but you claiming to be him and gain access to his vaults is an insult in of itself. You will explain to us in detail what dark ritual you used to take on his magical signature, or you will be promptly gutted as the spineless criminals you are. Now hold on a minute. Harry protested. I never lied. I am Harry Potter, just not from this reality. Lagoof scoffed. You expect me to believe that? The goblin then questioned. State your real name and affiliation and we will make this interrogation less painful. Otter, stop digging yourself into a deeper grave by arguing, Snape hissed before turning to the Goblin Prince. Would memories of how this all came to be suffice in proving our innocence? Snape questioned. As loath am I to admit it. He really is Harry James Potter. Memories can be faked, as you very well know, Heir Prince. You are after all a master occlumens, Lagoof hissed dangerously. But don't worry, we have ways to make you talk. If I have to swear on Lady Magic herself, then so be it, Harry declared as his magic whipped around him in an impressive display. Even Snape had to shiver as the magic leaked over him and toward the bars of the cell. The goblins instinctively readied their weapons. A con artist boasting he'd put his magic on the line. Lagoof gave a toothy grin and challenged. Go on then. Swear on Lady Magic that you are in fact Harry Potter. I will eat my beard if you still have magic afterward. Very well, Harry began, now sporting a grin of his own. His magi, had calmed down as he raised a hand to make the oath. I swear to Lady Magic that I am Harry James Potter from another reality. If I spoke any falsehoods, may my magic be extinguished forever. So mote it be. The oath was simple but effective. One did not swear on Lady Magic lightly, for she could be as merciful as she could be sadistic. There was a heavy silence that followed, and Lagoof sucked in a breath when Harry wandlessly produced a lumos after his oath. Now you said something about eating your beard. How? Lagoof gaped. It's a long story, the telling of which may require strong alcohol, Harry stated. So if you would kindly let us out, we can go back to business. I just wish to secure funds, and the professor here needs to know about his platinum key. Platinum key? What platinum key? Lagoof muttered, already turning a rather interesting shade of white. This key, Snape produced from one of his inner pockets. Harry had no clue why they weren't searched, but he probably chalked it up to the goblins believing that they had quite the upper hand in their own territory. PLA. The Goblin Prince's eyes widened as they landed on the key in Snape's grip before staggering back. "Get them out of this cell. Get them out of this cell. Immediately," Lagoof ordered. "Show them the best hospitality we have. I need to confer with Father." With that said, the prince all but fled the dungeons, leaving not only the guards but the other prisoners gaping. "I guess we should have started out with the key business, huh, Snape?" Harry tried to joke as their cell was opened. "Potter, just shut up," Severus grumbled. "You know, Professor," Harry said, calling the man by his title even though he had been given leave to call Snape by his first name. "This is all rather surreal, don't you think? We go from being no good conmen to honored guests in the span of hours." The man proceeded to pick up a scone and bite into it. "I mean, have you ever thought you'd be offered scones by the goblins?" "Potter, I have come to terms with the fact that the impossible happens around you," Snape stated. "So yes, in fact, I have thought about the goblins offering scones at some point during any plausible scenario planning." Quote, "Really?" Harry asked, surprised. "No, you dolt. Who could have foreseen this?" Snape retorted. "Morty gentlemen, Rickbert, the chief teller, and the goblin that had initially accused them of fraud held a porcelain tang hands." Both Snape and Harry, however, shook their heads. The hospitality they received after showing the goblins that blasted key death had given Snape was mind-boggling. "Judging by your change in attitude, you seem to know what this means," Snape addressed Rickbert while pointing to the key on the table. "Only myths," the teller uttered. "Just myths. Never in my years did I think I would see it. And as such we will keep it," an authoritative voice stated as the double doors to the opulent reception room Snape and Harry had been situated in opened. "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Ragnik the 12th, King of the Goblin Nation. I'm sure you have already met my son." Both Harry and Snape saw Lagoof standing behind his father minus a beard. "There seems to be a lot that needs to be discussed today. Both matters are quite mind-boggling." The Goblin King took a seat opposite Harry and Severus while his son stood stoically behind him, intently not looking at the wizarding duo. "Let's start with the least complicated part," the king stated, and then looked at Harry. "Harry Potter, for all intent and purpose, is considered deceased by Gringotts. The Potter vaults have been sealed and all transactions stopped. There have already been several attempts to gain access to the Potter vaults, which has put our bank on high alert." "What do you mean, attempts to gain access to the vaults?" Harry questioned. "I can tell you this since you are in fact Harry Potter," Ragnik stated. "Several wizards have made attempts to have Gringotts content UE payments authorized by James Potter to an organization called the Order. Lord Potter had set up the payments to continue after his death with the stipulation that they would only stop if his heir was deceased." "Were the Weasleys among those people?" Harry asked, and Snape could feel the tremble in his voice. "No," the king stated as he produced a document. "Mundungus Fletcher, Elphias Doge, N.D. Albus Dumbledore were the ones making the inquiries." "Potter, I know what you are thinking, but just because they weren't named does not mean they weren't involved," Snape stated upon noticing Harry's relieved sigh. "You just like to throw mud in the water, don't you?" Harry retorted back. "I am simply being practical," the potion master sighed. "The Weasleys not being involved in trying to get a hold of your vaults does not mean that they may not be involved in any of the other headmaster's plans." When Harry was still looking at Snape as if the man had grown two heads, the potion master explained further, "Considering what the headmaster has put you through up till now, I would be loath to completely trust someone unless they have proven it. The headmaster has his fingers in a lot of pies. Potter, considering who you will be going up against in the future, I do wish to advise you to have your allies state their intentions under veritaserum, lest you and I find knives in our backs. Perhaps the both of you should continue that line of discussion later," the Goblin King advised. "As I was explaining to Mr. Potter, the vaults he wishes to access are sealed by magic, as this reality's last Potter heir died. So I can't get any funds?" Harry asked, while already thinking that they may have a harder time facing the headmaster and Voldemort if they were destitute. "I did not say that, Mr. Potter," the king stated. "The name Harry Potter cannot be used again. However, if you were to magically change your last name to one of your ancestors, then you would be within your rights to inherit the Potter vaults." "I'm assuming this name change can be done at Gringotts?" Harry questioned. "For a small fee, of course," the Ragnik nodded while giving the wizards a toothy grin. "Of course, Harry muttered. Now on to the more difficult matter, Ragnick stated while gesturing to the platinum key on the table. Snape had placed it there when they were escorted to the opulent room, and thus far no goblin had deigned to even touch it. We goblins only ever made one platinum key, King Ragnick continued. For our first goblin friend. The Pendragon key, as in Arthur Pendragon, Harry questioned with shock in his voice. No, Mr. Potter, neither Arthur Pendragon nor his father Uther were considered goblin friends. Ragnick spoke. It was the era before a unified goblin nation. Tensions were high, between Uther and magical beings as he abhorred them. Never did we think a Pendragon would ever be our friend. Then who? Harry questioned. Well, Heir Prince already seems to have a good idea of who I am referring to. The Goblin King stated as Harry looked at Snape. If it is neither Uther nor Arthur, then there is only one other well-known Pendragon. Mordred, the Potion Master answered. And why do you call me Heir Prince? My mother was disowned. We will get to that in a bit, but you are right. The first goblin friend was none other than Mordred Pendragon, King Arthur's offspring, Ragnick declared. Mordred Pendragon, much to his father's denial, was a powerful wizard. Not classically trained, mind you, as Merlin was forbidden to train the boy. Mordred spent most of his time in the Pendragon court hiding his powers, as he knew such displays would displease his father and earn him unwanted attention from both the throne's loyalists and those seeking to put their own families in positions of power. Ragnick growled. What the court wanted was an heir they could control and sway to their needs. A powerful wizard was none of these things. This was the time before the goblin natio unified, and it was one late evening when the Pendragon heir was practicing his magic in a dense forest away from Camelot. It was here that he encountered a wounded goblin warrior and his charge, a goblin princess, heavily pregnant. Mordred fought off several goblin assassins sent to stop the birth of an heir to two of the strongest goblin factions at the time. The king spoke with admiration. While being untrained, he expanded more magic than he should have, and as his reserves dwindled, Lady Magic took pity on him and crafted him a wand made with the tears she shed for his bravery. The princess and her guard survived, and she delivered a healthy baby boy who would later go on to unify the goblin nation and reign as its very first king. While Gringotts was founded in 1474, we goblins have always had vaults to keep our most prized possessions, and this we offered our newly made friend one as a gesture of gratitude. The bank was later built around this very vault, and the key had been passed down to Mordred's eldest son Melahan before being lost to history. This is all way too much info, Harry muttered while frowning as he tried to digest it all. Wait, you still haven't answered the professor's previous question though. Why have you been addressing him as Heir Prince? Because Mr. Potter, Master Snape is in fact the heir to the ancient and noble house of Prince despite his mother's disownment. She was never formally banished from the family tree, which puts him in the running to be the next Lord Prince along with a distant cousin. It is a rather messy affair though, as said distant cousin was proclaimed heir while the current Lord Prince was starting to show signs of dementia. There have been several petitions made by the family elders to remove Master Snape from the running due to his blood status. However, the final say lies with Lord Prince, who is now incapable of performing his duties but also never designated a proxy due to pride should such an event ever occur. Wow, Snape and I thought my family drama was bad, Harry muttered. I honestly don't give a damn about that, Severus hissed as his eye twitched. They can all go rot in my opinion. Honestly, Albus, you shouldn't be moving around so much given your condition, Molly fussed while the order convened in the dining room of Grimmauld Place. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly at the table, just raised a brow when the headmaster replied with, "Worry not, Molly, Severus's attack left no lasting damage." You could say the whole thing was just Quakers, Black smirked before sipping his tea while the headmaster shot him a look. It's bers short tonight, Kingsley observed the empty seats that Manerva and Remus usually took. Dumbledore folded his hands on the dining table and sadly stated, "Both mine. RVA and Remus have told me that they will be unable to attend for the foreseeable future as they have other business to take care of at the moment. But we mustn't dwell on that right now, we must recover Mr. Potter, as he is the only person who can defeat Voldemort at this moment." "Albus, I have a question," Moody interrupted. "Yes, Alistair." Albus frowned but motioned for his longtime friend to go ahead with his question. You claim that Snape betrayed us and absconded with Mr. Potter, attacking you in the process. However, there has been no movement from the Dementors and their master, especially if Mr. Potter was in their hands. Quote, "It's only been a day, Alistair," Albus answered. "The poor dear. In the clutches of that megalomaniac." Molly looked aghast. "I told you before, Albus, once a Dementor, always a Dementor." Sirius hissed. "I also have a question, Albus," Tonks spoke up after rolling her eyes at her cousin. "Yes, Nymphadora." The headmaster turned towards her. "You claim that this Mr. Potter was from another reality. Why would he even help us?" she asked. "Well, the prophecy states," the headmaster began, but surprisingly Tonks cut him off. "The prophecy pertains to our Mr. Potter. You know, the one we mourn for," she stated with a frown. "How can we even assume this Mr. Potter even fits the criteria? What if he already defeated he who must not be named in his reality? If his prophecy was fulfilled, would the same one even apply in another reality? And for that matter, why would he even help us? He doesn't know us." "Of course he does, Nymphadora," Albus stated as he furiously thought of how to gain control of the room again, as he had seen several heads nodding with the young Auror's assumptions. "He may know versions of us but not us, Albus," Molly whispered while she looked at the table. Ginny was quite distraught after meeting him. Said he was cold towards her and declined her attempts for them to grow closer. "Wait, Molly, Ginny met this Harry?" Arthur questioned with a frown. "Why wasn't I told about this?" "You were at work when Albus came by to talk about the meeting, dear," Molly answered. "Please don't worry," Albus assured. "I'm sure Mr. Potter will come around, especially once we rescue him. Mr. Potter is a good lad who obviously doesn't wish for Voldemort to win, so he will do his duty in the end. But we are getting a bit off topic. Today's meeting is to have you all keep your eyes out for Mr. Potter and Professor Snape." Outside the door to the dining room, none of the Order members were the wiser that an extendable ear was listening to everything. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the twins were clustered around the staircase balustrade trying to hear what the adults were saying. "Man, this is wild," Fred muttered. "So there really is a Harry from another reality here. I thought Ginny was just pulling our leg." "I told you I wasn't," Ginny hissed. "He was cold, distant, and looked quite a bit older. Nothing like our Harry." "Ron, are you all right?" Hermione asked upon seeing Ron clutch the banister tightly. "No, I'm not all right, Hermione," Ron growled. "How can you be? We attended Harry's funeral not even that long ago, and now they've all just forgotten him and replaced him with this imposter." "Ron, he's also Harry," Hermione tried to reason. "But he's not our Harry," Ron retorted. "We're never going to see our Harry again." And with that the redhead left their little cluster and marched into one of the rooms, slamming the door. "Hermione, Ron's right. Our Harry is gone," Ginny stated sadly. But the headmaster said, "Well, the headmaster is wrong," Ginny tersely muttered. "Even that Harry said he wasn't our Harry and never would be. I had the same hope you have, Hermione, but upon meeting him it was shattered. The headmaster lied. That Harry wasn't even fond of me anymore. I just, Hermione uttered and then fled to her own room. "Gin, you shouldn't have sprung that on Hermione like that," Fred and George spoke. "Yeah, sis, she took Harry's death pretty hard. I think she was really hoping that this Harry was like ours, she grieved so much." "Gin, you didn't hear her cry at night." "But now what?" Ginny questioned. "This other Harry's been kidnapped." "You heard the headmaster." "Well, Gred, yes, Forge. I think there is only one way to find out." "Why are you two smirking like that?" Ginny questioned while taking a step back from her brothers. Meanwhile, back in the present, Snape sat in the waiting room alone with a carved wooden box in front of him. The magic around said box made the hairs on the back of his neck stand at attention. When the doors to the waiting room opened, the potions master turned to see Harry and King Ragnick enter. "Is the ritual already over?" Snape questioned. "Well, about that," Harry sheepishly said. "We couldn't actually do the ritual. It was an oversight on my part," Ragnick commented. "I had not thought that there was another heir with more claim to the Peveril title than Mr. Potter here. It only came to light during the more detailed genealogy check before the ritual." "Who?" the potion master questioned. "Good old Moldy Shorts," Harry huffed. "Turns out he's the descendant from Cadmus Peveril, You know, the second brother. And as a descendant of the second brother he has more claim over the Peveril lordship than Mr. Potter, who was descended from the third brother. Professor, I know I'm asking a lot. No, Potter, Snape growled. I would sooner snog a Puffskein than do what you are about to suggest. You haven't even heard me out yet, Harry retorted. Mr. Potter, I wasn't born yesterday. UHG, Harry said, nearly buckling over as he was sidelong apparated back into the cave they had been staying in. In the time they were away, the torches had gone out and the potion master was unusually quiet. Severus, please talk to me, Harry pleaded as he was being given the silent treatment. I swear it was a spur-of-the-moment action. Spur of the moment, Severus growled as his eyes narrowed at Potter. Well, Evans, now. You accosted me in broad daylight in the middle of Diagon Alley. I wanted to get my point across. Harry tried to argue. Oh, several points got across, just not the one you were wanting to make, Potter. It's Evans now, Harry corrected with a sigh. It's not like I can legally use the Potter or Peveril name in this reality. Oh, trouble in paradise? Death questioned with a wry smile on his skeletal face as he appeared in the cavern. Don't do that, you nearly scared me half to death, Severus growled. Only half. Death sounded disappointed. My, I'm losing my touch, so what happened between you two? The entity now asked. Aren't you everywhere? Harry frowned. You should know. I was given a little talking to by Mom, so I wasn't really paying attention. Death sounded sheepish. Mom? Both Severus and Harry questioned at the same time. You might know her as Lady Magic, Death mumbled. She wasn't all too pleased with me messing with the fabric of reality, nor getting fate involved. Damn, sis went tattling, the entity growled. But leave that for now, Death said as his mood turned curious. Spill the tea, Harry. What have I missed? Last time I left, you two were getting along-ish. Well, your master decided to accost my person in public, Snape growled. It wasn't like that, Harry defended. Professor, Harry tried to reason as they entered the Gringotts lobby once more. Mr. Potter, we will discuss this later, Snape stated. Right now I want to get any errands that still need doing, done. Right, Harry said upon realizing that they had limited time. It's a wonder the Order hasn't found our location yet. You were the one that said it would be easy, Mr. Potter. That the Order wouldn't be able to get close to us if we stick to populated areas. I know, but it's still kind of weird. Considering the headmaster, I wouldn't have eyes everywhere. Don't be fooled, Mr. Potter. The headmaster does have informants, but the news still takes time to reach his ears. Not all informants are in the Order, so they may not be up to date yet on your disappearance. You're probably right, Professor. Then it's best we get as much done as we can right now. First I will need a new wand, Harry stated. Oh, and remember, it's Evans now. Hadrian Evans, he winked. How could I forget I mean Evans. Snape corrected. You didn't look particularly happy at the identity the goblins had prepared for you. I admit I was a little disappointed, Harry muttered as they stopped near the bank's exit. They were near one of the large marble columns and out of the general way of the other patrons leaving. Both had their conjured cloaks covering them somewhat, but not too much to appear suspicious. In my other reality, I was Lord Potter Black, Harry whispered. The Peveril estate was included in the Potter lordship as one. I just realized I only gained that because I did away with old Voldy. Voldy? Snape questioned softly, though his brows did shoot up at the nickname. Well, I could call him Tom since he hates that name, but I refuse to call him the Dark Lord. And your mark would hurt if I used the full name. I just figured Voldy would piss him off even more if he ever heard it. Mr. Evans, your lack of self-preservation astounds me, Snape deadpanned. I'm used to it by now. Harry waved off. Let's start knocking things off our list. First is a wand. Ollivander's is thankfully nearby. The duo quickly exited the bank and turned to their right. Ollivander's was a mere 5 doors down, and it did not take them long to get there. The bell too. The shop jingled merrily as they entered. Greetings, a young man said from behind the counter. Welcome, too, though the young man stopped mid-sentence and his eyes widened upon seeing the duo. Harry noted that his face turned slightly ashes. Gerald, is that any way to greet guests? Someone admonished from further in the shop. Footsteps could be heard and Harry saw Mr. Ollivander, who had helped him as a first year. In this reality, he wasn't yet so worn out. From the war, Garrick, Snape greeted. "Ah, Professor Snape." And, the elder Ollivander looked at Harry with soul-piercing eyes before saying, "Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to see you. Again." The young lad uttered shakingly. "Ah, I see what happened. Gerald, why don't you go wait in the back room? You're not trained enough to withstand this type of pressure." Without another word, the young lad fled from the counter, obviously happy to be removed from whatever caused his discomfort. "I apologize for Gerald. I haven't trained him yet to withstand the pressure the wand you are carrying exudes, Professor Snape," Garrick stated. "A powerful wand indeed. Even more so when it is still sealed inside that box," the wandmaker muttered. "Truly a work of a master craftsman." I don't understand," Harry uttered, looking quite perplexed. "Please excuse my companion," Snape stated. "He isn't as attuned to magic to feel its pressure. Even I grew uneasy upon feeling tendrils of it from the box. I can't imagine object empaths, such as yourself and your son, dealing with this presence." "Oye, I'm plenty attuned," Harry defended. "And what do you mean, object empaths? Mr. Pot Evans, surely you have at least questioned it, so me point how the Ollivanders know which wand matches which wizard." Snape's frown expressed his displeasure that he had to explain this to Harry. "Professor, no need to berate the young man. Object empathy isn't a widely known talent." Garrick waved off. "But we are getting a bit off track. What can I help you gentlemen with?" I need a new wand," Harry uttered while looking from Snape to Ollivander. I suppose you do, Mr. Evans," Garrick muttered while scrutinizing Harry closely. "You aren't from around here, are you?" the shopkeep then questioned. "How do you know?" Harry questioned. "Your magical aura shows me that you have faced many hardships in your life," Garrick stated. "Nothing a 15-year-old should have lived through. You also don't look like a 15-year-old at all," the man then deadpanned. "Be that as it may, I might have just the wand for you." With that said, Garrick ventured off into the back of his shop. Both Harry and Snape could hear rummaging and some slight cursing as several wand boxes fell down. When the man emerged once more, he held up a dusty box. "The only one I ever made," Garrick announced proudly. "No one has ever managed to tame her before." Harry opened the box and peered at the wand nestled inside. "Laurel, 12 inches with a horned serpent horn core," Ollivander explained as Harry picked it up. No light of acceptance happened like his first Phoenix wand, and Harry was skeptical. "Speak to it, Mr. Potter," Garrick hinted. "It loves parcel mouths." Harry concentrated, thinking of snakes, and then hissed a hello. Immediately the wand felt warm in his palm. "Oh," Harry blinked as he could feel his magic and the wand core connecting. "Finally this wand has an owner." Garrick seemed almost relieved. "Should Professor Snape also get a backup wand?" Harry questioned. "No," Garrick said more forcefully than intended. "Forgive my outburst, gentlemen," he corrected. "Professor Snape should not touch another wand but the one he has now." "I do not know where you got it from, but it's been wanting your attention all this time and its emotions seem to be on the jealous side. I would not recommend pissing it off." "You speak as if the wand is highly sentient," Snape frowned. "It might just be more sentient than we know. Frankly, I have never felt a wand like this in all my life." I can see why Gerald was unnerved. "Treat it well, Professor. It will be your greatest ally." "That was something," Harry said as they exited the shop. "Professor, perhaps you shouldn't keep that wand in the box. The goblins did say that it was some sort of sealing box. If it is as sentient as Mr. Ollivander says, then it's been waiting for centuries for another owner." "Not here. I can't very well open a magically powerful artifact from its sealing box in the middle of Diagon Alley," Severus stated. "Let's just get the rest of our supplies and we will deal with this back in, at our base." "Right. Where next?" Harry asked. "We need food and clothes, Harry," Snape grumbled. "I am still half dressed." He then gestured to the shirt he had hastily donned the morning before dashing into the hospital room. "You and I have no clothes but the ones on our back. We haven't had a bath in a day and refreshing charms can only last so long. We also have no food. I highly doubt Death will keep providing us with a fruit basket." "Gotcha. Madam Malkins it is," Harry responded. Thankfully the goblins managed to transfer the trust fund under the Evans name. We are not going to Madame Malkin's Potter when there is a perfectly good second-hand robe shop next to Ollivander's, Snape countered. We have limited funds, so we need to be as frugal as possible. Whatever you might think, a teacher's salary would not cover a whole new wardrobe. Immediately, Harry IED after Snape, who had marched into the second-hand shop without looking back. Severus, so nice to see you, the shopkeep greeted just as Harry entered. I saved you some shirts in your size you might like. Harry was a bit flummoxed at this interaction, as this meant that Snape shopped here frequently. What? Severus snapped after seeing Harry's look. No, nothing. Harry evaded, looking a bit guilty. If you must know, most of my salary goes to potions ingredients I need for my research, Snape grumbled. But doesn't Hogwarts supply those? Harry now frowned. Hogwarts only supplies the ingredients needed for potions for the hospital wing. Any individual research I do is out of my own pocket, the dour man said tightly. Now go and find some clothes that fit you. Those transfigured clothes will hardly keep. Harry nodded as he realized Snape was right. The man had transfigured Harry's hospital pajamas introspectable when they were visiting the bank, but transfigured clothes would never keep. They would either revert back to the original within a certain time frame, or they would decay faster if the transformation magic kept being reapplied. Harry quickly found some jeans, shirts, a jacket, and a pair of shoes that would fit him while Snape looked for his own clothes. At the counter, Snape paid for it all, even as Harry protested. Don't worry, Poe Evans. You can pay for the supplies, the dour man stated. Harry, still a bit put out for not being able to pay his own way, nodded. When they were out of the second-hand robe shop, Snape dragged Harry into Nocturn Alley. Next to Borgan and Burks was a small general store that sold the essentials. Harry of course paid for their supplies as Snape wandlessly shrunk them and put them in his pocket, much to the store clerk's surprise. Thank you for shopping with us, esteemed wizards, the man bade them goodbye. Once outside, Harry had a frown on his face. Just what the hell was that? He questioned. The clerk was dismissive of us until he saw you shrink those packages. Potter, you should know very well how the world works now, Snape hissed. Hogwarts alumni are considered the cream of the crop here. Nocturn Alley differs from Diagon Alley like night and day. The purebloods consider this alley basically the slums of the wizarding world. For those living here, seeing wandless and or wordless magic is considered a wonder. It saddens me to say that the children of the people living in Nocturne could never afford the Hogwarts tuition. They are often homeschooled with their family's limited magical knowledge. Harry frowned. That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't everyone get a magical education? You are still too naive. Nothing is as simple as you make it out, Snape stated. Did you even know about any of this in your own reality? Well, no, Harry stopped as he pursed his lips. The professor gave him a look as if to say that now wasn't the time nor place to argue about this. Harry kind of agreed, as they were surrounded by some unscrupulous vendors. With their supply run done, they were walking to the apparition point when they came face to face with the last person they wanted to see. Alistair, Snape greeted. Severus, Moody muttered. Word on the street is that you kidnapped Mr. Potter, Moody stated as he looked at the hooded duo. Word on the street is that you are retired, Snape shot back as if to tell Moody to mind his own business. This is highly unexpected. I only came here for an eye check-up, Moody muttered. Then you best be on your way. But now that I've seen you two, I can't just let it slide, Moody uttered while Snape frowned. As I said, there are rumors that you kidnapped Mr. Potter. Hold on, Harry interjected, startling both men. Do I look like the Mr. Potter you know? Well, you do look older, Moody agreed. Do I look coerced in any way? Harry asked. Well, no. So I obviously don't appear kidnapped, Harry continued as he wound an arm around the potion master's waist. I'm obviously not here under any duress, he said as he leaned in closer to Snape. It would appear so, Moody had to agree, as his eye did not alert him to any dark magic. Let me make one thing clear, Harry stated as he pulled Snape close. The potion master squawked at the sudden action but kept quiet as he wanted to see where Potter would go with this. He did blush, however, as Potter's hand wandered downwards. What Severus and I get up to is our own business. I am not your Potter. I don't answer to the headmaster, I am not a member of your order, and neither of us has committed a crime. Well, yes, Moody had to agree with the logic. So glad you agree, Harry stated as he unconsciously groped Snape, who blushed furiously. Now we'll be off. Toodaloo. Snape apparated at that moment, taking Harry along. 1. Chapter 15. Chapter 14. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Death's cackle would have made Bellatrix proud, Snape thought as he watched the entity double over, guffawing and nearly choking. You guys just made my day, Death then said as he tried to catch his breath, which was a wonder in of itself since he was all bones. It's a wonder you didn't get your bollocks hexed off, Master. Too many witnesses, Snape growled, which caused Harry to gulp while Death tried to hold in a laugh. Moving along, the skeletal entity said as he caught his breath, I came to tell you that I can't appear before you for some time. Wait, why? Harry frowned. Because I got grounded, Master, Death groaned. Seems Mom had big plans for this reality, but you ending up here kind of put a wrench in that. So we're basically on our own against Dumbledore, the Order, and Voldy and his merry men. Harry sighed while running a hand through his already unruly hair. You can't rely on cosmic interference for every situation, Snape muttered. It's what got you stuck in this reality in the first place. What were you even thinking about when you ended up here? Considering the mess his dramatic darkness made in my reality, I was hoping to get to a time period where I could just off him before his rise to power. Granted, I did end up in the approximate time, I just didn't court the headmaster to pull one over on me like that. Harry frowned. The headmaster I met was not like the one I knew, a bit manipulative, yes, but not this drastic. Potter. For all intent and purpose, the headmaster you knew was older. You have no idea what events turned him into the person you knew. Snape crossed his arms and stared the other man down. Your arrival here might have very well ed Albus Dumbledore on a darker path than what was intended. If he had been interested in the Master of Death or the Hallows in his younger years and you never showed up here, then he may have probably given up on that road to power. Are you saying all this is my fault? Harry questioned while gesturing to their current surroundings. Yes, Potter, that is what I am implying. There is a reason me travel over long periods has been outlawed. You ended up being your very own butterfly effect. I hate that you are actually making sense. Harry sighed as took out his wand and transfigured a wooden chair from a rock. Well, with that out of the way, I best be going. It wouldn't do for me to get on Mom's bad side. Master, I can appear if your situation is incredibly dire, but other than that you will have to make your own way in this reality now, though at least you have some company. Be glad Mom likes the both of you. With that, Death disappeared in a puff of sulfur and smoke. We'll need to think of our next steps carefully. Harry murmured more to himself, but Snape still caught it. Indeed, you have no pureblood name, no titles nor Wizengameth seats, the contents of the trust vault all the goblins could transfer, and that isn't nearly enough to win over any politicians if you wish to oust Dumbledore. You have no army of your own to fight against the Dark Lord's army, which am I. GHT I add includes the largest werewolf pack in Britain. You sure like to hit where it hurts, Snape. Harry shot him a glare. You saved me and are now in this mess with me. Why not try to think of ideas that might turn the tide? I am simply being realistic. You should know what you are up against without any sugar coating. Severus snapped back. The Dark Lord is already sending emissaries to the vampire clans and the troll tribes. Even with Lupin's involvement, the Order could not dissuade the werewolves to their side. Why? Because there is nothing to gain from that alliance, Potter, Severus explained. The Ministry wishes to keep magical creatures as secondary citizens. Look at Lupin, he barely makes ends meet. Werewolves can't get many jobs, and the jobs that they get pay them well under the minimum wage. Vampire covens are relegated to specific areas under close watch. The Centaur tribes have become recluses due to discrimination and the forcefully seizing of their land. The Dark Lord offers them change. Is that what he offered you as Weasley? Snape was silent for a good while, just staring at the other, probably debating what he should tell Harry. Finally, Snape just shook his head. I was promised revenge in exchange for my services. Revenge against who? Harry questioned. That is not important, the other man stated. Right now you need to think. What if you actually entertain what I suggested at the bank? Harry questioned. Because it is ludicrous, Potter, Snape growled. Reconciling with my grandfather is anything but a walk in the park. Getting the prince lordship and a foothold in the Wizengamot is an admirable idea if not for the fact that my grandfather despises me. He wouldn't have left you as heir if he did, Harry argued back. Clear. Lee, the man was going senile back then already, Severus grumbled. The prince line is older than Hogwarts, Harry. They put great emphasis on blood purity even if they aren't so public about it. My moth dated my father in secret because she knew. She knew Potter and she was right. She was the apple of her father's eye until she chose a muggle for a husband. That can't be the only thing bugging you, Severus. You spoke as if you have a personal grudge against your mother's family. Harry concluded. Do you know what the princes are known for? Snape asked with a frown and his eyes growing cold. Harry shook his head as even in his time the family had been an enigmatic one. The family is known to produce dual masters and the occasion battle mage every few centuries, Snape explained. It is so ingrained in their thinking that they snub any other vocation as beneath them. During my 7th year, my grandfather got hold of my Dada Newt score and offered me a deal. He'd welcome me into the family. Despite my lowly status as a half-blood, if I take the apprenticeship he offered in defense. Oh, yes, eloquent as always, Mr. Potter, Snape jabbed. I told my grandfather that I had ALR. Edie accepted a potions apprenticeship with a master from Italy. The sneer he gave me coupled with the look of disgust when I mentioned becoming a potions master spoke volumes. After looking like I was just as delusional as my mother, he left and never contacted me again. Just to rub it in his face, one day I got my defense mastery after my potions. I didn't know you had 2 masteries, Harry blurted out as his eyes widened. To be completely accurate, I have masteries in potions and defense, and a degree in spell crafting as well. Bloody hell, Harry uttered while astounded. Hermione only ever made it past 1 mastery before she called it quits and ran for Minister of Magic. It's not something I mention, Snape was dismissive. Why not? It's bloody well hot, Harry exclaimed, and upon Snape's raised brow he backtracked so fast a NASCAR driver would be proud. What I mean is, I greatly admire intelligent people. Reet, Snape drawled out. No, but seriously, Snape. Severus, think about it. This could solve all our problems. Let's say I become Lord Prince, what will you be? The dour man queried. With the name Evans you would be considered a Muggleborn. It would be very hard to gain the favor of any pureblood family even with my family name backing you. I can bring a lot of things to the table, Harry insisted. I could be your advisor as I was Lord Potter Black for a good many years before handing the title to my son. I could even be your husband or consort. Snape's brows shot up for a second time as he was sure Harry sounded somewhat giddy at that suggestion. The man said nothing and just let Potter continue. I could also remove the dark mark. Theoretically, if certain families wanted to change allegiance. You can what? Snape shouted, losing his composure for the first time. Theoretically. I never actually got to try it out, Harry stated. I was going to offer the option to you, but the process is, painful to say the least. Snape wasted no time while rolling up his sleeve and presenting it to Harry. I swear if you are lying I will gut you like a salmon. However, if you manage to get this dreadful thing off I will snog you into the next year. 2. Chapter 16. Chapter 15. Harry gulped at the seriousness of his former professor. The man had almost a wild look in his eyes while holding his arm out with the dark mark. Snape, I did say it was all theoretical, Harry reiterated. I've never actually done it. Most Death Eaters were dead or senile and in prison when I finally figured out the magical matrix. Potter, if you get rid of this offending mark from my person, not only will I snog you into next year, I will deliver the headmaster's downfall on a silver platter. There are many things a spy unearths, even from his own employer. Harry uttered before it hit him. Snape, you sodding bastard. You've been holding out on me. Mr. Potter, I am a Slytherin. Did you really expect me not to have an ace up my sleeve should the headmaster get difficult? Okay, but the process will hurt a lot. And I do mean a lot. The magic is literally designed to sear away intrusive magic, Harry explained, and while Snape was listening he didn't change his mind. When Snape wasn't dissuaded, he motioned for the other to sit down on the chair he had previously transfigured. Harry took out his new wand and with intense concentration started hissing in a low, sultry tone. Snape shivered at the sudden parseltongue while red mist emanated from Harry's wand. The mist started enveloping his left arm and a sharp stinging pain made the potion master gasp. The man bit his tongue as the mist entered the dark mark. Once Harry had finished chanting. That wasn't so, Snape said, but he stopped when the burning pain in his arm flared up. It felt like being stung by a million fire ants at the same time before his whole arm felt on fire. Snape hadn't even noticed that he had pitched forward and Harry had caught him. Not even Harry's arms around him, trying to calm him down, got his attention as the Dark Lord's magic was literally being burned away. His vision shifted in front of him. The sudden split vision caused more disorientation before he ended up fainting. Snape! Snape! Harry shouted, quite worried as the man went limp in his arms. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was pacing in his office. It was a sunny day, which was wonderful given the weather in Britain. However, he noticed none of that. Instead, he was venting his frustrations to Fawkes as the Phoenix preened. Not only had Minerva been giving him the cold shoulder, but Remus had distanced himself from the Order as well. Not only that, he needed to find a new healer for the hospital when since Poppy had quit so suddenly, and to top it all off, his wand was on the fritz. He glared at the Elder Wand on his desk. Ever since Snape had disarmed him in the hospital wing, the damn wand would not work right. Sure, it obeyed for minor spells, but for bigger ones, it wouldn't budge. He had to dig out his original wand from his room just to be able to do magic. From one of the paintings, Phineas Nigellus Black was laughing up a storm. "Will you stop that, Phineas? Your mirth at my predicament isn't helping." The headmaster glared. "Merlin, I haven't laughed this long in a good while." Phineas shot back. "Honestly, Dumbledore, with all your scheming you never planned for this to happen." "You know something, don't you, Phineas?" the other questioned. "Well, I could hazard a guess. Not only did the boy's arrival pull one over on you, but you also never even expected something like this to happen." "Phineas, I am not in the mood for games." "Very well." The portrait rolled his eyes. "Your long-standing obsession with the Deathly Hallows should have you realize that the wand chooses the wizard is truest for the Elder Wand. The wand chose you after your duel with Grindelwald and you were its master. However, when Potter arrived in this universe, he was its master as well, though the boy never asserted dominance over the Hallows yet, but that still wouldn't mean the Elder Wand wouldn't obey him as well. Furthermore, your potion's master bested you in the most ridiculous way, heretically making him the Elder Wand's master as well. To put it simply, Albus, your wand right now is torn between three masters. Should it obey Potter as he is the master of death? Should it obey you since you won it in a duel? And if so, should it obey Snape since he won it off of you? But if Potter is also his master, would that even count? Are you actually inferring that the Elder Wand is having an existential crisis?" Albus exclaimed as his brows shot up. "Its allegiance might be split three ways right now, lending each of you a third of its power, hence why you can't cast larger spells with it. Only you, Dumbledore, could have overlooked the one way the strongest wand in existence might be rendered useless." Phineas jeered. "This can't be right." The headmaster's frown deepened. "True, I could be wrong." Phineas continued to jab at Albus. "However, hadn't you once commented that your wand was feeling off? It was right after Mr. Potter landed in this reality as well. I need to consult with a professional." Dumbledore muttered as he walked to his desk briskly and stuffed the Elder Wand in his robes before leaving. Fawkes looked up from where the phoenix had been cleaning its tail feathers and warbled. "Must you always take jabs at Albus?" a female voice uttered from one of the portraits. "Well, Dame Creaseworthy, I most certainly must," Phineas shot back. "I can add me now that I may have been a lousy headmaster, however, I still cared about the students' well-being. That, however, cannot be said about Albus Dumbledore. The abuse students suffered both in and outside of school cannot be overlooked. How many children had he sent back to abusive homes? How many malicious pranks by the marauders did he brush off?" Phineas argued as the other portraits listened in rapt attention. "If I, given my reputation as headmaster, condemn the man for his actions, then what does that say about him?" "You have valid points on the current headmaster's actions, Creaseworthy, eh? Demitted, but my point is related to the rest of the castle's inhabitants. That sadistic Dark Lord does not attack the school because he knows Albus would be a most formidable foe. If it becomes known that he cannot wield the Elder Wand, these walls will not fall. Dippet exclaimed, angry that a former headmistress would even suggest that. They nearly did in my time. The lady uttered, shooting out of her chair and glaring at Dippet's painting near hers. You, sir, had not witnessed the witch trials. She shot back angry. The witch hunts were rampant through my early life. I've seen friends hanged, drowned, burned at the stake, many of them not even having a lick of magic. She shot back, causing Dippet to take a step back at the fierceness. I've seen children being brought before tribunals with accusations of witchcraft. When the school year ended, I was afraid to go home. What if one of the townsfolk accused me? Would the hangman take me next? Would my nails be ripped from my fingers until I confessed? In my 6th year the witch hunters came this close to uncovering Hogwarts. She continued. Do you know the fear all those children felt? You do not. I became headmistress to protect these children. If Hogwarts falls, quote, Antonia, please compose yourself, Headmaster Viridian said as he walked into her portrait to comfort her. Dippet did not live through our time. Do not blame him, Dame Creaseworthy. Apologies, Dame Creaseworthy. I did not mean to upset, Armando apologized. I cannot imagine how stressful your tenure had to be. While we are on the subject, Phineas interjected. There might be a way for us to ensure Hogwarts does not fall, whether Albus is here or not. The castle wards have not been strengthened since my time, and I believe it is high time we had the ward stone replenished. You know where the wardstone is? Dippet uttered, shocked. Of course I do, Phineas shot back. Why did you not reveal the location during my tenure? Are you really asking that? Phineas grumbled. Let's be real here, Dippet. You were Albus's puppet and probably one of the direct causes of Voldemort's existence. What? Armando looked aghast. Granted, the boy had Jew Saint graduated, but you needn't have been that harsh when he asked if he could become a teacher, Phineas argued. At his first attempt he still considered this place his home, and I do believe he genuinely wanted to teach. It was Albus whispering in your ear to reject his application outright, citing that Tom had no experience. After your rejection, Tom Riddle spiraled down the path of the dark arts. We were all here when you and Dumbledore had that conversation, Armando. He played you like a fiddle, citing that the lad needed at least 5 years of worldly experience before he could even be considered. So, Dippet shot back, so, he hired Severus as a professor 3 years after graduating. Phineas shot back, double standard much, especially after rejecting Riddle, who came back to reapply after 10 years. There were extenuating circumstances, Armando argued. Indeed there were, Phineas continued. But the fact that Riddle reapplied proved that he still thought of this place as his safe haven, to some degree, no matter how far down the rabbit hole of dark arts he was at that point. So again, no, you did not deserve to know where the castle's wardstone was. Phineas reiterated, obviously referring to the fact that Dippet would have blabbed the secret to Albus before he was headmaster. Thankfully we have a deputy headmistress that may hear us out. 3. Chapter 17. Chapter 16. Oblivious to the worries of the headmaster, Voldemort was casually lounging in a very luxurious clawfoot bathtub in one of the opulent guest rooms of Malfoy Manor. He had to hand it to Lucius, the man could kiss ass like no other, but he had excellent taste. His resurrection should have been a glorious revelry with his most loyal followers, yet the events of that night had left a sour taste in his mouth. Not only did a lot of his followers not show up when called, but his potion master even had the absolute gall to betray him and injure him as well. The Dark Lord looked at the now healed stump ere his wand hand used to be an unbridled anger filled his being. How dare Severus, after being welcomed into his inner circle as one of his most trusted. The spell was not something he knew, and there were no books on the counter curse so that he could have his limb regrown. So it must have been the man's own invention, the Dark Lord mused. On one hand, he was impressed, on the other he wanted nothing more than to Crucio the traitor. As Voldemort climbed out of the bathtub and put on a black robe hanging nearby, something hot suddenly hit him. He clutched his heart as he felt his magic ablaze. His entire benign shuddered as the pain became so Unbearable that he sank to his knees on the black and white tiled floor. He must have shouted, though he doesn't remember that, as Wormtail rushed in while screaming in worry. The Dark Lord did not understand what was happening, his core burned. While agony spread through his veins, he reached inward to feel his magic, to feel his core. The strands of magic emanating from his core directly connected to his marked followers, and one strand was pulsating wildly. Snape, Voldemort uttered while in pain as shock filled him when the magical thread binding his follower to him snapped. The magical backlash was great as he had used the thread to siphon some amount of magic from his followers. They pledged themselves to him, it is what he was owed. He could hear more footsteps rushing in the distance, but his vision went black before anyone else entered the bathroom. What the bloody hell? Lucius said upon seeing the scene of Wormtail standing over their unconscious lord. Oh good heavens, Narcissa uttered, shocked as she appeared behind her husband to take in the scene. The couple had been sipping tea in the salon when a house elf popped in, fretting to the high heavens. It wasn't me, Pettigrew quickly said before the Malfoys got the wrong idea in their head. Our Lord shouted and I came in to find him on the heart. He was shouting Snape's name before passing out. Why would he shout a traitor's name instead of calling for one of us for help? Lucius rounded on the jittery man. Both of you can bicker about this later. We need to get him off the cold tiles first, Lady Malfoy announced. For all we know he's having a heart attack and will need medical attention. Sissy Firecall Travers, his wife used to be a Medowitch, Lucius ordered while shooting a glare at Wormtail. You will help me get our Lord to his bed and you will not leave my sight. Peter squawked at still being suspected but nodded as Lucius performed the levitating charm. Hours later the Malfoy couple was back in their bedroom, mulling over the events of that afternoon. Narcissa was pouring a glass of whiskey and shocked Lucius by downing it in one go. I thought that was for me, her husband uttered. She simply poured another glass and handed it to him. Thank Merlin we sent Draco to our French villa for the summer, Lady Malfoy stated. The Dark Lord will not be happy when he wakes up. Magical backlash, Lucius mulled over what Mrs. Travers had stated from her diagnosis. And calling Snape's name. What are you thinking? Narcissa asked. She too was frowning as the whole situation was odd. Perhaps our Lord confided a medical condition he had to Snape, considering that he might need potions, Lucius suspected. The Dark Lord had just received a new body. His wife countered. There should be no medical conditions. Unless Pettigrew screwed up the ritual. Doubtful. Peter is still alive, she shot back. Lucius felt a headache forming while he tried to contemplate the events. It was all just so weird. Their Lord had been in full control of his magic for days now. His crucios were as painful as ever during the meetings and Denly he collapsed from a magical backlash for which the cause couldn't be explained by the Medowitch. There is one scenario we should also consider, Sissy suddenly said as she had been contemplating while staring out their window overlooking the landscaped garden. What if the cause of the Dark Lord's condition was somehow Severus's doing? What could that traitor possibly do? Lucius shot back, not even willing to entertain the notion, but Narcissa was adamant. She shot back with, we both know what Severus is capable of and what we inferred privately he could be capable of. It is why he is Draco's godfather. Lucius was silent after that because he knew it was true to a degree. Snape was not someone you'd want to piss off. Meanwhile, back in the cave Harry was still fretting as night had already fallen and he still had a lap full of unconscious potion master clinging to him. He hadn't moved much as Snape's nails dug in his arms painfully, though he had been able to relight the torches with some well-aimed incendios. What was most concerning was, and Harry kicked himself in the head for this, that he had not considered just how sadistic old Moldy Shorts was too. His followers. He knew of the crucios during the meetings of course, but the hidden feature of the dark mark had astounded him, and that was where his spell might have gone a bit haywire. The mist had been designed to earn away intrusive magic in someone's body. What Harry hadn't accounted for was that the mark was being used to siphon magic from Snape. His spell had furiously latched onto the siphoning thread, intent on burning it away, which also resulted in the heat becoming more intense than Harry had predicted. He had managed to cast Aguamenti on Snape's arm as blisters started to form, which indicated at the very least a second-degree burn. Harry frowned and wondered about an aspect he hadn't thought of before. If Voldy was marking recently graduated students, and those in 6th and 7th year, then their mag. ICAL cores hadn't expanded to their maximum yet. That only happened once they turned 21. Was Voldemort deliberately stunting the growth of future wizards and witches so that he would have less competition? A groan from Snape brought Harry out of his musings. He felt the man stir and then mutter, "Why do I feel like I'm on fire?" Because you, kind of were, sir," Harry stammered. "I'm sorry, I did. NT account for the spell to physically hurt you. The mark had a hidden feature and, Potter, cease your prattling," Snape grumbled. "There is myrtlap essence in one of the packages from the general store." "Right, A blush started forming on Harry's cheeks. "Severus, you will have to let me go if I have to get it." Snape uttered nothing, though he did release Harry and scooted off his lap. A hiss of pain escaped him as he looked at the burned and blistered area where the dark mark used to be. Harry was quickly rummaging through their supplies, ripping open several since he couldn't remember which came from which store. "Aha," Harry uttered when he finally found the myrtlap. He scooted back to Snape and proceeded to cover the wounds on his arm with several drops. Soon the skin was mending, though still red from the heat. Snape gasped at his unblemished arm, and before Harry could even put the small pipette back in the bottle, he was grabbed by the front of his shirt and snogged to the high heavens. 4. Chapter 18. Chapter 17. HMMHHUHMHMUUUMMMHH. Snape finally detached himself from Harry, allowing the very stunned and now incoherent wizards to breathe. "Who?" Harry uttered again, too shocked to form coherent words momentarily as he just stared at Snape. Then a red blush started enveloping his cheeks before Harry rushed towards the cave entrance with a quick, "Excuse me." The potion master merely raised his brow at the retreating figure before standing up himself, stretching and popping some joints from being unconscious in the same position for hours. When Y marched back, he blurted out, "You kissed me." "Of course I did. I did promise that as one of your rewards." Severus raised a brow. "You kissed me. I think we established that. You kissed me," Harry enunciated as he was still in shock. "I didn't even know you were gay." "For the record, I am bi," Snape corrected, "and how could you not know when you have been flirting with me at certain times?" "I have not, Harry. I am not daft. Even death has been playing your wingman for the past days," Snape pointed out. "Oh Merlin," Harry said as his cheeks were still pink. Had he really been subconsciously flirting with Snape? "I apologize, Mr. Potter, if I made you uncomfortable." "Know that it will not happen again," Snape said when Harry hadn't acknowledged the flirting. "No, Potter, quick," Kaylee intervened before the other could retreat. "Look, I have had a crush on you since 6th year. I just didn't realize I was flirting with you at times. Hermione and Ginny always mentioned that I was somewhat dense and oblivious to certain signs." "No argument there," Snape deadpanned. "Oye," Harry shot back. "I just was not expecting that," he muttered. "I mean, I didn't even know you could do that with your tongue." "Oh Merlin, this is so embarrassing. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, you should take a bit of time to yourself to resolve your feelings," Severus suggested as he leaned in close with Harry, shivering as Snape's warm breath brushed against his ear. "Ah," Harry blushed as Snape walked past him while adding, "Tomorrow will be an interesting day." "Wait, what do you mean tomorrow?" Harry's head snapped towards the retreating figure. "Snape, Severus, what do you mean by tomorrow?" Snape merely waved off the comment, leaving Harry wondering just what he had gotten himself into. Meanwhile, that very night Tonks and Kingsley made their way into the leaky cauldron. They had just finished a very stressful shift, not only because of the amount of paperwork their boss had piled on them, but they had been mulling over everything that had happened at the last order meeting as well. After Tonks had voiced her opinions, both had been left somewhat uneasy by the headmaster's statements. What's more, they had received a rather cryptic message by Owl that morning. The owl was a rather unpleasant feed to nip Kingsley's fingers when he kept his sandwich away from the bird. "Well, no worries. Anyone was ever going to steal that missive," Tonks had joked when the ornery bird had taken off, not waiting for a reply. Kingsley chuckled until he read that letter and passed it to Tonks. Her eyes widened as the words registered in her mind. She mouthed something to Kingsley as she stuck the letter in her coat. Of course, we are going, Kingsley confirmed, and that is basically how the duo ended up at the Leaky Cauldron after their shifts were done. Anything I can get you guys? No, Tom, but thanks. Kingsley declined. We're meeting a friend. Well, have a good night you two, Tom said as Tonks gave the barkeep a small wave as they made their way towards the stairs. The duo stopped in front of room 9 and Tonks gave a brisk knock. When no one answered, she looked at Kingsley with worry. Now Kingsley knocked, and when again there was no answer, he used an Alohomora to open the door to the room. When he peeked in with Tonks covering his six, all he saw was an empty room. The bed looked said, and there was an open suitcase on the floor near the dresser. Something is wrong, Kings. This isn't like Poppy, Tonks stated. She wouldn't just stand us up. Go back down and ask Tom if he saw room 9's resident leave, and if so, whether she was with someone, Kingsley ordered as he started casting several Auror-grade detection charms. Tonks gave a salute before making her way back downstairs. Kingsley frowned when his spells indicated that the last time magic had been used in the room was that morning, and that was to unpack the suitcase. He opened the dresser but only found folded clothes. Clearly, Madame Pomfrey had been planning to stay here a while, so why was she gone now after giving them a meeting time? He pondered. Kings, you got to hear this. Tonks ran back in the room. Owen told me Pomfrey never left after checking in. No magic's been used since this morning. Kingsley shared his findings with his colleague. So what are you thinking? Portkey, Tonks queried. No, he spell should have picked that up as well. Say, Kings, do you reckon Tom does all the room cleaning himself? Tonks asked. Maybe we should look outside the box for a bit. What are you suggesting? Kingsley frowned, but Tonks just shouted, Elf. I need a house elf here. Elf. A pop came from in between the two oars as an elderly house elf appeared. What can Murray do for masters? Stay right there for just a minute. Tonks asked the elf and then asked Kingsley to redo his spell. Same results, Kingsley stated, and Tonks looked rather proud of herself. Murray, why can't my spell pick up your magic? We house elves have different magic than masters, Murray answered as he was twiddling his thumbs nervously. We be quiet as a mouse we be when doing housework. Yous never know. Okay, a few more questions, Tonks continued. Do you know where this room's resident might have gone? Murray doesn't know, the elf hastily said. Mistress's elf popped her away 20 minutes ago. Do you know this elf? Tonks continued, but Murray just shook his head. After dismissing the elf, both oars looked at each other. We're going to have to make this an official case, aren't we? Indeed, Kingsley acknowledged. 20 minutes ago Poppy Pomfrey found herself landing on a plush green carpet after a house elf had blindsided her. Creature did as Nasty Master ordered, the old house elf stat. Ed as he addressed Sirius, who was standing in front of the former matron while a flabbergasted Dumbledore stared open-mouthed at the scene. Now one could say that the headmaster was hardly shocked by a NY thing, but what was transpiring now was concerning, to say the least. Very good creature. Just put her in one of the basement cells, Sirius stated dismissively as he produced a silver locket from his pants pocket and twirled it around. Then you can have this back. Nasty Master promises. Creature asked with eyes narrowed. Yes, you can have your piece of junk back, Sirius stated while Dumbledore finally snapped out of his shock and asked, Sirius, what in Merlin's name are you doing? As he stood up to approach Poppy. But before he could, Creature had snapped his fingers and Poppy was sent down to the basement. I'm tying up loose ends, Albus. The very thing that you promised to do, Sirius stated nonchalantly as he threw the silver trinket at Creature. The elf caught it and Papa D away, leaving the two men alone in the library. Instead of worrying about your wand, you should be worried about your hide. What does Poppy have to do with that? Albus asked, still shocked by Sirius's actions. She knows what really happened, Albus. Perhaps because you were a duck at the time you didn't catch it, but she knew that I pushed Harry down those stairs. Sirius hissed. I had Kriak, her follow her for the last few days to see what she was up to, and lo and behold, she was going to spill everything to Tonks and Kingsley. I'm sure this situation could have been resolved without kidnapping her, Albus argued. You do know that your ass is on the line as well, right? Sirius now growled as the headmaster still seemed to be protective of his ex-staff member. If she talked, you would be implicated as well. Remember, Albus, you're the one that helped me cover up Harry's death. You even obliviated Snape, who wanted to kill me in retaliation. It was all for the greater good, Dumbledore continued to argue. Perhaps if we just try to reason with Poppy. Albus, if I'm going down, I am taking you with me, Sirius stated. What has your greater good gotten us so far? James is gone, probably shacking up with Snape. He's obviously not going to cooperate with you anytime soon, and people are leaving. Don't think I don't know. Remus sent me a letter saying he's stepping back from the order. Minerva is nowhere to be found, and your little Auror pawns are questioning you. Harry, Sirius, Albus corrected. You called him James, but Sirius, still angry, just pushed past the Hedum. Aster, who had been holed up in the Black Library searching for information on wands. Just remember what I said, Albus, he threatened before slamming the mahogany door rather forcefully. No one notice. A few locks of Hermione's bushy hair stuck in between the door to the linen closet under the stairs. She had hidden quickly nearby when she had heard muffled shouting coming from the library and hell. Her breath. Sirius threw the door open and barged right past where she was hiding. She didn't hear all of the heated conversation, but enough words made it past the door for her to piece together approximately what was being discussed. Nasty mudblood shouldn't be sneaking around. Creature popped into the small closet and Hermione nearly let out a shriek. Creature, you should not give me a fright like that, Hermione admonished while trying to keep her voice down. It's mudblood who give Creature a fright. Hiding in Creature's linen closet. Creature was so frightened Creature might have dropped a key somewhere. The old elf muttered before popping away. Lumos, Hermione said after quickly taking out her wand from her jumper sleeve holder. There on the floor lay a heavy brass key. That elf has definitely been around Slytherins for too long, Hermione spoke to herself as she picked up the key. 5. Chapter 19. Chapter 18. This isn't going to work, Snape said as they were eating, and Harry's heart sank. What? Harry tentatively asked. Living like this, it's not going to work, the potion master glowered. We're squatting in a cave, cooking beans and eggs over a conjured fire, wick. Might I add, nearly burned the food to a crisp, as I can't control the magical output on this new wand quite well yet. Oh, Harry said while trying not to show relief in his voice. For a minute there, he thought that Snape was going to dump him before they even got together. It's Merlin's cave though, Potter, that doesn't change the fact that we haven't had a shower in days. One can only scourge oneself so many times before it becomes weird. Well, we have nowhere tea. Grimmauld is out of the question. So is your house on Spinner's End. Both Deities and the Order would have that place under surveillance. The leaky cauldron is an option, however it is public, so there will be flies buzzing around. I would like to think the burrow would be an option, but considering that I don't know how loyal the Weasleys are to that bastard, and that I recently broke my former future spouse's heart, Harry let the implication hang in the air. I don't mean to pry, but you were curious what happened between Ginny and I? Harry asked, to which Snape nodded. You seem to try too hard to distance yourself and not hurt her feelings, but I don't think it's the age gap between the two of you that was the only thing at work there. Snape stated while raising his brow. There was a time that I genuinely loved her, Harry said. The papers said that we grew out of love, but there were more factors at play. Snape said nothing, letting Harry think on what he wanted to share. We were the IT couple, you know, after the war. Harry started. Everybody expected it of us, but I genuinely loved her. I will admit that I am still fond of Ginny, but we grew so far apart over the years. After the war, I was lost, so to speak. Severely depressed, attending the funerals of my friends, the press hounding me every waking moment. I simply spiraled, just shut myself up in Grimmauld Place for nearly a year after the war. I got the profit still though, and I just spiraled even more. 1 year later and people still had expectations on me. The public was outraged that I didn't go into Auror training with Ron, that I hadn't proposed to Ginny yet. Harry sighed, slumping forward slightly. George, Ron, and Ginny visited me frequently at Grimmauld. Hermione sent letters as she was doing her masters in Australia, where her parents decided to stay. But that was basically all the contact I had with the world. It was Ginny who finally pulled me out of that dark state of mind, and I am grateful for that. It's why I'm still fond of her. We decided to have a go again at our relationship. I rejoined the Wizarding World, and 2 years after the final battle I started Auror training. Ron had already graduated by then, and he would often joke that he might end up my boss one day. When I graduated, I proposed to Ginny. Harry stated. Over the years I advanced through the ranks of the Aurors and was in line for head Auror. Ginny and I had 3 kids, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. My second son had your name as a middle name, by the way. Poor child, Snape deadpanned. I'll have you know he followed in your footsteps, Harry smirked. Beat your record as youngest potions master, by the way. It was close, about a month to spare. Snape raised a brow. Please tell me he didn't end up teaching dunderheads, the other deadpanned. Actually, he worked for the Hayworth Potion Consortium in France for many years. Harry replied. Then he was in good hands if it's who I'm thinking about. Snape reminisced. The only student I ever let have free reign in my potion storage. My eldest had no patience for politics and decided to join his mother on the Quidditch circuit. My daughter, however, could run laps around the Wizengamot. Due to some outdated I couldn't directly pass my titles to her, so I asked them to my sons, and they abdicated and left it all to her. You may have noticed that I'm talking in terms of years, Harry said. A lot changes when you find out you are immortal. Ginny, Ron, Hermione. They all aged, yet I stayed looking 21. Ron joked that I was stealing his sister's anti-aging serum, which got him bad boogie hexed from across the room. In that time, I had turned down the promotion to head Auror. Ron deserved it more, and I was already overworked with the caseloads I was getting. I did so without consulting Ginny, and she tore into me for a bit. Turns out she too had problems with the harpies she was playing for. She had overheard her coach discussing a new seeker, as they thought she was going to be past her prime soon. It really hurt Ginny. She had put her heart and soul into that team. I will admit, this situation put a strain on our relationship. Our finances were a bit tight at this point. Harry explained. I know what you're thinking. I was Lord Potter Black, with the Peveril estate included as well. But most of that money went to charity. Some to rebuilding Hogwarts. Most of it was to support the war orphans. The ministry was being a total pain in the ass there. They were giving you trouble because of orphans. Snape frowned. Most of the war orphans I sponsored were children of convicted Death Eaters, Harry explained. You should have seen their living conditions, Severus. The ministry confiscated their parents' estates and placed them into orphanages where the caretakers treated them absolutely horrid just because of their parents. I just couldn't look the other way when I saw one of the Avery children digging into a trash bin for food. Her caretakers had been withholding her food because her uncle killed their spouse. When I tried advocating for these children, the backlash from the ministry was substantial, Harry confessed. While I did get those kids better treatment eventually, my marriage with Ginny suffered as she was tired of being hounded by the press for my actions. That was when we decided to open our marriage. Excuse me, what? It just worked, Snape. For a period at least, Harry elaborated. Both of us were rid of each other, but we still cared about each other and our children too much to divorce officially. So we decided on an open marriage. We'd stay together for the kids but be alright with seeing other people. It's not conventional, I know, but it worked. Ginny was happy. I was happy. Until we discovered we were dating the same guy. At Severus's very shocked expression, Harry continued. So you remember Seamus Finnegan, right? He asked, to which Snape nodded. I've watched that boy try to change his water to rum for half an hour, Mr. Potter. Of course, I remember him. Minerva lost a bet to me over that. Turns out he swings both ways. I wanted to try something new after snogging Ron under the mistletoe the year before, and I met Seamus again at a bar that was holding gay nights on Fridays. We got it on. Became friends with benefits after. If only I'd known he'd done the same with Ginny. Ginny and he hit it off more than he and I, so they stayed together. I wanted Gin to be happy, so we filed for divorce. Surprisingly, the kids understood, since they noticed us sleeping in separate beds for years now. But the immortal thing still hung over my head. At the time, death had been super vague. I think he wanted to mess with me a bit. Ginny was already in her mid-40s while I still looked 21. It was awkward. With Finnegan in the picture to keep her company, we decided to amicably separate. I started traveling, and keeping in touch with the kids through letters. I was even present for my great-grandchild's birth. The world kept turning and I was just static. I saw friends die, my kids growing older, grandkids, great-grandkids, and soon enough they forget about you entirely. By the time I was spiraling again, Ginny was already gone. Death was being a sarcastic ass and the unspeakables accidentally revived Voldemort. Which landed you here, eventually. I was no spry chicken, Severus, Harry exclaimed. I might have the body of a 21-year-old but I had the mind of an octogenarian. It's feeling your age that makes you slow. Voldemort hadn't lost his touch and I panicked. I was losing. I had the reflexes, I had the knowledge but I didn't have the mindset. I was on the verge of losing, so I called up death in a desperate attempt. I had to stop that future from happening, even if it meant killing Voldy in his crib. Ironic, right? I wouldn't even fault you. I was ready to smother the Dark Lord in his sleep if I ever got sent back in time, Snape deadpanned. Why would you plan for that? Harry questioned. Let's look at the facts for a minute. Snape started ticking things off, high up a vaporized quirl. This made me laugh, because Albus was sweating bullets trying to explain that to the board. 2. Putting preservation charms on a dead basilisk. That is after. The headmaster nearly yeets me down a dark tunnel in the girls' bathroom. 3. Werewolf, escaped convict. Pretty much sums it up. 4th. Severing the Dark Lord's wand arm from his body, saving your ass, and going into hiding. At this point, concerning you or the Dark Lord, I expected time travel to pop up at some point. Well, you're not wrong there, Harry stated upon hearing Snape's logic. So random question, Harry muttered. But what did you mean by tomorrow? Today is that tomorrow and I've seen nothing yet. Which makes me very worried, Snape. You should always be worried, Mr. Potter, Snape stated before handing Harry back his Gringotts pouch. When did you? Harry questioned. Last night, Snape deadpanned. 6. Chapter 20. Chapter 19. Wait, how what? Harry followed after Severus, who was busy grabbing their cloaks that had been unceremoniously left on a nearby boulder. I didn't feel anything. Shouldn't I feel something when someone gropes me? Mr. Potter, I did not grope you. Snape deadpanned while trying to stifle a smile, though Harry still saw a twitch of his lips. I simply relieved you of your valuables. It's called sleight of hand. How do you even know how to do that? Practice. Another deadpan. Who knew my childhood skill would come in handy during spying? You picked pockets as a kid. Harry blinked, trying to wrap his head around the informant. Ion while automatically donning the cloak Snape handed him. Until I met your mother, which is also how and why we met. Snape was rather vague on that subject and Harry felt that there was a story there, though he didn't push. So, where are we going now? Harry changed the subject, though he was also genuinely curious. Snape had been tight-lipped about the whole matter. You wanted the headmaster gone, right? Or at least not focused on us for the time being, the potion master stated, completely unaware of Albus's latest troubles. Well, yes, Harry said, though he asked, are you going to transfigure him into a duck again? I'm guessing the spell wore off now. As much as I would like to, we will not be breaking into Hogwarts today. However, I have a much more interesting plan to inconvenience Albus. Severus's casual tone about the subject sent shivers down Harry's spine. Not in a bad or creepy way either, but more in an excited way. Harry had no more sympathy for the headmaster, not after he had screwed him over for nearly 30 years. In his lonely and cold cell he had dreamt of ways to humiliate and utterly destroy Albus. Too many names Dumbledore. When it was revealed that he would not acquire his estate, he had been devastated. All his plans were crumbling. He had hardly any assets in this reality, no friends either. Sure, they were his recently deceased counterpart's friends, but they weren't his and they never would be. He couldn't bank on their loyalty. The only one that had stayed beside him was his former potions master. Harry only had an inkling of what Snape must have gone through. If the potions master needed to have blackmail ready, just how much had the headmaster screwed the man over? Potter, shrink the rest of our supplies. We will not be coming back here anytime soon. Also, do you remember the identity the goblins arranged for you? Hadrian Evans, Harry for short, Muggleborn, 26. Born to Mike and Rosalind Evans, with Mike being the estranged brother of Lily Evans' father. They had me much later in life as they had trouble conceiving, and I was homeschooled and took my exams in France where we lived. Harry recited as he stuffed the shrunken stuff in his pants pockets. And you and I met how? Snape questioned further. I had decided to reconnect with the family only to find out that only Petunia was left along with her horrid son and husband. When they found out I was a wizard, I was subsequently thrown out on my ass, but not before Petunia yelled that I was just like that horrid boy, didn't know what she meant, and did some digging on my own, which led me to you, my late cousin's former best friend. We ended up getting along quite well and became friends, Harry finished with a smirk. Maybe more than friends, eventually. Acquaintance. I don't do friends, Snape stated. Intimately acquainted, Harry corrected as he gave Severus a look. I don't know about you, but I don't kiss and tell. Snape coughed awkwardly and Harry was glad to see the former spy try to hide his blush. Clearly, the man was affected by Harry's choice of words. Snape wordlessly offered Harry his arm for apparition, and the two vanished from the cave. They appeared at an apparition spot close to the leaky cauldron in a back alley. Mr. Potter, would you be so kind as to reserve one of the smaller private meeting rooms at the pub? I will be back shortly, Snape said, to which Harry nodded, and true to his word the potion master was back within 20 to 25 minutes of Harry reserving the room. I am so very confused here, Harry muttered as Severus entered the private room. The man wasted no time in setting up his own privacy spells before answering. Mr. Evans, surely you can trust me. Of course I trust you, Harry replied while not getting Snape's meaning until a knock at the door. Not 5 minutes later resounded. Cloak. Snape gestured and Harry pulled his hood up as Snape opened the door to reveal none other than Rita Skeeter. Hello, darlings, Skeeter said as she walked past Snape without an invitation. Surely you could have picked a better meeting place than a room so drab. Oh, and who might you be? She questioned as her eyes zeroed in on the closed Harry. Leave the man alone, Skeeter, your business is with me, Snape stated as he hadn't bothered to cover up. Severus Snape. Oh, imagine my surprise when I get a no. Tay delivered to my desk that you wanted to meet with me, Rita stated. Are we really going to use her of all people? Harry asked, annoyed. She's the most efficient, Snape retorted. I smell a juicy scoop, but is it juicier than the one I got? Rita questioned as she slunk to the table and sat down. What are you covering now? Snape questioned. You know, this and that, the Wizengamot sessions, own random gossip, she said dismissively. What if I tell you I had the scoop of a lifetime for you, Severus stated. It involves Dumbledore. I'm listening, Rita said, eyes gleaming. However, I will only tell you if you keep my name out of it, Snape continued. And no dicta quill. But that ruins all the fun. Rita actually pouted. Do you want the scoop or not? How am I going to verify it if I can't name you as a source? She countered. You should be more resourceful than that, Rita. Especially considering that you were a Slytherin. Do I need to chew for you as well? Snape taunted. Fine, anonymous it is. Rita grumbled as she sat down Snape and an obscured Harry. That's all I asked for, Snape stated. Now on to business. This better be good, Snape. Better than Fudge's alleged divorce due to his affair with his undersecretary scandal. Wait, what? Harry uttered, completely taken by surprise. Oh, your mystery man wants to hear the juicy bits, Rita exclaimed. Do you want this scoop or not? It will be worth it, I promise. Hit me, Snape. Do you think anything would shake me after getting pictures of Fudge and Umbridge going at it in the office? Harry's shock and possibly horrified expression was hidden under his hood, and Snape could only make out the slight flinch when Umbridge's name came up. What would you say if I told you that the headmaster of Hogwarts was embezzling funds? I call BS, Rita retorted. Someone would have caught that. Unless it was cleverly hidden, Severus stated. Tell me, did you know that alchemy is also an elective class? What about wizarding law, advanced runic diagrams, history of rituals? What are you on, Snape? Those were never classes Hogwarts offered. Rita pursed her lips. Per at least, Snape stated. The reason we never knew about them was because the headmaster never made those options known to the students, and he reported to the board that none had signed up for Those classes, though he managed to pocket the budget allocated for those classes. That's a serious accusation, Snape. Rita frowned. How am I going to verify this if you remain anonymous? Wait, you were expecting this, weren't you? Any Article 1W, right, implying any of this would have the Hogwarts Board of Directors requesting an audit of the school. Possibly, Severus said casually. Perhaps they should also look into the scholarship fund. What scholarship fund? Rita questioned. Well, if even you don't know, then this goes deeper than you think, the potion master retorted. Damn you, Snape. Damn you, Rita muttered. Without a credible source, this is just hearsay. Why does that matter to you now? Harry asked. You lapped up the gossip at the Triwizards tournament. That was just gossip, Skeeter snapped. Right now we are talking about fraud, embezzlement, and whatnot. These accusations are much more serious than teen drama. My career is on the line for this if I report it. I can roughly guess what Snape wants, Rita said, rather flustered. A full audit of Hogwarts. But I need at least some tangible angle to go off of. An anonymous source for these accusations won't hold much water. Tom Riddle, Harry suddenly said, as if realizing something. Look into a student named Tom Riddle and go from there. Do with this information as you wish, Skeeter. If your investigation finds out it is accurate, then do send me a message. I have something that trumps this, Severus said as he stood up, opened the door, and let Harry out first. Wait, Snape, what do you mean you have something better than this of all things? Ta shouted, but Severus merely slammed the door shut, leaving the reporter alone in the private room. Once the duo had exited the leaky cauldron, Harry wasted no time in dragging Snape into a nearby alleyway and kissing him. That was hot, Harry whispered breathlessly. He always dreamed of ruining Dumbledore, but seeing Severus so actively participating made his emotions sing in unexpected ways. I made my decision, Severus. I want this, all of this, Harry said before snogging Snape again. And Happy New Year. Enjoy the extra chapter. 7. Chapter 21. Chapter 20. Mr. Potter. Perhaps not in public. Severus seemed flustered by Harry's sudden bold declaration. We still have to secure our living arrangements for the future. The duo put their hoods back up, and Harry followed Snape, who made a beeline for Gringotts. The bank was quite busy this morning, and they had to wait in line to see a teller. Severus Snape to see the Prince account manager, the goblin teller said, giving both Snape and Harry a look but directing them to a waiting area. You're really going to do it? Harry questioned. You know, if this is about the promise you made in the heat of the moment, you don't have to especially if facing your maternal side of the family makes you uncomfortable. Unfortunately, you were right. We are indeed in need of more funds. If this is the only way to get access to them, then so be it. Facing my mother's side of the family was a long time coming, also, Severus stated. This whole thing does make me feel super bad though, Harry stated while not looking at Snape. And selfish too, me asking you to bankroll my revenge. At the very least let me pay you back for all your trouble once this is over, Snape, because right now it just looks like you're going to be my sugar daddy. Severus actually let out an awkward cough at that statement. Then the potion master just began to laugh. Snape. Oh, Merlin, I broke Snape. Harry exclaimed. No, Mr. Potter, I'm just laughing at the absurdity of it all. Next, you will claim that you are robbing the cradle as well. Severus bit his lip to stifle his laugh, though Harry just groaned. Please don't remind me of my age, Harry muttered while blushing. Prince, the account manager is ready for you, a goblin guard called out before directing them further down the marble-tiled hallway. Master Snape, a pleasure to finally meet you. May your gold flow. An elderly goblin greeted the duo as they entered. My name is Suffet, and may your enemies be crushed. Snape finished the traditional goblin greeting. Prince Lagoof has filled me in on the situation. He was sure you would be back to claim the lordship, Suffet said as he grabbed a folder from his desk. All you need to do is sign the official documents and you are good to go. I believe there has been a mistake, Snape frowned. From what I knew previously, I was only eligible to claim the heir seat, not the lordship. Apologies. We have tried to send you a secure letter about the matter, however, our owl could not deliver it. My best guess is that the wards surrounding your residence did not allow for any communication by owl. It seemed that after you and Your companion left our records started updating. A rather obscure clause in the Prince family charter stated that the holder of Pendragon's wand, if any such person existed at the time, would automatically be considered lord of the most ancient and noble house of Prince, regardless of any designated heirs. Snape, is your family related to the Pendragons? Harry questioned while thinking about the whole situation. Not that I know of. My mother's side of the family rose to prominence during the Norman conquest. I have no clue why they would even mention the Pendragon wand in their charter. Be that as it may, the lordship is yours to claim, Suffet stated as he presented the professor with a scroll and a blood quill. Now Harry detested those quills and he frowned, though he knew it was a necessary procedure. A lordship couldn't be claimed without it being signed in blood. Congratulations, Lord Prince, Suffet stated once the official document was signed. An announcement will be sent by the bank to all family members. As is procedure, now we will have to go over the estate, vaults, and any businesses attached to the family that the previous lords started. It was a good 3 hours later that Snape and Harry left Suffet's office. They had been instructed to wait in the lobby as a prince elf would meet them there to take them to the location. Apparently, Snape's maternal side of the family was a paranoid bunch and had warded their estate to the high heavens. A pop sounded next to the waiting duo, and a house elf dressed much like how Dobby was when Harry had first met him. Greetings, Lord Prince and Lord Prince's friend. I am the head elf Tibsby. The elf was cordial and even gave the duo a bow. Would you hold on to Tobsby so we may travel? Both Harry and Snape took each of Tibsby's hands and off they went. Harry hated apparition, but apparition by house elf seemed to be much worse. It felt like his lungs were being squeezed through a straw. What was seconds felt like minutes, and he nearly buckled over once they landed. Luckily, Snape caught him, though he too seemed a bit unsteady. Tibsby, very sorry. The elf grabbed her ears in nervousness and twisted them. Wizards not used to house elf magic. Tibsby, bad elf for not warning you. Said elf then proceeded to slam her head into the stone pillars of the iron-wrought gate. Tibsby, stop. Harry surged forward, trying to stop the elf from hurting herself. You did nothing wrong. Really? We're fine, aren't we, Professor? Harry stressed as he looked back at Severus. Yes, perfectly fine, Snape nodded. Why don't you show us inside? Oh yes, Tibsby exclaimed happily as her ears fluttered. New Lord Prince needs the wards to accept him. Please place drop of blood on gate lock. Snape used his wand to make a small incision on his finger and let a few drops of blood fall on the ancient-looking gate lock. The lock glowed orange for a few seconds before an audible click was heard. The wards have accepted new Lord Prince. Tibsby sounded very happy. Do I need to do anything? Harry asked as he wards yet. No, you just need to be invited in. Ward access is only if you and new Lord Prince are bonded. Are you bonded? Did Tibsby make a mistake? No, we're not bonded. Yet, Harry explained as he didn't want to cause the elf more anxiety. Snape raised a brow at the yet part, though he didn't comment on it. Oh, then Tibsby will address you as Master Lord Prince's partner. Harry, please just call me Harry. The elf was over the moon, and Harry got the distinct impressio that she was never granted the privilege to call her masters by their first name. Snape proceeded to invite Harry inside as per Tibsby's instruction. It was then that Harry finally got a good look at the estate. Flanking the wrought iron gate were two two-story towers. The rest of the estate formed an ellipsoid with a central area of grassy lawn in the middle. The chateau itself was 3-story, ice-high, with circular towers flanking the main building. It had seen better days, Harry noted. The internal lawn was unkempt with freely growing grass and weeds, dead trees lined the entranceway, and paint seemed to be peeling off the side of the building walls. The inside of the chateau had also seen better days. It was dark and dreary, wallpaper was peeling in certain sections, and Tibsby apologized because the lighting wasn't working properly. This is supposed to be the main Prince estate. Why is it this rundown? Severus asked, more curious than angry. Tibsby is sorry, Lord Prince. The elf uttered while wringing her bony fingers together. Tibsby makes do with what is available. One elf fixing up this large a place is. Tibsby is very sorry it wasn't presentable. Don't even think of punishing yourself. Snape ordered, which caused the house elf to pause. Are you saying that you are the only elf looking after this place? The potion master followed up, looking more inquisitive than upset. Yes, Chibsby only elf deemed necessary to take care of old Lord Prince. The elf explained. All other elves were disposed of. Disposed of? Snape's voice shook at what the elf had heavily implied. Why? Because the old Lord Prince needed taking care of, Chibsby said carefully. Not that, Snape hissed. The other elves. Why? The extended family didn't want more mouths to feed with only old Lord Prince living here, she confessed. Chibsby was old Lord Prince's nanny growing up, so was deemed essential. All non-essential staff was terminated. That's barbaric, Harry exclaimed, utterly horrified at what he was hearing. Potter, even the Malfoys would agree that that course of action was barbaric, and they aren't known for treating their house elves kindly, Severus deadpanned. You mentioned my grandfather. Snape finally broached the subject. He's still living in the estate. Yes, Lord Prince, Chibsby said, and then pleaded. Please don't kick old Lord Prince out. He often isn't right in the head anymore, but it's not his fault. Please. Old Lord Prince has nowhere else to go, and Chibsby cannot take care of him if he not here. I'm not going to kick him out, Snape stated, reassuring the elf. I'm not so heartless to kick someone suffering from dementia out on the streets. Oh, thank you, new Lord Prince, Chibsby uttered while flapping her ears happily. Thank you so much. The extended family was very cruel to old Lord Prince after everything he'd done for them. Very cruel indeed. I would, however, like to see my grandfather's living conditions, SNA. Hay stated, which seemed to make Chibsby more nervous than it should. Chibsby will comply. Please follow, the elf uttered with an air that spelled resignment. 8. Chapter 22. Chapter 21. Snape was led to the east wing of the chateau while Harry stayed behind in the petite salon. He believed that his former professor should go to see his grandfather alone, especially since they were only just defining their relationship. It wasn't his place to interfere with the family reunion, however, it may go. Upstairs, the potion master paused in front of a set of double doors in a dimly lit hallway with Chibsby next to him, bouncing on her heels nervously. Perhaps Chibsby should check first. Master has good and bad days, the elf suggested, but Snape just shook his head and turned the doorknob. The room Snape entered was one of the most well-kept rooms he had seen by far. It was obvious that the elf had been taking good care of the previous lord. The bed was made and the room was illuminated by the slowly setting sun from the large bay windows. Deep red curtains framed those windows as Snape observed his grandfather looking out of them from his wheelchair. Chibsby was addressing the man, explaining that he had a guest, but there was hardly any reaction except the twitch of a hand. Snape took a few more steps into the room as he noticed all the tiny details. In one corner of the room, there was a case proudly displaying dueling trophies. There was a fireplace for those cold winter nights, and on it, he observed a single downturned picture frame. Grandfather, Snape said as he approached the wheelchair. The man sitting in it was nothing more than a shell of the one he remembered meeting. There was no arrogance, pride, or snide remarks about his mother or his chosen profession. All that stared back at him was an old man with a blank look. Even the brown eyes he remembered glaring back at him during their one and only meeting were now dull and devoid of life. How long has he been like this? Snape asked with a frown. Years, sir, Chibsby answered. He has his good days when he remembers some things. Unfortunately, this is one of the bad days. I see, Snape pondered. Who diagnosed him with dementia? The family healer, sir, the elf replied. Chibsby feeds old master his medicine when she can. Master's younger brother purchases it for Chibsby because apothecary won't sell to elf without note from family head. There is no known potion to cure dementia. What exactly have you been giving him? Snape now asked with a frown. Chibsby can show new Lord Prince. The new Lord is potion master. Now Chibsby won't need to sell stuff around the house to pay for medicine. The elf said, rather excited, though she covered her mouth upon realizing what she had just blurted out. Before Snape could question it, a stag patronus materialized through the door. Harry's voice message played without any prompting. Severus, you need to get down here. We have a situation. Chibsby is being called as well. the elf announced just before popping her and Snape down to the room salon Harry had been waiting in. What they found was utter chaos. Wands were drawn, furniture was overturned and a shouting match was going on between Harry, who was using the upturned couch as a barrier, and 3 newcomers. Well, 2 of the newcomers were the ones shouting. The third one had actually retreated against a nook of the room. What in the bloody blue bazes is going on here? Snape bellowed, causing the argument to stop as both parties looked at each other. Who are you? The woman asked with venom in her voice. How dare you trespass on private property? Think, woman. Do you think the wards would have moved an inch if I wasn't allowed in here? Snape shot back, clearly annoyed. Harry supposed that this was possibly worse than dealing with dunderheads, as Severus called his students a few times when muttering in the cave. Master and Mistress Prince, this is the new Lord Prince, Tibsby introduced hesitantly. So the bank letter was true, the man scoffed as he looked Snape up and down. Without Severus's signature cloak, he looked less imposing. If you are the new Lord Prince, then who is that? The woman now asked while pointing rudely at Harry. We came to check up on Alexander and found him relaxing in this room. He's obviously a guest, you idiot, Snape snapped, and Harry raised a brow. Wow, the man must be very frustrated to call someone an idiot to their face. The couple looked aghast, and it was the third person that had accompanied them that finally spoke up. Mother, father, perhaps we should just go. This man was clearly younger than looked to be about Harry's physical age. You hush, Diedrich. We are here to check up on Alexander. The woman cooed in a sickly sweet tone which made Harry make a face. Apologies, Lord Prince. I am Robert and this is my wife Agnes, and our son Diedrich, the older gentleman now said, sounding somewhat apologetic. We were quite overwhelmed when we got the letter and rushed here to check on my brother. I apologize for our outburst, as we princes rarely welcome guests. My wife thought the young man to be an intruder and a squatter. It did not occur to us that he might have been the new lord's guest. Well, you could say I'm more than a guest, Harry said as he saddled up next to Snape and entwined their arms. Severus merely raised a brow at Harry's actions, but he did not deter him. He seemed to catch on that Harry wanted to mess with them a bit. You see, Severus and I have a very special relationship. You are bonded? Agnes asked as the corner of her eye twitched as she looked at how Harry laid his head dramatically against Snape's shoulder. Oh no, nothing as mundane as that, Harry laughed, though he did smirk when Snape put his hand on Harry's waist. Severus here is my sugar daddy. Excuse me. Agnes's shrill exclamation would have made Molly proud. Sue, sugar daddy, she muttered, clearly overwhelmed. You know, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Or rather any itch you might have, Harry said nonchalantly before remembering to introduce himself. Hadrian Evans, by the way. Can't say it's a pleasure to meet you lot. Evans, that's not a wizarding name. Agnes was getting more and more distressed. Please excuse my wife. She's rather traditional, Robert apologized, though he too didn't look that pleased by the news that the new Lord Prince wasn't involved with a pureblood. She is excused. This time, Snape stated. Harry here can be a real minx, he added as Potter was still latched onto him. Let me assure you that your brother is all right and is currently resting. Perhaps you could visit another time, as we still need to settle into the house. I suppose, Robert mumbled. The other extended family would also wish to meet the new lord. Perhaps we can set up a date. Indeed, was all Snape said. Wait, Master Prince, Tibsby interjected just as Robert was about to usher his family out the door. What of the medicine you promised? I still haven't gotten it, Tibsby. Perhaps next week. The ingredients are rather hard to come by. Oh, yes, I see, Tibsby uttered, looking dejected. When the trio left, Harry turned to Snape and asked, why did you let them go so easily? Because I do not want to stir the pot just yet. I have some idea of what is going on, but we will need to wait to make our move. For once, Harry, I suggest we take the Slytherin route on this and not go charging in blindly. I feel that was a deliberate jab at me. Oh, you don't say, Snap. He muttered before turning towards the elf. You said you still had some of my grandfather's medicine. Let me see it, he ordered. What are you thinking? Harry asked as the house elf popped away. I'm thinking that my relatives are idiots. Snape grumbled. It's safe to assume that the young man that accompanied them was my cousin who had been named an heir as well. I want to let them panic for a bit while I verify certain things," Snape stated as Tibsby popped back into the room holding a nearly empty potions flask. A greenish hue was caked to the bottom of the flask as only a few droplets remained. Snape uncorked it, took a whiff of it, and then grumbled, "Knew it." Meanwhile, at Grimmauld Place, a group of teens was trying to stealthily sneak into the basement. They weren't succeeding much. Ron uttered only for Fred to clamp a hand over his mouth. "Do you want us to get caught?" "I couldn't help it. I stubbed my toe," Ron hissed, to which Ginny just rolled her eyes and elbowed him to suck it up. "Guys, can we please?" Hermione growled while she carefully opened the door leading to the basement. The group descended into part of the basement Snape had remodeled into a lab and bedroom. The twins actually whistled in awe while saying, "Gotta hand it to the dungeon bat. He's efficient," George finished. "What are you guys on about?" Ron questioned. "Oh, Ronikins, you wouldn't know, but setting up an impromptu potion lab takes skill. We are very impressed. I find it rather disrespectful that Professor Snape was relegated to the basement," Ginny spoke up, surprising them all. "I get that this is Sirius's house, but all the other Order members got proper rooms." "Hold on, sis," standing up for the dungeon bat. "Oh, knock it off, you two," Ginny growled. "Professor Snape did me a solid last year. It made me see him in a bit of a new light." The curious eyes of the brothers landed on Ginny while she and Hermione shared a look. It was Hermione who interrupted the silence. "We are here to free Madame Pomfrey," she reiterated. "Now is not the time for inquiries." "Right, yeah," the twins respond while Ron nods. As the group delved deep into the basement, they found the cell Poppy had been imprisoned in. Using the key provided by Creature, they could easily open the cell to check on how the matron was doing. "She's severely dehydrated," Hermione was disgusted. "Did Sirius order Creature not to feed her or give her water? Is it safe for her to sidelong apparate?" George asked with a frown as he took in the state of the woman. "Who patched them up after their experiments?" "We have no choice," Hermione stated. "Once we leave here with her, we will not be safe either." "I'm all for it. Madame Pomfrey was there for every one of us," Ginny stated. "Letting her rot in here is barbaric." 9. Chapter 23. Chapter 22. Mom. The twins shouted in unison, causing Mrs. Weasley, who had been stirring a pot of soup on the stove, to nearly drop her ladle. The twins had apparated directly into the kitchen/dining room of the burrow with an unconscious Poppy in between them. "What in Merlin's bloody beard?" Molly shouted while having drawn her wand. "No time to explain. We need your help," Fred and George said as Molly suddenly found herself with an armful of unconscious Poppy. The twins apparated out of the burrow again, with no more explanation, just as Arthur ran through the back door, having felt his wards go off. "Mollykins, what was that, the boys?" Arthur looked as confused as ever until he recognized Poppy's unconscious form. The sound of apparition echoed in the kitchen once more while Molly and Arthur had laid Poppy down on their sofa. Molly thought that it was the end of all this chaos and she could get some answers from her boys, only to be met with even more frantic screaming. "Mrs. Weasley, Ron got spliced. Where is your potions cabinet?" Hermione looked rather frantic while Ginny was pressing the hem of her skirt onto her brother's arm where blood was oozing. "Dad locked down the burrow and Flo," George said. "I promise we'll explain, but no one should be able to enter the house right now. Especially not the headmaster or Sirius. I can't just cut off. Dad, please, this is important," Fred uttered while Molly came back with her first aid potion bag. "Dad, just do what they say," Ron shouted through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, Minerva was staggering up the stairway back to her quarters. She felt positively drained and just wanted to lay down in her favorite +H chair with some fire whiskey to accompany her. "Minerva, oh Merlin, what happened?" Lupin's voice broke through her thoughts. I'm fine, Minerva uttered before she realized something. "Why? Gee, what are you doing here in the dead of night?" It's a long story." Lupin looked rather hesitant. "I just really needed someone to talk to make sense of it all," Lupin continued. "Help me up to my rooms and we'll talk," Minerva muttered, a demand Lupin immediately complied with. It took Remus a good 7 minutes to help his former professor to her rooms. All the while Mago lipped about why she was so exhausted. It was only once they reached the safety of her suite that she flopped down into her wingback chair and summoned a bottle of fire whiskey from a nearby cabinet. "Well, don't just stand there, sit," Minerva urged before pouring a good amount into the 2 tumblers she had also summoned. "It's still weird, drinking with my former teacher," Lupin uttered, though he did take a swig of the amber liquid. "Remus, you've taught here before. You've seen what goes on in the teacher's lounge," Minerva said bluntly. "And I can never unsee it," Lupin shuddered. Honestly, what was he headmaster thinking with weekly game nights? The Monopoly episode was bad enough. "Pomona is craftier than you think," Minerva warns while gesturing with her glass. "But you never saw Poker Night. That was the only game the headmaster banned." "So," Lupin murmured, "you're wondering why I'm not the spry sexy tartan-wearing dove tonight." McGonagall actually smirked when Lupin nearly choked. Shish. Was getting on in her years, so she may as well get her kicks where she could. "If you must know, the headmaster has sent a missive that he would be away from Hogwarts for the rest of the summer, and the paintings of the former headmasters found it necessary to pick this year to recharge the wards, which is why I am currently very low on magic. Honestly, Albus owes me hazard pay." "So," Minerva countered, "I guess it's my turn to explain now," Lupin stated while looking at the amber liquid with a frown. "The wolf in me has been feeling conflicted," he confessed. "You might have probably already heard, but I declined Albus's request to visit the werewolf packs to try to convert them to our side. Ever since Harry died, my wolf's side has been inconsolable. Harry was part of my pack. He was my cub too." Lupin looked like he was holding back tears when he confessed this. And Albus just brushing off his death to replace him with another Harry from another reality just a day after holding a service for him hurts a lot. Even Snape had more compassion, and he and Harry didn't quite get along. What's more, now Lupin hesitated. Whenever Sirius speaks, I just have this sneaking suspicion that he's lying. I don't know if it's just me, or the werewolf part influencing this notion, but whenever Harry's name comes up I can just smell the agitation." Minerva stayed silent as Remus downed the rest of the fire whiskey in one go, savoring the burn down his throat. I want to understand just what is going on," Remus continued. "The headmaster is so dismissive of our concerns and Harry's death." Siri feels agitated. "This other Harry and Snape are missing. We're very likely on the cusp of a war, and it feels like the order is fracturing." "There's more," Minerva muttered. "Moody came by yesterday. He wanted my opinion on a certain matter." "Well, matters," she continued as Lupin gave her his full attention. "Apparently Moody ran into Severus and more mysterious Harry in Nocturn Alley. He confessed that Harry didn't look kidnapped at all. In fact, it was Severus who looked the more uncomfortable of the two. This is contradictory to what Albus told everyone in the last meeting. Apparently, so he's going to look more into things himself. They were actually roaming around in public." Lupin's brow shot up. "What is Albus going to do? He can hardly cause a scene and whisk away in broad daylight in a public space." Minerva scoffed. "The Order isn't an official group. We'd face the same public scrutiny the Dementors are facing right now if we tried to pull anything like that, and I do believe our reality-hopping Harry knows this." How Albus was suddenly going to explain a 21-year-old Harry Potter to the world instead of the 15-year-old we knew and loved is still a mystery to me. McGonagall shook her head. "The pressure from the Ministry isn't helping either," Lupin said softly and then blushed. "I sort of heard Albus ranting at Snape one time in Grimmauld. It seemed Fudge was trying to push Albus out of his Wizengamot seat and possibly the headmaster position, claiming old age. Albus was ranting that it was a Ministry ploy to make Harry a ward of the state so that the minister or one of his underlings could become proxy to the Potter seats. This whole thing is going to become a mess, Remus," Minerva stated. "My advice, jump ship while you can. I might be friends with Albus, but even I can spot a sinking ship." 10. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. "What the hell was that?" Death exclaimed while throwing popcorn into the viewing pool. "Are you actually cringing over an article?" Fate interjected. "Also, don't throw food in the viewing pool. Mother just had that cleaned." Not the article. That was bloody hilarious, Death chortled before pointing to Snape and Harry. What's all this drama you created between them, sis? Did you expect them to just go at it like rabbits? Fate huffed while placing her hands on her hips. Oh Merlin, you did, didn't you? Love doesn't come willy-nilly, she added while flicking Death in the head. But my master hasn't gotten laid in over 70 years. That is counting his imprisonment by the way. Death grumbled. You were one smut-obsessed skeleton. Fate deadpanned. Hey now, either way, their fates are in my hands. She stated. Mother has decreed it so. Well, I'm still your favorite brother, right? Dia. TH changed his tone upon hearing that, but Fate merely rolled her eyes and walked away. Right. Meanwhile, back on the mortal plane, Harry was reading Skeeter's article aloud. Has come to attendee. On that the recent Dementor attack on an unsuspecting Muggle family is closely related to corruption within the Ministry of Magic at its highest levels. On the 2nd of August 1995, the unsuspecting Dursley fam. Eiley had been attacked by rogue Dementors. By the time the Aurors and Obliviators mobilized, the family had had their souls sucked out. What was once believed to have been an accidental collapse of part of the Azkaban wards now reveals itself as deliberate sabotage and murder. For my dear readers, the Dursley family residence was also the residence of our dear Mr. Potter. This was disclosed by a reliable source. Who sent the Dementors after Mr. Potter? Why, my dear readers, none other than Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge on behalf of our dear Minister Cornelius Fudge. Sources within the ministry indicate that Ms. Umbridge holds a deep obsession with her boss Minister Fudge, and the minister does not deter her advances. No monetary compensation seems to have been exchanged between them, so one and only assume that this was an act of passion on Ms. Umbridge's part to please her object of affection. But the question you might all be wondering, dear readers, is, how does Albus Dumbledore fit into the whole scheme? The question you all should rather be asking is, how did Ms. Umbridge know where Harry Potter lived? The minister seemed to have been as clueless about the address until it was pointed out, so he could not have been the source. Albus Dumbledore, however, would, and his long-standing animosity towards the minister might stem from his secret love for Ms. Umbridge. Did Undersecretary Umbridge seduce the headmaster into giving up a student's address? Possibly. Or a more realistic scenario, did Ms. Umbridge blackmail the headmaster? This reporter has recently found out from an anonymous, but very reliable source, that embezzlement sits right at the heart of our prestigious educational facility. It has come to light that the headmaster may have pocketed the budget set out by the Board of Governors for certain classes that, while on the register, have never been made public to the student body. When interviewing several students from all houses, they confessed that they had no idea that they could take classes such as wizarding, law, basic and advanced runic diagrams, and alchemy as electives. That is only to name a few. What has really been going on between Albus Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, and Dolores Umbridge? How sordid is this affair, and how far into the ministry does this corruption truly lead? Matter of all, when was the last time Hogwarts was audited? And where is Harry Potter? Gammon. Skeeter strikes again. Harry whistled in awe. For once I am all for her wicked way with words. Though it's a shame about the Dursleys. I didn't like them per se, but Dudley's future daughter was going to be a bright young witch. Harry had a sad expression for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and put the paper down. I really shouldn't dwell on the what-ifs in this timeline. I've already come to terms with my children never being born into this reality. However, I didn't think the butterfly effect would be this far-reaching. Snape, I know you wanted to talk about some things yourself, but could I have some time to myself for a bit? Harry requested. Understandable, Mr. Potter. I, myself, don't have a straight answer to your question either, Snape replied. Perhaps explore the estate a bit. There is some paperwork that I need to peruse as well. Right. Yeah, let's do that. Harry nodded. Maybe we could talk at lunch. Of course, Potter. Harry. You should call me Harry. Whether we are in a relationship or not, Severus. I think we've been through enough for you to just refer to me by my first name. Very well, Harry. I will see you here for lunch. Severus gave a sharp nod before retreating out of the room. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair and stood up himself. Perhaps some exploring would do him some good. As Severus had retreated to the Lord's study, Harry set out to do some exploring to think and clear his head. He needed to figure out his feelings and what his presence was doing to this reality. Harry ventured towards the West Wing, which Tibsby had stated could not be maintained due to limited funds and with only one house elf. The elf had actually been rather sad about it, as she explained. In that the West Wing housed the Hall of Portraits. Past lords and their families had been enshrined there, but due to the family having no care for the thoughts of paintings, they had been mostly ignored. Harry, becoming a bit of a history buff in his 50s, was fascinated by this and asked Tibsby for the way to the Hall of Portraits. He was curious about what Snape's ancestors looked like and the general history of the family. It was an ancient and noble house that had kept to itself even in his future reality. He never learned who became the Lord then, though he could measure a guess. The cracking of the double wooden doors to the hall emphasized the need for restoration. The hall itself was dark, with no lamp in sight, so Harry cast a lumos which got him an immediate reaction. "Oye, shut that off, ya brat," one of the paintings shouted while another hissed, "Can't you see we are trying to sleep here?" "Sorry, I was just trying to get a good look," Harry apologized and dimmed his lumos a bit. The paintings were still dissatisfied by his sudden intrusion, though with the dimmed light they were less ornery. "Are you my heir?" one painting asked with disdain dripping from his voice as he looked Harry up and down judgmentally. No," Harry answered. "Who are you?" "Selwyn Prince. I am the father of Alexander Prince." The painting then gestured to a frame next to him that had an unmoving painting of a young, aristocratic man. "As my son isn't here to annoy me yet, then that means that he is still alive, though he should have named an heir by now. My granddaughter Eileen's NTING has already been activated, and she only mentioned having one son, though you look like no one in the family." "I'm her son's partner," Harry stated. "Just looking around really. I'm a very big fan of family histories." "Why so hesitant about the partner bit? Is my descendant not good enough for you?" Selwyn asked accusingly. "What? No, of course not." Harry held up his hands placatingly. She's just. We still need to figure our relationship out. It's a bit. There are certain circumstances. You aren't married, are you?" "My family wouldn't suffer fools," Selwyn frowned. "No," Harry defended. "Look, I'm just here because I want to know more about this family." "Well, considering that the chateau's defenses haven't turned you into a pile of dust, I suppose I can trust you," Selwyn muttered. "Go to the end of this corridor. There you will find the founder of the family," Selwyn stated. "Whether he will enlighten you or snap at your lack of brains for disturbing him, well, that remains to be seen. Even we former lords don't know our true family origin. But why is it such a mystery?" Harry muttered more to himself with a frown. In his reality, nothing really was known or stood out about the family other than that they produced quite a few dual masters. Selwyn was acting like there were more secrets to this family and the other paintings were simply staring him down as if daring him to walk to the end of the corridor. So Harry did just that. He could be a stubborn mule. He knew a challenge when he saw one and wasn't ready to back down. His conscience, sounding suspiciously like an exasperated Snape, was admonishing him for being so reckless. When Harry reached the end of the corridor, he was met with a pair of blood-red curtains and a hanging rope knotted in a tassel nearby. Harry pulled it to reveal the painting of a regal young man dressed in armor while leaning on his unsheathed sword. Now Harry knew where the Prince family got their looks from. The young man was conventionally attractive, with his sharp black eyes and long black hair that was braided into a ponytail while he held his helm under one arm. "Who dare disturb min rest?" the young knight led while his eyes pierced Harry's, causing the other to actually gulp and take a step back. "If ik wa not een painten the wold feel min bladdy." Now, no need for violence," Harry exclaimed as he took a step back. His medieval English was rusty, but he could still understand most of the sentence. "If thee d non other fear min bladdy, then perhaps thee like fear min wanade." The painting aid as they produced a very familiar wand. "You wielded the Pendragon wand?" Harry asked upon recognizing it immediately. "Who dare the utter name Pendragon in min presence?" The man in the painting hissed as his eyes hardened. "Hider wa min father wanade." In transition he'd none other behalf d with sin despicable Arthur. Okay, I see you are very testy about that last name. Harry said hastily. But what will I call you? I am Mordecai, brother of Melian and son of Mordred, the man announced in perfect English. Wait, you can speak modern English? Harry exclaimed, quite shocked. Of course, I can speak modern English as well as thee. Being around my descendants has benefits, Mordecai stated hauntingly. Then why did you have me nearly break my brain with medieval English? One should get their kicks where they can, Mordecai declared. Did thee think I was uneducated? I studied under Sir Ambrosius himself. Harry gulped at the mention of Merlin's name. Look, all I wanted was to know more about this family. I can happily tell thee though thou must do something for me first, Mordecai stated. What exactly do you want? Freedom, Mordecai stated. Thy Norma N descendants hath imprisoned me in thy frame. Only the touch of this wand can free thy, he pointed towards the one in his hand. Okay, that I can do, Harry said rather happily, catching the painting off guard. I hope you don't get motion sickness, Harry then said just before casting the levitating charm. Wait. What? Inden ich down. Mordecai reverted to his old manner of speech as he levitated from his place on the wall and clumsily yanked through the hall. 11. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Severus. Harry shouted excitedly after bursting through the study without knocking. Snape, who had been poring over several documents, was startled by the sudden intrusion and glared at Harry. Knocking exists for a reason, the dour man grumbled. Yes, sorry, Harry said, though he clearly wasn't. You will never guess what I found, or are you actually expecting me to guess? Severus questioned. If so, then the list of possibilities would be too long, since you tend to stick your nose in too many odd situations. You know what? I'm not even insulted by that comment, Harry responded while walking back towards the now open double doors and dragging a huge painting inside. Unhand me this instance, you rapscallion. The person in the painting rebuked rather harshly. How dare you bang me against several surfaces? First of all, it was only 2 doorways, Harry defended. And second, I thought you wanted to be able to roam outside your frame. Harry turned the painting to face Snape without waiting for the painting's answer. Mordecai meet Severus Snape, your descendant. Severus meet Mordecai, the founder of the Prince family. I apologize on behalf of Mr. Potter. He can be a hellion. Snape stated impassively. I can believe that, Mordecai replied. It's a wonder you haven't gone gray yet. Indeed, Snape muttered. Hey now, Harry uttered. Well, at least you two are getting along, even if it's at my expense. Ho, Harry, Snape corrected. Please explain. Okay, so Mordecai, here, got cursed to be locked in his frame until the Pendragon wand, which he hates the name of by the way, touches his frame. In return for freeing him, he has promised to tell us the unfiltered Prince family history. And I would care why? Severus asked while crossing his arms. You and I both know why I took on this lordship. I fail to see why I would be interested in the history of the family that condemned my mother. Quote, well, Harry thought of a good comeback while Mordecai balked at Snape's response. Knowledge is power, remember, Harry pointed out. The more you know about this family, the more prepared you can be. According to your great-grandfather's painting, none of the previous lords knew the whole history. Isn't having information no one else has a good thing for a Slytherin? He continued, pressing. Come on, Snape, aren't you at least a bit curious? Harry pressed. Okay, fine. What exactly do I need to do? The potion master asked. Just touch your wand to the frame, he said. It has to be that specific wand, Harry added. Mordecai watched in bated breath as his descent produced his father's wand and touched it to the canvas. A blue glow enveloped painting before disappearing, and Mordecai tentatively reached out of the frame. When nothing bad happened, Mordecai ran out of his frame and appeared in one of the frames in the study, a quaint pasture painting. The man had so much glee that he disturbed the cows grazing and evoked the wrath of a nearby painted steer. The creature charged at Mordecai, horns ready to pierce the man's armor, but he man in question ran out the other end of the frame and fell into another painting. This time Mordecai face planted onto a large sunflower. Okay, for the record, I was not expecting any of that, Harry stated. It feels great to be free. Mordecai exclaimed as he sat atop a swaying giant sunflower. The oil painting was of a sunflower field at sunset and hung behind Snape's desk. Come closer, my friends and benefactors. I shall not renege on my promise to tell you of this family's history. In fact, I shall do so in great detail. Picture it, the 500s AD. Mordecai began, now sitting cross-legged on the sunflower. I, Mordecai, was the youngest son of Mordred Pendragon. I had an older half-brother named Melian. We did not share mothers. Melian's mother was a Welsh woman named Quilog B. Oot. After giving birth to him she left him and Melian was raised by the wet nurse. My father fell for the nurse's motherly nature and I was conceived. We would have been raised accordingly at the time as the heir and the spare, had it not been for Mordred's strained relationship with his father Arthur. While Mordred was Arthur's only heir at the time, he was still considered a bastard. Arthur was content to make Mordred his heir, especially when it came to light that Queen Guinevere could not conceive due to poisoning. However, the faction that was against a bastard taking the throne of the Britons framed Mordred for the kidnapping and subsequent poisoning of Guinevere. This created an even bigger rift between father and son. The breaking point came when Arthur caught Mordred practicing magic in the forest. Arthur, who had in his later years taken on a disdain for magic, whipped his son publicly for its use and then proceeded to name an outsider, and Roman, as heir, Constantine. The aim was spat with such vitriol that Harry gulped. A Roman? Can you believe it? Those curs should never have stepped foot on Britain's soil. Mordecai hissed. Of course, the Saxon faction supporting my father as heir would not sit still at this blatant insult. At that time Malane and I were already past 10 summers old and joined the uprising. We were there when Mordred slayed Arthur. He drove Clarence straight through the man's heart. Fitting end. Really, Mordecai stated. Clarence was initially a ceremonial sword, gifted when Mordred became a knight of the Round Table. Now it pierced the heart of a man who could easily discard his son simply because he had magic. Can I ask a question? Harry interrupted by raising his hand. Please feel free to ask all the questions you want. I will answer what I can, Mordecai stated. Didn't Arthur hate the Saxons? Why would there be a Saxon faction in his court and why would they support Mordred? I was quite young then but I have heard the stories. Mordred joined his father's battles with the Saxon invaders to curry favor with the nobles and Arthur. In one such battle, Mordred spared a battalion of Saxons. The Saxons had been prepared for no mercy in the face of an army that overwhelmed them, but Mordred's actions surprised everyone. It turned out that they were Saxon slaves that were used as scouts and cannon fodder as well as soldiers that had displeased their commanding officers. They were sent there to die while the rest of the army retreated. Mordred passionately defended letting the Saxon defectors live and thus they in turn supported him in the court. Now where was I? Oh yes, Mordecai uttered. The coup to usurp Arthur truly started from that moment. Arthur's armies had no magical support this time as Arthur and Merlin had a falling out. In the end, Mordred pierced his father's heart with Clarence, but afterward, he was beheaded by Lancelot in an ambush. Both Melian and I managed to escape the battlefield. Melian took our father's wand while I took Clarence. Neither of us could wield Excalibur, so it was left near Arthur's body. Without Mordred the coup lost its momentum. Melian hid in a London friary while I found sanctuary in the Church of Amphibolus. Constantine rose as the new king of the Britons and was known to history as King of Dumnonia. Under his rather short rule he sent Lancelot to deal with us. While from a bastard lineage Melian and I were still Pendragons by blood, Lancelot assassinated Melian at the friary but left father's wand behind. That's how Merlin found it. He delivered it to me at the church and decided to make me his apprentice. When Lancelot came for my head all he killed was a golem. Constantine of course was happy that the thorns in his side were gone, if only he knew a divine retribution would be right around the corner. 3 years into his rule Constantine was assassinated by his nephew Aurelius Canonus. Aurelius was a tyrant. He coveted his uncle's kingdom and the hand of Lady Guinevere. The kingdom he got, the lady, not so much. Lancelot absconded with Lady Guinevere. However, Aurelius's knights caught up to them. Lancelot was beheaded and the lady was dragged back to the court. When she refused Aurelius's proposal that time, he ordered her to be burned at the stake as an example for those who had thoughts to defy him. The death of Lady Guinevere was unfortunate. What Aurelius hoped to be an example to the masses to solidify his rule turned into his downfall. The former queen was loved by many, and with her brutal death she became a martyr that sth. At time I was learning all that I could from Sir Ambrosius. I cared little for the civil war that raged in Caerleon. Let it rage, I thought. Caerleon was nothing but hell for my father, brother, and me. Once the civil war was over, the castle had fallen, and the villages were ravaged. Taxes were raised to exorbitant heights by the victors. What once was the seat of the Round Table was nothing more than fractured states right now. The perfect time to strike. Once I made it known that I was alive, I still received some support from my father's allies. We took down those in power swiftly and unified the region once more. But I would not go by Pendragon. No, that name held so much misery, and I would not have it associated with my rule. It was unoriginal, but it was accepted. My descendants and I would be known by Prince. We were once Pendragons, princes of Britain, and our seat of power would be where it had been initially ordained. 12. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. I see, however, that does not explain how you got cursed to stay in your frame, Snape said from where he was seated. The giant sunflower swayed with Mordecai on it, but it seemed he didn't care. His attention was on both Severus and Harry, eagerly waiting for them to ask that. Yes, funny story on that, Mordecai said. I got cursed because I was talking too much. Look, I will explain in detail, he added upon seeing Severus's brow lift and Harry frown. After putting an end to the Civil War Council, my compatriots and I were welcomed with open arms by the masses. Especially once we declared that we would lower the taxes. Aurelius had already raised the taxes to fund his lavish and debauched lifestyle. After he was deposed, the Civil War Council raised the taxes even more with the excuse of using the funds to rebuild. Not rebuilding occurred and the populace suffered. That's why there wasn't much displeasure with the deposition of the council. The surrounding lands were quickly unified under Prince rule, and it stayed that way for almost 5 centuries. By then, of course, I had already passed, but my painting hung at the entryway of the new Prince Castle. I saw much of history unfold all those centuries from my spot. Prince Castle. Snape frowned. That estate was never mentioned by Gringotts. Well, it sort of was, Mordecai answered. This chateau is built on the remnants of the castle. I guess I need to add some more detail. Mordecai realized. So Caerleon's main castle, what most now term Camelot, never liked that name, was burned to the ground in the uprising after Guinevere's death. When the Civil War Council took over, they used one of the smaller castles in Caerleon, belonging to one of the noble families that supported them, as their base of operations. I ordered the main castle rebuilt on the ruins of the old one after disposing of those wretched scum. That was then named Prince Castle. The castle stood fast for nearly 5 centuries until the Norman invasion. The family and their knights protected the region to the death. However, the castle fell when Norman invaders finally managed to breach the walls a month before a truce was announced. The Prince family still held a lot of influence in the area and continued to resist the Normans well after the castle fell to ruin. But that was more pockets of rebellion and ambush. Attacks on convoys. A month was not enough for the Normans to establish their influence in the region, and with the truce they thought it best to gain power through a marriage pact. That was how the Lord Prince at the time married the daughter of a high-ranking Norman invader. Not much of the Prince Castle survived. Luckily my painting suffered minimal damage and could be restored. I cannot say the same for some of my descendants. The chateau was built on the site after the Glyndŵr Rising in the 15th century, but before that, the family lived on a smaller estate not so far away. While still a prominent influence in the area, there was some financial struggle. What no one suspected at the time, though they should have, was that the Norman family that married into ours tried to assert more influence. First subtly, but it gradually became more apparent. Traditions were changed, and family rituals were forgotten. They were quite indigent when they could not change the charter. During those years I was very vocally against them. Those Normans never licked when the current lords called on me for advice, so they chose to silence me. I was cursed to be locked in my frame and forgotten. unable to speak of this family's illustrious past. Only the wand that I once wielded could break thy curse. I slowly had to watch my descendants' portraits be added to the hull, each getting more prideful and arrogant as decades went by. Where this family once valued knowledge as power now stood lords that valued simple dueling and magical power over all else. Before the Normans, our family thrived as curse breakers, alchemists, and spellweavers. Now we've been reduced to dueling masters. Mordecai spat those words as if it were a personal affront to him. I have a question that has been bothering me, Snape stated while crossing his arms. Mordecai stared back, bending his head slightly to the right in curiosity. If this wand was mentioned in the charter, then why and when was it sealed away in Gringotts and the key presumably lost? All the goblins knew was that the vault in question belonged to your older brother. It was a decision of my own making on my deathbed, Mordecai explained. There is a popular saying, the wand chooses the wizard, though that is an oversimplification. The full saying goes Thyrsus eligit, magum putent ad gloriam adducendum. That is loosely translated to, the wand chooses the wizard they believe in bringing them glory. That a wand needed to be a staff or a stick was only perpetuated after Merlin acquired his hemlock staff. Before that, wizard folk channeled their magic through stones and even plants. I once encountered a minority group while traveling with Sir Ambrosius that clung to the old ways. One lad, who would later become a great friend to me, could channel his magic through reed grass only. It was just the medium that worked for him. Nowadays he would have been classified as a squib, mainly because a wand never accepted him. So you're saying that squibs have magic, a wand just doesn't work for them to bring out their potential? Harry questioned, flabbergasted. He always thought squibs were the product of pureblood inbreeding, though this school of thought made him question if that was really the case. Correct. If the correct medium is found for a wizard, they could unleash their full potential. However, as wands became more mainstream, that school of thought was considered outdated and soon forgotten to history. This rise in the use of wands was mostly supported by the Ollivander family. Even in my time, they were a prominent clan. Hold up, what? Ollivanders? Makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Did you think that slogan was just a marketing strategy? Severus questioned. Garrick, at one point on a drunken night, mentioned some of his family history to me. It was clear that he felt embarrassed by his descendants, though he would not explain why. And rightly so, it was quite the scandal during my time, Mordecai stated matter-of-factly, which caught the duo off guard. The Ollivander clan was part of a Gaulish Parisii tribe that settled in Britain around 300 BC near what is now Yorkshire. With them, they brought the initial concept of wands for wizarding folk. Though at the time it hadn't caught on, as it was of an unpopular opinion. The family worked mostly as object empaths to bind the wizard or witch with the medium that suited them best. They only began pushing their wand agenda more after Sir Ambrosius had them craft his hemlock staff. Sir Ambrosius had never needed a medium to channel his magic, as he was that powerful, though when he took a hemlock branch he found that his magic flowed more freely and thus brought it to the Ollivanders for examination. The Ollivanders crafted his staff and owned through history the concept of using wands caught on, Snape stated. Correct, and the scandal I spoke of happened right at the height of the Ollivander clan's campaign to popularize wands and boost their business. When the heir to Th. E. Ollivanders was born, he was not compatible with any wand combination the clan's craftsmen created. The lord and lady at the time were quite obviously devastated that their child had no access to magic. Obviously, he could never inherit the family business then, so the couple tried for another child. The younger brother was conceived and showed great aptitude for magic as the child bonded to a wand at the mere age of 6. The elder brother was ignored afterward and kept hidden from the growing wizarding population at the time, as if he was a shameful piece of trash. The story goes that one day the elder brother snuck out of the clan's compound and came across a young lady by the street selling flowers. Wanting to be kind, he bought a white rose. It is said that at that moment he felt a surge of magic running through him. Miraculously he performed a simple Lumos spell right there and then, and he succeeded. Passers-by who had recognized him as the Ollivanders' shameful son were in shock, and soon rumors spread through the area. The young man rushed back to his family to show them that he indeed could do magic. However, he was only met with more scorn. No one in his family could accept that their wands never worked for them, but a simple flower had. In the end, he passed away. Whether it was due to his own hand or the hand of his relatives, trying to sweep everything under the rug was always under speculation. But I have digressed. Going back to your question about my father's wand, Mordecai muttered. In my younger years, as I wrote the family charter, I had foolishly put the clause of gaining ownership of my wand as the automatic right to claim the lordship. My father's wand, powerful as it may be in choosing me over my older brother, had inflated my ego at the time, I admit rather embarrassingly. It was only in later years that I realized what internal strife that clause could bring to the family that boasted many talented heirs. I had no idea where this wand actually came from. Father always boasted that it was a gift from Lady Magic, and that myth persisted. I had always suspected that it might have been goblin-made, commissioned by a fine craftsman as one of the rewards for his actions in saving the goblin princess. But the criteria for that wand selecting a wielder was foreign to me. The fact that I had no clue about the selection method of my wand came alight when my two sons were fighting. My elder son imperiously stated that his younger brother should heed his commands as he was more magically powerful and would inherit my wand. My youngest was academically gifted, and I had felt that he would make a much better lord than my firstborn, who slashed first and thought later. I did not wish to take the risk as my subjects would suffer, so I had my wife seal my wand in the goblin vault and melt down the key. Of course, my sons were livid, though my will had stated detailed selection criteria for who was to be the next lord. 13. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Fuck. Dumbledore swore aloud in the confines of his safe house as he threw the crumbled newspaper to the ground. Everything seemed to be falling apart. All that he had built up over the years, crumbling because of Harry Bloody Potter. No, wait, it wasn't Potter. He corrected in his mind. It was Sirius Black that had started the whole fiasco. His pawn would still be alive and following long if Sirius hadn't lost it and killed the boy. And Black even dared blackmail him. Albus was still seething about that. He'd let the man have too much freedom, and now he was deviating from Dumbledore's carefully crafted master plan. His to-do list had grown exponentially since Harry's passing, and he mentally tallied the things in his mind. Getting Sirius under control once more, and having him claim his lordship so he can have access to Bellatrix's vault, finding Snape and Potter, reeling Lupin back into the fold, finding a new wand. More and more things kept being added to the list, and the headmaster, loath that he was to admit it, was getting overwhelmed. Now he had to deal with Poppy, Tonks, and Kingsley's ongoing investigation, which he only learned about secondhand as Ostor hadn't informed him of it. And with the recent article by Skeeter, his standing was taking a hit, with people now questioning where Potter was. What's more, the Hogwarts board of directors had sent him a letter after the article came out to inform him that they would be doing a full audit of Hogwarts going back 50 years to ensure no foul play has occurred. Albus had expected this to be Malfoy's doing, but was surprised when he saw Augusta Longbottom's signature on the document. Albus had some suspicion that Harry might be behind these recent events, but then he shook his head. It was impossible. The Oblins had stated bluntly that the Potter accounts were frozen as of now, so there was no way the boy could have gotten access to any funds. Severus, Albus wrote off quickly. The potion master lived paycheck to paycheck. Albus was assured of that fact as he was making Snape pay for many of the potion ingredients out of his own pocket. He had carefully funneled galleons out of the Hogwarts potion ND fairly equal to the amount of ingredients Snape purchased at times. Chiffy had been a great help spying on the man. For once it was a blessing that Snape wouldn't be around when any auditors came knocking. But that still begged the question of who was messing with him. Skeeter knew of very specific classes he had targeted, classes that had boasted low student numbers over the years, so he reasoned that she would have a source on the inside. But then his office wards and the portraits would have alerted him to any intruders. Or could it have been someone on the board that had been poking their nose in old records? Not only was his order falling apart, but now he had to do damage control as well. It simply wouldn't do to be linked to Fudge's idiotic actions, let alone the insinuation that He had the hots. A shudder ran through him, for Dolores Umbridge of all people. He'd rather kiss a cactus. Master Dumbledore, sir. Tiffy popped in looking quite frantic. Mr. Black is about to kill his house elf. Albus apparated through the wards of the Black family townhouse with ease as Sirius had given him special permission. The scene that he found shocked him. The living room was a mess. It looked like someone had thrown a tantrum and smashed the furniture. Spell scorch marks could still be seen on the walls in Walburga's picture frame. Speaking of, the woman was yelling up a storm, cursing her son out for making a mess, and trying to lay a hand on the only house elf still loyally serving House Black. Albus knew Walburga to be a rather cold pureblood supremacist. Not as insane as her niece Bellatrix but close enough. So for the painting of the woman, who was always cursing out Order members for their blood status, to defend a house elf was a surprise. Sirius for his part Ened against the upturned half-destroyed Sete clutching his head in agony. Creature's body lay slumped against the staircase with blood dripping down the mahogany steps. What the? Albus uttered, still absolutely shocked. They're gone. Gone? Sirius mumbled. What happened here, Sirius? Albus asked with a harsh tone in his voice. They're gone, Sirius repeated. Poppy's gone. The twins and the others are gone as well. Poppy's gone. Albus's voice now strained at the implications. He crouched down to be at eye level with Sirius and uttered a cold, legitimens. Albus frowned as he entered Sirius's mindscape. It seemed utterly chaotic. Memories flew past as he began to sift through them to find the one he wanted. Come on, James, Sirius uttered as he and a young James Potter rig water balloons to pelt other students on the stairs. Siri, have you been drinking? Harry asked upon finding the Thayer wingback chair in the study. 5 more minutes, James, Sirius mumbled. What did you do? Sirius was slammed into the wall as Severus grabbed him by the collar, hissing angrily. What did you do? He should have listened. Sirius tried to defend before a fist connected with his face. Dumbledore watched his past self apparate into Grimmauld Place after the alarms monitoring Harry had gone off like crazy. He watched the scene of himself finding Harry dead at the bottom of the stairs and Snape kicking Sirius's ass. Petrificus totalis, Dumbledore casted, immobilizing Snape. Obliviate. Albus turned his back on the scene, digging deeper through the chaos of the mindscape. Finally he found what he was looking for. The wards were going off like crazy in the townhouse and Albus watched. Sirius raced down the stairs and towards the basement. He followed behind to see what had happened. There, standing in front of an open cell, he found Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Where is she? Sirius yelled with a crazed glint in his eye. Away from you, you sicko. Ron shouted back as the trio drew their wands. Shit. The twins ripped straight through the wards. Hermione realized what had set the alarms off as she watched Sirius take out his own wand. Enough of this. This is for Harry, Ginny suddenly said before, casting a bombarda, sending Sirius flying straight back through the door he had come out of along with the shattered door and frame. Bloody hell, Gin, Ron whispered. Ed in awe as the twins popped back in to grab the trio. When Sirius came to and saw that the teens had vanished as well, he rounded on Creature, who had started sweeping up the mess in the kitchen. What did you do? Sirius snarled at the old elf. I sweep, Creature answered. What did you do with Poppy? Sirius rephrased his question. I did as Nasty Master ordered, the old elf answered. Well, she escaped. Sirius shot back. Nasty Master never ordered me to stop her from escaping, Creature shot back. This infuriated Sirius so much that he shot a crucio at the old elf. The look on Albus' face was indescribable as he resurfaced from Sirius's mind. Not only had the man acted on his own to kidnap Madame Pomfrey, but he got outsmarted by an elf. Now Poppy and the teens were in the wind and they knew the truth. He wondered if it was still worth keeping the man around. Then he shook his head. He needed the Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault. Something only she or her family's lord could access. He had contemplated doing away with the man and having Draco inherit the lordship as the closest male relative. However, that would bring complications as Lucius would be acting as a proxy for his brat. If he somehow managed to do away with the Malfoy parents, then Draco's guardianship would go to Severus, who would equally not let the headmaster near the boy's fortunes. So his best bet had been Sirius Black. He would have proven the man's innocence when the time was appropriate and then would have requested access to the vault, which Sirius would have granted out of gratitude. Now everything was getting bollocksed up. 14. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. At the Prince residence that evening things were awkward to say the least. Tibsby had prepared a lovely French onion soup though Harry and Severus ate quietly at the table. Are we going to talk about it now? Harry asked after finishing half of his bowl of soup. The metal spoon clanked against the rim as he set it down. Snape stopped his spoon midway and stared at Harry before he too set it back down in his bowl. I guess we shall. First off, I wanted to say that I'm sorry for putting you on the spot this morning. I know we should have talked about it at lunch. Think nothing of it. We were both listening to Mordecai for the better part of that afternoon, Snape stated. Processing everything he told us also took time. That still doesn't excuse me putting you on the spot, Harry sighed before running a hand through his hair. Just so you know, Potter, I don't do one-offs, Snape stated. I've only had 2 relationships in the past, both were serious. To me at least, until we broke it off amicably. And no, your mother was not one of them. I loved her like one loves a nosy sister. May I ask? Harry prodded. If you must know, it was the Malfoys. Snape deadpanned, which made Harry choke on air. Hold on, you dated the Malfoys? Like, both of them? Harry asked with so much shock in his voice. Well, Sissy was a black at the time, and if I remember correctly she first approached me just to stick it to her cousin because Sirius pissed her off over the summer. Snape thought back. We did become close after she told me of her plan and we started dating for real. And Lucius, weren't the two engaged at the time? Harry blinked in confusion. No, they only started courting after Lucius graduated, Severus explained. Sissy and I split amicably and then Lucius, who had just started his wizarding law apprenticeship, asked me out. Severus relayed. He only got engaged to Sissy around 1980 and that's when we ended things. Well, that explains so much, Harry said and elaborated when Snape raised a brow at him. I always wondered why the Malfoys liked you. The Draco from my reality was puzzled by it as well. According to him, his parents shared anti-Muggle sentiments, however they named you, who they knew was a half-blood and also associated with Muggles, as their son's godfather. According to Draco, it would have been scandalous in their circle. Quote, there could have been other factors, Snape muttered. I brought that up too, Harry replied, but according to my Draco, neither his mother nor his father during and after the war spoke ill of you. Be that as it may, Harry, I reiterate my previous statement. I do not do one-offs. I reciprocated your advances because I want a relationship. Harry blushed though he tried to hide it. I guess it's my turn. As you know, I've only dated Ginny seriously after the war. Dean was more of friends with benefits, I would classify it. After Ginny and I split and I chose to travel, I've had only one-night stands. This was due to my unique circumstances. Well, considering the way you hogged those blankets, Snape huffed, which caused Harry to groan. I'm talking about my immortality, Harry retorted. You sticking your icy feet against my legs in the morning is a different matter. That was the whole problem. Can't really form long-lasting relationships due to it. On one hand, I've thought about telling one of my partners, because I really liked some of them and wanted to try a relationship. But then I'd have to explain why I lied to them about my identity because at that time Harry Potter was supposed to be over 50 to 80 and a hermit. You also can't stay in one place too long, he continued. After 10 to 20 years your neighbors will question why you don't age. Would my partner at the time really want to uproot their life? And then there's the different ministries. If they found out about my immortality, there's a good bet I'd become a research subject at some point. Harry, if you are trying to think of excuses why I shouldn't date you, then I hate to inform you that you are failing miserably. Your immortality isn't an issue for me. I don't mind traveling, and if any ministry lackey dares to put their hands on what is mine, they will get their ass handed to them. I don't share. There's one other thing, Harry said as he blushed upon hearing Severus's possessive comment. It's a big thing really. I don't age. Yes, we've previously established that, Snape deadpanned. I know what you are getting at. I will very likely pass while you won't, but that is decades down the line. Wizardkind lives for a long time, Severus stated. You shouldn't give up on a relationship because of that. I know, Harry muttered. But aren't You also worried about what people might say when you age and I don't. Potter, any old gay man would jump at the chance to have a young hot guy hanging off their arm. I hardly see a downside there, Snape deadpanned. And when have you known me to care about what other Edie declared to my maternal side's extended family that I am your sugar daddy? I was just messing with them. Harry's cheeks flushed red as he stammered. Severus just hummed. I really want to kiss you right now, Harry said in a low voice as he looked Severus straight in the eyes. Then why are you still on the other side of the table? Severus questioned with a raised brow, and that was all the permission Harry needed to leap out of his chair, round the table, and snog the hell out of his potion master. Harry pushed Severus's chair back from the table as their kisses got heated. The chair scraped against the wooden floor as Harry climbed onto Severus's lap and nipped at his ear, causing the normally dour man to moan. Harry made a mental note to remember that spot as he felt Severus wind his arms around his waist to pull him closer. Both were panting slightly from the make-out session while Harry's hand started groping Severus through his dress shirt. "Do you?" Harry started to say, but he was interrupted by the dining room doors being opened in a flurry and Tibsby coming into the room all excited saying, "Master, new Lord Prince." "Master, old Lord Prince" is coherent. Both Snape and Harry's heads turned toward the double doors, clearly to tell the elf that now was not a good time, though what neither had expected was for Tibsby to have wheeled the elder prince into the dining room with his wheelchair. The old man's eyes were wide as he stared at the pair. Harry immediately flushed out of embarrassment at being caught in this compromising position. He was basically plastered to the man's grandson. One hand was in Snape's hair while the other hand had been busy opening so many blasted buttons. Snape's hands weren't in a better place either, as both now rested on Harry's ass. 15. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. A bored huff echoed through the room as Death lay on his side at the edge of the viewing pool and dipped his finger into it repeatedly, changing the scenes as easily as one would change a TV channel. "Bored already, Morty?" a female voice asked beside his hood, startling the skeletal figure and NEA. Causing him to fall into the large pool. "Vita, don't startle me like that," Death hissed. "And stop calling me Morty. I grew out of that nickname ages ago." "Oh Morty, so funny to think you can tell your elder sister what to call you." Vita laughed. "Oye, we're twins. Just because you are 1 second older than me don't think you can boss me around," Death shot back, but Vita just flicked her brother's forehead. "So Fate told me that you've been on a watching binge. Honestly, aren't you obsessing a little too much over your master?" "Fate is such a tattletale," Death huffed while crossing his arms. "I am just very invested in their relationship because you and I both know that they only get together in 10% of the realities we oversee. Such a shame. Their souls are very compatible. Besides, Mother grounded me, remember?" Death shot back. "I got nothing to do but lounge all day. How about your paperwork?" Vita shot back, hands on her hips. "Paperwork? What paperwork?" Death let out a nervous chuckle. "Mortem, get your bony ass to your office and do your paperwork." Vita yelled. "No more viewing pool unless all documents are done." But, he tried to argue. "Do not make me get Damara here to drag you away by your bones," Vita threatened, which made Death flinch. "Why do you have to bring crazy Damie into this?" he hissed. "You know she scares me." "Then get," Vita ordered. "Feeny." Death grumbled but trudged away from the viewing pool. Once he was gone, another entity poked their head out from a nearby bush. "He gone?" "Yes, Diana. Morty will be busy with paperwork for a few days." Vita laughed. "Call the rest of the sisters. It's time to see what he's so invested in." "Way ahead of you. Sirona is already bringing the popcorn and Andrasta is getting the wine. Now we can finally watch without him hogging the pool. I wonder what is so great about his master." Death yelled as upon opening his neglected office a large pile of paperwork fell out and crushed him. The twitch of a skeletal hand was all you could see in the hallway. Meanwhile, the female deities crowded around the viewing pool to see the kiss in the dining room. Several squealed. "Okay, that was hot, but why did Fate have to be such a total cock block?" A deity with limbs made of water asked while shooting Fate, who had joined the group, a raised brow. "It is needed for growth," was all Fate responded with. "I wonder what everyone else is doing." Diana pondered before sticking her finger into the viewing pool and changing the channel, so to speak. The scene changed to CMI. Nerva asleep at her desk in her quarters. Poor lass, one of the Gaelic goddesses cooed. You only like her because she shares your name Belisama. Andrasta rolled her eyes. The other simply huffed. McGonagall will face several challenges from this point on, Fate stated while waving her hand and causing an envelope to fall from a stack onto her sleeping face. Diana dipped her finger once more. ND. The scene changed to show a late-night Death Eater meeting. This foul wretch, Vita hissed while shuddering. He makes my blood boil. Clinging to me like a perverted stalker. Several other ladies echoed their agreement. Even I am appalled by his lack of morals and I govern war, Andrastra scowled. The entities watched the scene unfold. They saw two masked Death Eaters drag Draco into the room and dump him before Voldemort on his knees. Nearby the Malfoys bowed to their lord though they feared for their heir's life. Especially by the way Narcissa was digging her nails into her husband's arm. Heir Malfoy, I hear rumors that you do not wish to serve, Voldemort hissed out. The malice hung in the air. Draco trembled. Oh, of course not, my lord. I wish to serve wholeheartedly. However, I am not of age yet, my lord. I would have nothing to bring to the table to support our cause, Draco managed to stammer. The entities watched as the boy slammed down his occlumency shields. Thank his god. Father's forethought to teach the boy occlumency, Fate said just as the Dark Lord threw a crucio at the boy. You dare to presume, Voldemort roared as he stood up from his throne while Draco writhed on the floor in pain. My lord, please, Lucius suddenly pleaded when it was clear that Voldemort was not letting the crucio spell end. My son is naive, he does not know what he can offer you, my lord. Since he is so vocal he will offer me his all, Voldemort hissed. My lord. Lucius was confused though the entities seemed elated that the crucio on Draco had stopped. He will offer me his all, Lucius. His body, soul, and magic, Voldemort declared as he looked at Draco who was face down and twitching at his feet. Lucius knew what the Dark Lord meant by that statement. It wasn't just an ode of loyalty. It was an ode of eternal servitude. One that was rarely evoked nowadays. My son needs time to get ready, my lord, Lucius uttered. Such a splendid ritual must be done with the utmost preparation. Invitations need to be sent out and Draco must undergo the cleansing. I will give you 1 week, Lucius, to prepare your son, Voldemort stated as he dismissed everyone. He left the Malfoys fussing over their son as he departed the room. Pettigrew followed him like the sniveling ass-kissing rat he was. Once out of the eyes of his followers, he slid down the hallway wall while trying to use his arm to steady himself. My lord. Pettigrew of course was fretting once more. I am fine, Voldemort hissed. Fine my ass, Andrastra muttered as she watched the viewing pool while sipping her wine nonchalantly. You split your soul so many times not knowing you split your magic as well. Now you supplement it with the magic of your followers. Pathetic. Now you want to lay your hands on minors for their magic. She spat. It is truly something, Fate stated. This wretch's dark mark only siphons a fixed percentage from a follower. The fact that it now seems that a great deal of the magic was supplied by Snape makes UW man is. That wand accepted him after all. Was the wand truly made from Mother's tear? Diana asked. I mean, Mother has her favorite humans but she never sheds a tear. Yeah sis, tell us. What is the real story? You're one of the first Mother created. Surely you saw it all? Sirona questioned. Well, it isn't so much of a secret as in that it is a bit of an embarrassing tale for Mother. Fate stated. I will agree with you that Mother has her favorites. Merlin, the founders, etc. but it wasn't for what feats they could perform with magic. It was how much they respected it. One could be evil and still be respected by Lady Magic for their morals regarding the use of it. Magic is never black and white, light or dark. Over the eons, Mother wanted to experiment a bit more with her powers. So she tried to craft a medium. Its shell was blackened cypress and its core was prima materia. However, due to her being a bit clumsy while young, it fell from our realm into the human realm and hit this Mordred fellow on the head. So even Mother is clumsy, Sirona chortled. You know our rules. Interference with the human realm has to be limited. Fate grumbled. Especially when she remembered having to fix Death popping in and out between their realms for his master. Mother could not simply retrieve the wand. So she kept an eye on whichever reality it had landed in. She was very happy when it was sealed away. And then Morty just had to go ruin it all by giving a key to the vault away, Vita interrupted with a roll of her eyes. Indeed, hence why Mortem is grounded for a century. Fate stated. At least Mother is content now when she found out who her medium had chosen. So who shall we spy on next? Diana asked, ready to dip her finger in the pool. I wish to see more of my namesake, Belisama uttered. I wish to follow the Malfoy boy's journey, Andrasta replied. He may gain my favor. What about Mortem's main ship? Sirona asked. Old we not see both if we keep following them. A timid hand was raised as certain sisters began a heated debate. Sisters, the voice continued as no one paid her mind. She got frustrated. Sisters, the usually timid entity then yelled. By Mother's pearls Ermid, Andrasta uttered, shocked by their sister's set of pipes. I wish to see the healer's story, Ermid voiced. It's not one we've really followed closely. And well, you are the entity governing healing, Fate stated. Very well, I am actually also curious. Diana if you please. 16. Chapter 30. Mom, Madame Pomfrey is awake, someone shouted as Poppy blearily opened her eyes. Fred don't shout, Molly reprimanded. The poor woman is just getting her wits about. Where? Poppy dear, you're at the burrow, Molly explained. We've managed to feed you a nourishment potion while you were out though you will still need to eat to get your strength up. What happened? Poppy frowned as her stomach grumbled. It's one convoluted story really, Molly stated. I think it is best if the kids catch you up. They were the ones to rescue you of course. Wait, I had a meeting with Kingsley and Tonks. Poppy realized as she grabbed Molly's hand. They really need to hear the information I have. The burrow is currently on lockdown though Arthur can send a Patronus to them and meet them outside the wards. Molly thought out loud. Let me check with him and I'll get you some porridge. Nothing too heavy on the stomach you know. Arthur, Molly called out to her husband once she descended the stairs. Yes, Mollykins. The twins told me Poppy was awake. Arthur replied as he came into the living room. Could you send a Patronus to Kingsley and Tonks? She asked. Poppy seemed adamant about it. Considering some of the things Ron and Hermione have alluded to, it might be best to have Aurors present we can trust. Arthur nodded and drew his wand to summon his Patronus. The silvery weasel scurried around the room before settling before Arthur to await orders. It might be best if they could bring Moody as well. To look Poppy over for any dark magic, Molly added before her husband could record the message. I will ask them if they can pop by during their lunch break, Arthur responded. Meanwhile, that same morning in the Prince household was awkward, to say the least. Tibsby had profusely apologized for accidentally interrupting her master's date, and had quickly poofed herself and the shocked old man back upstairs. Severus and Harry came down to the dining room the following morning to find a stack of flapjacks the size of a small Eiffel Tower in the middle of the table along with a huge bowl of fresh fruit and pitchers of milk and orange juice. What in the? Severus uttered as he looked at the spread. They would never be able to finish it all in one sitting. Do masters like breakfast? Tibsby popped in with her big eyes and her hands hopefully clasped together. I is awfully sorry about last night. Tibsby did not mean to block the cock so to speak. The elf's sentence made Snape choke on air while Harry quirked a brow. How is my grandfather? Snape asked. As he and Harry approached the mountain of food. He is awake and Tibsby gave him a bath. Old master not throw anything at Tibsby today so maybe good day. The elf answered. Why doesn't he join us at the table today? Snape suggested. I need to evaluate how far gone he actually is since you've stopped giving him that medicine, and we will probably not be around for a good part of the afternoon today. Tibsby is sure old master will be delighted. I be right back, she happily exclaimed before popping away. Where are we going today? Harry frowned. I had forgotten to mention. We will be meeting Draco in secret. Draco. Harry's frown deepened. Well, all right, he then added, which caused Snape to stare at him in curiosity. I thought you and Draco did not get along. He questioned. To be honest, I had expected a more explosive response. Well, Harry started to say when Tibsby popped back in with Snape's grandfather. The man wasn't in his pajamas anymore like last night, but instead, he wore a simple light blue button-up shirt and brown slacks. Harry swallowed his sentence when the old man sent him a death glare. Now Harry knew where Snape got his glare from. He gulped audibly. You two. You were the two heathens that were fornicating in my dining room. The old man yelled while trying to get up from his wheelchair but failed miserably. Well, he clearly remembers that. Snape deadpanned while Harry's face heated up. Just remembering the compromising position he was caught in made him blush. I am Lord Alexander Prince and you will show me respect in my own home. You were Lord Prince. Snape deadpanned. That title now is mine, and who are you? We've met before. Don't you remember? 1978, Severus questioned impassively. Just who are you? Alexander asked with a frown as his hands shook while holding onto the wheelchair armrests. I am your grandson, Snape said but got no reaction. Eileen's son. He tried once more with a frown. Who is Eileen? Alexander muttered as his eyes got somewhat glassy while Tibsby was distressingly wringing her ears. Your daughter, Snape stated as he looked at the old man. What year is it? What year is it? Snape repeated. Are you daft man? It's 1928, Alexander answered. Harry exhaled sharply. Mother was born in 1930 so that should explain that, Snape stated. You have an idea what is going on? Harry asked as he looked between Alexander, who thought them crazy, and Snape who seemed lost in thought. I have a reasonably good idea, Severus said and then directed his question back at Ale. Xander, what would you do if I told you it was 1995 right now and that you were over 80 years old? I would throw you in the asylum. Who would believe such drivel? Alexander retorted. Look at your hands, Snape stated. Why, just look. Either you haven't realized it or we're subconsciously avoiding facing the truth. Severus continued. Do those hands look like they belong wrinkles, the liver spots? It is you that lost time. No. Alexander hung his head as he tentatively took a look at his wrinkled and bony hands. No, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Would you have preferred me to coddle him? Snape shot back. Though it's just as I suspected. Tibsby will put old master back to bed, the elf declared as she popped away while looking somewhat sad. Now you've gone and hurt her feelings as well. Tibsby actually thought we might get along, Harry stated. Potter, you might think me heartless right now but this is all for the best, Snape stated. Then explain it to me. Very well. Do you remember the vial Tibsby gave me after those interlopers left? Yes. That green liquid. It wasn't medicine but tormental extract. Highly concentrated at that, Severus stated with his arms folded. At Harry's blank look, Snape just shook his head and continued. Tormental is one of the main components in doxycyde. Though it hasn't been studied as extensively as hemlock or cowbane, it is known for causing amnesia. The long-term use of it, I suspect, might even mimic dementia. Just now we've just established that there is nothing wrong with his short-term memory. It's his long-term memory that is affected, and the biggest problem overall is that he cannot tell us exactly when the symptoms started. Will he regain his long-term memory? He didn't even remember his own daughter. Very likely not, Snape sighed. If this has been going on for years it might be irreversible. Now that we've stopped the administration of the tormental, his short-term memory should improve. Though whether he recovers any long-term memories is still up in the air. Now that he's coherent he should have the cold hard facts. No, Potter, don't give me that look. He was, to my knowledge, a shrewd lord in his prime. He will likely come to the same conclusion after processing everything. That the enemy is within and we are his only allies now. Tibsby is upset now but she will forgive, Snape stated. It is best that that elf never knows that she helped in the poisoning. With no potion master or certified healer around, she blindly trusted Alexander's siblings when they gave her those vials and ripped off the family heirlooms. Tormental extract costs but nuts at an apothecary. 17. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Why are we here of all places? Harry whispered as they entered Borgan and Burks. This shop always gives me the heebie-jeebies. Because Mr. Evans, strongly emphasizing his new identity. This is the most secure place to meet. Do you think the leaky cauldron or hogshead are safe enough? The headmaster might have other problems to deal with, but his informants are still lurking about. And old Moldy Shorts doesn't have spies in this place? Harry questioned as he made a face at a shrunken head. Quite the contrary. This is probably the safest we'll be from the dark. Lord's spies. Snape stated. I've gotten to know over the years that this was the place the Dark Lord D got his first job straight out of Hogwarts. It is also where he built up his knowledge of dark arts. It's respect for the dark arts this place holds that he leaves the shop alone. That and he knows that if he comes back here he'll have to give me my 200 galleons. A grisly middle-aged man muttered while coming from the back room. Snape. Borgan. I see you grew a beard. And you're still as blunt as ever. Who's your friend? Borgan eyed Harry with suspicion. My partner, Mr. Evans. Hadrian, this is Mr. Borgan. Snape introduced. Hands were shook as Severus looked around the dimly lit shop. Is Caractacus off spelunking again? Ah, you know him and his obsession. He swore to me he finally found Merlin's cave. He swore that to me the last few hundred times as well. Bah, the fool, Borgan grumbled. Appointment is in the back room. Ya know the way, Snape. And remember, I need plausible deniability, Borgan stated. I know, Snape waved the man off as he and Harry walked past into the back room. So, Harry started. So, anything you want to tell me? Harry then asked. Borgan tends to rent out his back rooms for meetings. He provides the service for a fee, but it is a secure setting. Snape elaborated as they stopped in front of a room with a dark wooden door. I'm sure even you can sense the wards around this are. How come this place hasn't been raided yet? Harry asked in a whisper. Because even the Aurors use this place. Snape deadpanned. How do you think Borgan gets away with selling what he's selling? Good point, Harry muttered. He never why thought of it as after the war a lot of places were raided and closed down with Kingsley as minister leading the charge. At that point in time Harry had been in Auror training and had other things on his mind. Like not dying due to his overzealous drill sergeant. Professor, Draco greeted from where he was seated in the room. Snape drew back his cloak while Harry entered. He watched the potion master close and lock the door, activate the wards, and then add wards of his own in addition before he turned back to his godson. Now Draco, I would like to ask if the two disillusioned people could reveal themselves, or do I have to start casting cutting hexes? Harry snapped at attention and looked around the dimly lit room. Don't bother. If you couldn't sense my wand's magical essence then you wouldn't be able to sense this. Dissolution is a good camouflage, however the spell has a bit of a flaw. The longer you are under it the more the space around you starts to ripple, Snape said as he looked in the direction of a particular corner behind Draco. The charm was cancelled to reveal Lucius and Narcissa, also cloaked, standing in the corner of the room. Harry was kicking himself for not sensing it. He had been an Auror, damn it. Snape merely raised a brow and then uttered. Don't blame yourself for it. In a past study, it was revealed that time travel tends to dull one's magical sense the further they go back. Considering how far you've traveled I am not surprised. Excuse me, time travel? Lucius asked, overhearing the conversation. That is a whole other cauldron, Snape stated and narrowed his eyes. Now, why are you here? Because Severus, you may be the only person that can keep our son safe, Narcissa stated while stepping forward. You know we wouldn't ask this of you on a whim. And why should I trust you? Was what Draco wrote in the letter a lie? No. Draco shot up, slamming his hands on the table. Uncle Sev, it's all true. Those kids are in danger. It's just something just as serious came up last night. Lucius now stated. I rarely beg for help, but this time I must. Even if it means our deaths at the hands of the Dark Lord, I will see my only heir safe. You two are serious, Severus realized. Actually serious. You would turn traitor for this. Severus, you don't know what the Dark Lord demanded, Lucius muttered as he sat down next to Draco. Then explain it to me. Severus uttered in what seemed like a calm voice, though Harry could see the man's fist clench, just what had unnerved the Malfoys so much that they'd admit to wanting to change sides. The Dark Lord has requested the Ode of Eternal Servitude from Draco, Lucius stated. He gave us a week to do the cleansing ritual. Fuck. Snape cursed aloud, which caught Harry off guard as he'd never heard the potion master curse before. Severus sat down heavily in the chair on the opposite side of the table and tapped his fingers while deep in thought. I've never heard of this ode. Is it that bad? Harry asked with some confusion. Lucius looked Harry up and down after his question with some disdain. Clearly not a pureblood, the blonde mumbled. Who even are you? He asked as Why hadn't taken his cloak off yet, so his face was still obscured. That can wait for later, Severus stated. First I want to know what led up to this. Lucius pursed his lips at the question, seemingly debating answering it. Narcissa was the one who spoke up, and even Draco listened attentively, as by the looks of it he seemed in the days ago the Dark Lord collapsed in the guest bathroom, Narcissa stated. Travers' wife was a former Medowitch, so she was called to examine him. It was deemed that he suffered a rather strong magical backlash. While fainting, Pettigrew told us that he uttered your name. At this, Harry and Snape looked at each other, both wondering why the man would do that until it hit Harry. There was no way, right? He thought. The Dark Lord was very ornery after gaining consciousness again. He held meetings every night. Clearly, something was frustrating him and he was taking it out on his followers. Lucius got the brunt of it since the incident happened in our house. Narcissa explained, and then turned to Draco. That was why your father was on bed rest when you returned, Draco. What happened next was inconceivable. The Dark Lord actually ordered that all of his followers, children, be brought before him before the end of the summer for marking. Lucius seemed frustrated as he rubbed his temple. Did old Moldypants look weaker to you? Harry asked, which earned him a glare from Lucius. Look, I'm asking in all seriousness. Harry continued. I might have an idea what happened, and I think it dawned on Severus as well. But I need to know. Did he seem any weaker to you? His crucios did seem lighter, but the sheer number we were subjected to, Lucius admitted after nearly a full minute of silence. The man's frown deepened. I also noticed something odd, Narcissa admitted. The Dark Lord usually dismisses us first from meetings before he leaves, but after the incident, he tends to leave first. I have a theory, Harry said as he tapped the table pensively with a finger. I've been wondering something actually. It has to do with that diary. Harry tilted his cloaked head and looked towards Lucius, who sputtered. How do you know about that? Lucius spat. Harry finally tossed back his cloak. Potter, Draco asked, bewildered. What the bloody hell are you doing here? Mostly curiosity, Harry shrugged. Also, Severus has a habit of taking me with him. If I leave you alone, you end up getting into situations that even I cannot fathom, Snape declared. Oye, I'm not so much of a disaster magnet, Harry retorted. Why do you look older? Draco then asked. You're not 15, are you? And Bingo was his name. Oh, Harry said with a smirk. To be fair, it's a long story. But for now, let's focus on he who is a pain in my ass. And not in a good way, he added with a wink to Snape. You ever wonder why a Horcrux can do magic? Harry asked the room. In my second year, Voldy managed to become nearly corporeal by draining Ginny's life force. Though he never drained her magic, since Madame Pomfrey concluded that her core was unharmed afterwards. Yet, here this thing was, using my wand to write an anagram in the air with magic. It never really occurred to me to link it to the dark mark in any way until I had trouble removing Snape's. You can remove the dark mark. Lucius nearly leapt across the table in shock when Harry revealed that. You might not know it, but the dark mark siphons your magic, Harry stated, ignoring Lucius's outburst and Draco and Narcissa's wide eyes at his previous statement. Him getting a magical backlash would probably have come from me removing Snape's mark. Suddenly one of his magical batteries was gone, and now he's looking for more magic to siphon. Hence why he wants to mark the younger generation earlier. But he's the Dark Lord. He has magic in excess. Lucius uttered. Does he? Harry questioned. I come back to my previous question. Why can a Horcrux do magic? A Horcrux uses its creator's magic to siphon life force to generate a body. That magic is not meant for spellcasting but for the Horcrux to grow. What if Voldy not only split his soul each time but also his magical core? Maybe it was a side effect he hadn't counted on, and then he created the dark mark to use all his little followers as Energizer bunnies. That, Narcissa frowned. It's plausible, Snape thought aloud. All my research indicates that a Horcrux should produce a body similar in age to the wizard who made it at the time. If the body is to be an exact copy, then it would also have to develop a magical core. A magical core, an identical core to the initial caster, isn't just developed. I know, right? Harry said eagerly. You think that if Moldy Voldy's magical power wasn't divided in the Horcrux, Ritual his bodies would have never developed a core to do magic on their own and thus would have been nothing more than resembling muggles. I have a question, Draco interrupted tentatively as he looked between his godfather and the unusual older Harry with a frown. What is an Energizer Bunny? 18. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Silence reigned in the room after Draco's question. Not because Harry didn't know how to answer it, but because he never expected Draco to ask that question in particular. Questions about his age, sure. Questions about why he was so chummy with Severus, also an option. Steins about the time travel comments, very likely. Just not about Energizer bunnies. It was such an unexpected question that Harry just had to fill the room with laughter. It reminded Harry of the time he had to teach Draco how to use a Muggle hand mixer. Oh, that was fun. Draco proceeded to make a face at Harry's laughter, which only caused him to laugh harder. Oh, how I missed your cluelessness at Muggle inventions reaction, Harry uttered. The Malfoys sported a range of emotions across the table. Draco looked offended at Harry's comment, Lucius looked annoyed, and Narcissus simply raised a brow. Snape had a feeling Sissy had already figured some of Harry's situation out by the raised brow she gave Severus. We will touch on Harry's tale in a bit, Severus stated once Harry stopped laughing. What concerns me is the Ode of Eternal Servitude. Lucius, apart from your son, do you even realize what your whole family would lose? I am very confused here, Harry muttered. Are you finally going to explain what this ode actually is? It's a ritual just as foul as creating horcruxes, Harry, Snape stated as he pursed his lips. It's been mostly wiped from existence, but the tales still persist in some old pureblood families. One such tale is that of the Dementors. What do those soul-sucking fiends have to do with this? Harry questioned with a frown. Have you never questioned why Dementors are only found to inhabit Azkaban? Snape asked while raising a brow. If they were naturally occurring dark creatures, they would have been seen living in more areas across Britain and maybe Europe. But it's only in that location. Are you implying that the Dementors are man-made? Harry asked as it dawned on him. Yes, Potter, though their actual origins are being kept top secret by the Ministry itself. What I am about to tell you stays between us, and only us. The purebloods only know that this ode is bad, not the full extent of it. Snape stated and looked pointedly at Lucius. The blonde nodded, probably also curious to know the full extent of this sordid ode his son was requested to make. In the 15th century, there lived a dark wizard named Ecrisdus. He built Azkaban in the North Sea to serve as his laboratory and fortress. The fortress only came to light after the concealment charms failed at the beginning of the 18th century. Now this was long after Ecrisdus's death. No concealment charm would have held that long unless it was renewed, Snape explained as the Malfoys and Harry listened in rapt attention. The main purpose of Ecrisdus's laboratory was to experiment with dark magic. He'd kidnap passing Muggle sailors or vagrants from the streets that no one would miss to experiment on. Squibs and even half-bloods gambling their lives away were targets at times. Ny of Ecrisdus's experiments revolved around torturing Muggles and experimenting with transferring magic. That was where the Ode of Eternal Servitude was crafted. Ecrisdus bound the ode to a talisman with his family crest on it. Snape explained after Lucius's sharp intake of Bree Muggles, Squibs, and half-bloods until they agreed to submit to the ode. Only that spelled a worse fate than death for them. Those unfortunate people would soon come to realize that binding their body, soul, and magic was a grievous error. When they died from torture, Ecrisdus absorbed their souls to lengthen his time on Earth and their magic to strengthen his own powers. All that was left was a decaying body, still sentient due to the ode, forever bound to serve the owner of the talisman. Dementors, Harry muttered. Yes, skeletal fiends that search for their souls. They suck the souls of others hoping in finding theirs and feed on happiness because they died. Such horrible deaths. Snape nodded, but he wasn't done yet. Ecrisdus lived well to be nearly 300 years due to his experiments. He even had a son, also a dark wizard in his own right named Rochidian. The boy grew up around the Dementors and later, after his father's passing, inherited the talisman and control of the creatures. Wanting to see the world, Rochidian left Azkaban with a few Dementor guards and settled into a castle not so far from a magical village where he fell in love with a young witch named Eliana. When she refused his advances and rejected the marriage proposal, he sent his Dementors to destroy the village. That is also the tale of how the first Patronus was created. Snape looked at the group that was listening attentively and then said to Harry, "Honestly, if you had paid this much attention in potions." "Severus, come on. Don't keep us in suspense." "What happened next?" Harry grumbled. "Of course, Rochadian ended up losing. He fled back to Azkaban with his Dementors. He spent his remaining days holed up in the fortress after being spurned. He renewed the concealment charms up until his death in 1718 when they fell and the Ministry found out about the fortress. They found Rochadian's body and took possession of the talisman around his neck. It was then that they realized its ability to control the Dementors. To the then Minister of Magic, the fortress was the best place to house societies' undesirables, and it was made into a prison. As the Ministry can still control the Dementors, then it's safe to say that they are still in possession of that talisman." "How do you know all this?" Lucius asked with suspicion in his eyes. "It's because I asked," Snape deadpanned. "It might have eluded you, Lucius, but a painting of Rochadian resides at Hogwarts. One day, while trying to escape from Potter and his gang, I stumbled upon the Room of Requirement. I hid in there and amongst the clutter I found the painting." The man was rather put out. It seems a former student he had taken a liking to had stuck him in here after he revealed his tale. "I am pretty sure you can already guess who he was talking about." "Moldy Voldy," Harry hissed. Indeed, the Dark Lord had found out about the true extent of the ode in his school days and then hidden its source in a room of clutter where he wouldn't easily be found. "I had time to kill while hiding, so I ended up ranting at the painting, after which he offered me a deal. I take him out of this accurse's room and give him a place on a wall anywhere in the castle, and he'd share all his knowledge with me. For those that don't know, the magic of the Room of Requirement obstructs paintings from going out of their frame. So you did just that," Draco uttered. "Indeed. I was young. I wasn't about to lose a chance at learning different magic. Ancient magic and whatnot," Snape stated. "I hung him near the Slytherin dorm and then later, when I became a teacher, moved his frame to my quarters. By then I had realized just how dark the kind of magic he could impart truly was. I may have threatened him a bit," Snape confessed, "but he promised never to impart his knowledge on students again lest I burn his canvas. He has adhered to our deal for years now." Lucius was breathing deeply as he processed the information Snape had given them. "So, what you are saying," he paused, "is that the Dark Lord plans to make my son, my only heir, a Dementor." "It is plausible," Severus muttered. "If Draco swears that owed all his magic, including the boost one gets at reaching adulthood, would become the Dark Lord's. Furthermore, his soul would be forever bound to the Dark Lord if not absorbed, and his body, soulless, would forever be in servitude once the ode was made. Draco would effectively lose ownership of all of himself for all eternity, but it would be worse for your family as he is still a minor." "What do you mean?" Lucius muttered as his eyes narrowed. "When the ode is made, a person pledges all of themselves to another. If an adult makes the ode, all the titles, family magic, and assets they have will be transferred to their new master. If a minor makes the ode, it will also count for any future titles and family magic they may inherit when becoming an adult. The Malfoy and possibly the Black Seat in the Wizengamot, the Vila magic on your side Lucius, the Black family magic on Narcissus' side, any lordships, estates, and children." "Children," Lucius exclaimed. "They pledged their body, which includes their sperm. Any child resulting from that is the legal property of the master they pledged to." Snape elaborated. "And the Ministry can't intervene as the ode is burned into the person's bone and soul." "What would it take for you to keep Draco safe?" Narcissa asked as Lucius was still speechless. "An unbreakable vow from both you and our husband to never betray Harry and me or our location. Draco can reside at the Prince estate, but what will you two do?" "Done. We will flee to our villa in France," Lucius immediately agreed. While folding his hands, "The Dark Lord will have other problems to deal with once I close the Malfoy Manor wards and he ends up homeless." "You're actually serious?" Harry chuckled. "You're going to make Voldy homeless?" Someone demanding my son's eternal servitude and the Malfoy estate and assets we've been building up for years as well as our family magic is certainly delusional. Lucius deadpanned. The Dark Lord has crossed a boundary that even I will not tolerate. It will be good to know that Draco will be safe. Sissy and I will act as decoys while fleeing to France. Mum, Dad, Draco uttered as his eyes widened. If I were to remove your dark marks and make it harder for Voldemort to find you, would you agree to support Severus in the Wizengamot when the time comes? Harry questioned. At Lucius's shocked face, he added, Snape isn't Dumbledore's man anymore, hasn't been for a long time apparently. The situation is complicated but he's now Lord Prince. Ah, I see, Lucius muttered. You want to oust Dumbledore with a majority vote. And the Malfoy seat holds a lot of sway, especially with the Dark faction. As the Dark Lord hasn't made his return public yet, the Dark faction will have to follow our lead. Potter, what are you going on about? Severus asked. I told you I wanted to make Albus pay, Harry stated. You've set the stage with Hogwarts about to be audited. I want to take the other titles the man has. He'll surely be ousted as Supreme Mugwump once the audit results come in. However, his position as head of the Wizengamot has to be revoked by a majority vote. The man took 30 years of my life. Simply killing him won't give me any satisfaction. 19. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Potter, you hardly look 15, Draco uttered with a frown. What is even going on with you? Hold on, will you? Harry frowned. This whole time I've been trying to think of a way to explain it without ripping the band-aid off harshly. Just what could be so bad that it takes you this long to think of an explanation? Lucius huffed. Fine, you asked for it. Don't say I didn't warn you, Harry retorted with a glint in his eye. Snape said nothing and merely looked on. I am not your Harry. I am immortal and traveled through time and reality when I was 82. I landed in the 1960s and got imprisoned in Ermengarde, had my magic locked up for nearly 30 years while Albus fucking Dumbledore fed me Veritaserum each monthlier events. Then your Harry dies because apparently no two of the same souls can exist in one reality and I'm the immortal one. What's more, Dumbledore expects me to fight moldy shorts like a good little pawn, even going so far as to try to make me a slave. Severus here transfigured the headmaster into a duck, death apparated us through Hogwarts wards, went to Gringotts. TS only to find that I couldn't claim the Potter lordship because magic has declared the other Harry legally dead. The Peverell lordship is unclaimable for other reasons and now Severus here is basically my sugar daddy. Did I leave anything out? Harry asked, turning to Snape, who merely quirked a brow. Oh right, did you know the Prince estate is built on Camelot? Neat right. Quote. 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 What? All three Malfoys uttered in unison. We have agreed to start a relationship, Severus added, causing Lucius to choke on air. Narcissa discreetly gave Snape a thumbs up. Harry liked her even more now, and Draco's mouth hung open. Potter, how old are you exactly? Draco then asked. Well, I was 82 when I landed in the past. I'm still debating if I should count the 30 additional years. That would make me 112. Harry mused. Oh Merlin, you're robbing the cradle, Potter. Draco uttered as his eyes widened. And this is why I did not want to add those 30 years. Harry shot back. Just so you know, if you ever hurt Uncle Sev I will soak your clothes in poison ivy and stick you in a barrel of scorpions, Draco stated while staring Harry down as he crossed his arms. Duly noted, Harry muttered. All right, now that has been clarified, why don't we move on to the reason Draco really wanted this meeting, Severus said as he reached into his cloak and pulled out a pouch. He let the contents of the pouch fall on the table. A heap of galleons lay between both parties now. These are illegal portkeys to the gates of the Prince estate. Hand them to the children that wish to flee. The password is Camelot. It should be easy enough for even younger children to remember. Don't worry, they are untraceable, Harry added with a smirk. I added some extra layers of magic that will send anybody tracking these to the Arctic Circle. Perks of Auror training. The Malfoys weren't the only ones totally left speechless that day. At the Weasleys, lunch had rolled around and Tonks and Kingsley mad. Their visit only to be shocked more times than they could count. First was finding Poppy relatively unharmed though malnourished, second was hearing the entire story of how that came to be. Tonks H. Eld a half-eaten scone as she stared at Poppy. Come again. The young Auror questioned. You're saying Sirius killed Harry by pushing him down the stairs and Dumbledore covered it up? Tonks reiterated, still shocked. That is a rather serious accusation, Kingsley muttered. I will have to ask, Poppy, do you have any evidence? In my room at the leaky cauldron under the floorboards. I hid the folder with the pictures from when Harry's body was delivered for the service. The pictures are timestamped and clearly show handprint bruises. And I overheard Sirius admit to it in his study with the headmaster, Hermione chimed in. They also implied that Professor Snape was obliviated that night when he put 2 and 2 together. Severus is a skilled occlumens. He wouldn't have dropped his shields unless he was truly rattled. Kingsley frowned. But obliviation is hard to prove, Kings. It's been too many days. Healers wouldn't be able to find any trace of the magic after so long, even if we do get Snape's cooperation. Tonks muttered. Also, we don't have a body to prove foul play. Albus saw to that. Kings, I've been wondering something, but I am scared of the implications if I voice it. Tonks muttered. You've probably been thinking it too. I think everyone here has. That the headmaster may have more sordid dealings than we initially thought. Kingsley nodded. I can't say it hasn't crossed my mind these days. What are you lot talking about? Molly questioned as she looked from Tonks to Kingsley. Where did our reality-hopping Mr. Potter come from? Tonks asked. It was never answered in our order meetings. Don't you find it way too convenient that our Harry dies and Albus pulls this out of his hat? Now that you brought it up, the older Harry was in the hospital wing when I saw him, Ginny uttered. He looked emaciated. She frowned, and then her eyes widened. Why did my brain not pick up on that? And why did we as trained Aurors also never question this until now? Kingsley's eyes narrowed. All of you, with me now. Kingsley what? Tonks uttered, bewildered, but followed the order. Now, Kingsley stated more firmly. I am taking all of us to St. Mungo's. It was quite a sight to see a whole gaggle of redheads apparate into St. Mungo's. As the borough flow was on lockdown, they had no choice but to walk outside the wards to do so. I need your best healers, Kingsley stated as he walked to the reception desk and flashed his Auror badge. We might have a large case of illegal potion dosage. Kings, what are you? Arthur, just trust me, Kingsley interjected. I have a feeling things are going to be chaotic for a while. 20. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. It was nearly dinner time when Snape and Harry arrived back at the gates of the Prince estate. Are you all right? Snape asked as the gates opened for them. I am a bit shaken up, Harry muttered. I had no idea how bad it was. How can the Ministry treat their own citizen like that? Well, you are from the future. It's very likely that someone cleaned house, Snape mused. It would have been Robards, Harry stated. That man ran a tight ship once he took over from Scrimgeour, but that isn't for another year. Snape, was that wise? Harry asked after leaving the elf trader's establishment. I get that the estate might need more house elves, but buying them from a sketchy guy like that. Hermione would have a field day about their conditions and the morality of it all. Ms. Granger might well be right about the conditions those house elves are in, but she'd only be partially right. They need to be bound to a family, otherwise they will die. Were you lot taught nothing in history class? Potter, you claim to be somewhat of a history buff in the future. Was that a lie? Snape asked as Harry shot him a look. Though with their cloaks covering their faces, the glare had absolutely no effect. There is a lot of history in the world, Snape. I can't know it all, Harry defended. The history of Egyptian rituals and spells, a good though very morbid topic once you delve into it. The Great Lamia Migration of 942 BC, etc. All I learned at Hogwarts from Binns was goblin rebellions. So excuse me if I am not that up to date on British magical history. It all seemed rather dull. Is that why Ms. Granger kept spewing all that nonsense about freeing the elves? No wonder my snakes spoke of her ignorance. Potter, the house elves are bound to families as servants because they willingly chose that as their punishment. Oye. Snape got interrupted when a boy bumped into him. The Ad made a quick dash past him, though Snape caught him by the collar. Where the hell do you think you're running off to with my coin purse? The potion master asked with an edge in his tone. Oye. Let me go, ya wanker. The boy struggled in the potion master's grasp. My coin purse first, Snape stated as he held out his hand. Don't think I don't know where your sticky fingers have been. I used to do this for a living too. Yeah, right ya posh tosser. The boy growled and started swinging his arms though they never reached Snape. I'll yell for me boys if ya don't let up. Do you really think that's wise? Snape said as he made a motion with his head. The boy looked to where the man had indicated and froze. Harry gulped as he felt the other man was losing his patience. Snape had, discreetly drawn his wand from his arm holster and held it, pointing it towards the pavement. Being a little thief will only land you face down in the river one day. All right, here ya and threw the pouch back at Snape once it was clear the potion master wasn't joking. Just don't turn me over to the coppers, all right? Why are you even doing this? Surely your parents must be worried about you. Harry tried to defuse the situation. He had no doubt that Severus would have no qualms about thumping the boy upside the head. What the bloody hell would you know? The boy shot back, more defensive this time. Clearly, Harry's comment wasn't well received. I ain't got no parents. Just me and my boys taking care of my little sister. Is she sick? Harry pressed. The boy barely looked 7. If he had a little sister there might be no way for them to fend on their own. I dunno. She cries a lot. What's it to you? Maybe we could help. Harry offered. My friend here is a potions master. Harry, Snape warned. Come on. Could you really leave small children to fend for themselves? Harry asked with a frown. Very well. Lead the way, Snape muttered. You're joshing me, right? You'll really take a look at her? The boy asked wide-eyed. I won't repeat myself, Snape grumbled. All right, the boy said as he began to lead the way. He looked back to see if the two men were following. You know, you two rich blokes are weird. Well, that's not nice, Harry stated. Most blokes I pickpocket would have beaten me black and blue if I got caught. Not the nicest bunch coming out of that elf trader's tent, ya know. The boy shrugged as if it was an everyday occurrence, and maybe it was, Harry realized. The lad led them to a dark side alleyway just off of Nocturn and Harry instinctively readied his wand. He had no doubt that Snape was on high alert as well as the man stiffened. It's just down there. The boy pointed to a corner where a huge amount of cardboard boxes and old wooden crates were discarded. Rudy, that you? Another child called out. Yeah, the boy, Rudy, yelled back. I brought someone to take a look at Emma. You what? Stand down, Sam, Rudy ordered. And both Snape and Harry could see a dirt-covered boy standing in front of a pile of rags with a piece of broken wood. Ya can't trust adults, Rudy. Sam's eyes narrowed. Don't ya remember Mr. Oli? He tried to feed ya some dark potion. I know, but Emma ain't getting any better. Rudy shot back. Coughing could be heard coming from the pile of rags, and Snape proceeded to use his wand to spell the obstinate boy to the wall. Oye, lemme go, ya damn tosser. Sam squirmed as he tried to break free while Snape bent down to check on the small coughing girl. He muttered some diagnostic spells and then frowned. She's got pneumonia and a severe case too. You lot and your sticky fingers should have gathered enough for her medical needs. Why is she still like this? Snape hissed as the little girl continued to cough. Why do ya think? It's because those bloody bobbies keep taking it all, Sam grumbled. We barely have enough for food. Are you saying the Aurors are taking people's money? Harry's eyes widened. Damn right, I am. Sam retorted. Protection money they call it, but they bleed the whole of Nocturne dry. They even cursed Mrs. Rover's Kneasel when she couldn't pay. Last week, they left Rudy with a canute while he begged them not to take it all. Snape cancelled his sticking spell on Sam with a wordless finite and then picked up the small child. Harry, change of plans. We are going to St. Mungo's. 21. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The boys of course protested as Snape marched out of the dead-end alley with the shivering girl. Meanwhile, Harry herded the boys as they were adamant that they come with them and that they wouldn't abandon Emma. The entire motley crew turned some heads when they reached the apparition point. Shit, our cloaks, Harry uttered, realizing that they had forgotten to put their hoods up due to the urgency of the matter. People were staring, not just at Snape and the boys but also at Harry. He'd even heard someone close by whisper, "Isn't that Harry Potter?" Nah, it couldn't be, could it? He heard another one whisper as they stood in line at the public apparition point. The line was moving fairly quickly and thankfully no one approached them to ask. Now Harry felt awkward. He was totally unused to the stairs after all those years and was uncomfortable. It seemed that Snape's glare was the only thing keeping anyone from approaching the ragtag group. When it was their turn, Snape grabbed onto Rudy while Harry held Sam and wound his other arm around Severus's waist while glaring at the gossiping wizards. When they stepped away from the St. NGO's apparition point, they were met with chaos. Not your normal hospital chaos, no. This was the type of chaos you'd see if someone offed a high-ranking politician. "What in Merlin's name?" Harry exclaimed. Emma chose that time to have a coughing fit, causing her little body to convulse. Harry took one look at the poor girl and marched straight up to the receptionist. He'd winced when he saw that. The receptionist was clearly swamped, but Merlin, damn it, a little girl was very sick and needed medical help. "Excuse me, but we need to see a healer urgently," Harry started, though he never thought to be brushed off so rudely. "You and everybody else in this lobby," the receptionist retorted briskly without looking up. She put a form in front of Harry and said, "Fill this out and someone will come to find you once everyone else has had their turn. Is it as urgent as a little girl with severe pneumonia?" Snape's voice was even, though it held a tint of anger. "Her breathing is already shallow, and she's clearly exhibiting lethargy and chest pains from the continuous coughing." At Snape's voice, the receptionist did look up and actually stuttered. Professor Snape, sir." "Ah, Dartmouth. So this is where you ended up," Snape muttered. "And is that dismissive tone anyway to speak to someone seeking medical care? Whether for themselves or another?" "No sir," the witch did not look Snape in the eyes. I'll page a pediatric healer immediately. Please wait over there," she indicated towards some free chairs near the receptionist's desk. "How the hell?" Harry goggled once they were seated. The receptionist was pointedly avoiding them, though they did see her sent out that summons. "She one of your former students?" "No, though her brother was. She, unlike the rest of her Slytherin family, ended up in Hufflepuff. She had a peculiar knack for charms and wanted to prove herself. In third year she tried inventing a spell and ended up turning her best friend's head into a donkey. Albus assigned me to find out the counterspell, which means you probably also read her The Riot Act," Harry stated. "Quite right," Severus huffed. It took approximately 5 minutes before a harried-looking healer made his way over after the receptionist pointed them out. "Is that the patient?" the man asked. Clearly his voice sounded weary, as if he'd just been through a whirlwind. Emma shivered as the pediatric healer took her from Snape's arms and froze. "How long has she been like this?" "I am unsure. These boys had been caring for her." Snape looked at the 2 young boys as if to say, "Answer the man." "About a fortnight," Rudy mumbled. "It had been raining a lot that week. Our boxes got soaked, so we ran through the rain to find another shelter. Most of the homeless had already hunkered down in all the good spots and we were chased out. Emma started coughing after that. "Let's go have a good look at her then, shall we?" the healer stated before turning to Snape as were walking towards an examination room. The man let the girl lie down on the examination chair and said in a soothing voice as he cast his diagnostic spells, "Now sweetie, don't be afraid. I'm Healer Prancher. We'll get you up and running in no time." He frowned as he read the medical list for the toddler. "This is rather concerning," Healer Prancher muttered. "Her immune system is rather calm. Promised due to bad nutrition, and she has a broken arm that never healed properly as well. Ah yeah, when Mum wanted us to stop crying she'd twist our armsuli, which frankly seemed to horrify the healer." "And where is your mother now?" Snape asked, a deadly edge in his tone. "Dunno," Rudy shrugged. "She kicked us out months ago. We met Sammy a few weeks later. He'd been beaten 'cause he never did no magic and ran away. Well, glad you lot brought her in when you did. Given how tight her breathing is, she might not have made it the whole week," the healer noted. "Which caused the boys to stiffen. Luckily we have the potions needed to treat her, though a full recovery might take up to a month. She will need constant bed rest. But we can't even pay for that medicine," Sam whispered to Rudy, but the adults still heard. "Nonsense," Snape stated. "You boys won't be paying a canute. Just bill the prince accounts for her care." "Of course," the healer stated as he went to fetch the necessary potions. We wanna stay, Rudy uttered. They aren't gonna throw us out on the streets, are they? You two boys can stay, Healer Prancher stated. We have family rooms just for this sort of thing. Then my partner and I will head home, Snape announced. Are we just going to leave the boys here? Harry asked, confused. They are too determined to stay with the girl. Forbidding them from doing so and forcing them to another location now will only be detrimental, the dour man stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Harry raised a brow. It was almost as if Snape might just offer a place to the boys later on. Or at least find a good guardian for them. The duo left while the boys were watching the healer like a hawk as he fed the potions to the girl. The evening was starting to creep up already. The eating with the Malfoys had lasted longer than expected, and then Snape wanted to make a detour to get more house elves as Tibbsby couldn't keep looking after such a big chateau all by herself. What none-e of them had expected was to come face to face with Kingsley and a whole gaggle of redheads as they passed one of the exam rooms. Harry, Ginny had exclaimed upon noticing him. Harry cursed internally but turned to greet her. What he hadn't expected was the wide-eyed stares from the others that accompanied her. Oh my, you're... A spark of recognition came to Molly as she recognized Harry. Why, you're the guy the first tackled when I was a student. You what? Arthur exclaimed. Even Kingsley and Tonks raised their brows at Molly's admission. I thought he was you. Molly flushed. You promised to take me to Hogsmeade on a date, but then I heard from Terry that he saw you down at the docks snogging Felicity Greengrass. Why did you believe Terry? Arthur retorted. He's notorious for stirring up drama. Wait, Harry was already here when Mom was a student. Ginny frowned. I thought you just arrived. You look good for your age, the twins remarked. In our sis's words, we'd tap that. Oh my Merlin, shut up you two. Ginny turned scarlet as she whipped out her wand and turned on the twins. Snape glared at the twins as well while Harry also flushed. Before Ginny could bat bogey hex her brothers, Snape spoke up. Changing the topic. Why are you lot here? He questioned with suspicion. We've discovered some disconcerting information. Kingsley decided to speak up while Ginny still gave the twins the stink eye. It seems we've all been dosed with several illicit potions. Many of them compulsion potions. As Aurors we've had to report this to our superior, which started the whole chaos you've probably witnessed in the lobby. At Snape's raised brow, Kingsley continued. 2 high-ranked Aurors and a ministry employee managed to get compromised due to these potions. The ISS-UE went up the chain within the hour, and Madame Bones has ordered all ministry personnel to get tested. What's more, Tonks added, it seemed for some reason Ron and Hermione had extra potions in their system. Mild love potions. Harry froze. Yes, the healer took them away for further testing and purging, Ginny stated. That's why we were waiting here. The healers already flushed our systems, so now we're just waiting on them. Severus, Madame Bones might try to contact you soon, Kingsley said. Wait, is Severus a suspect? Harry asked as his eyes narrowed. No, Mr. Potter. Madame Bones was thinking of employing Severus's expertise on the matter. The fact that several other employees have also been compromised means that we have major leaks in the ministry. Don't worry, we already have a pretty good idea of the culprit, though we are lacking in physical evidence. Also Kingsley, it's not Potter anymore. I go by Evans now. Hadrian Evans. Harry Potter has been magically declared dead at Gringotts, Harry stated. I see, Kingsley said with a sad hint in his voice. Harry, perhaps we can talk soon. There's a lot we need to tell you, Ginny said with some urgency. Hermione found out something disturbing about Sirius and our Harry's death. I'm not trying to get with you. Honestly, I don't know what came over me at the hospital wing, she continued. You probably don't know what happened to Madame Pomfrey. Don't worry, she's safe. But, okay, I got it. Why don't we meet a few days from now once all of this has calmed down? Just send me an owl when you lot are free. Harry was dismissive, though he knew this entire thing stunk of Dumbledore. As the duo turned to leave, Ginny called out, Professor Snape, wait. You did me a solid by getting rid of McLaggen, who was stalking me, so I'll tell you this in advance. You might have been obliviated. Severus stopped mid-step and stared at Miss Weasley for a few seconds before nodding. Without another word, he depart. Ed with Harry trailing behind him looking clearly worried. McLaggen sis, we would have dealt with him. If you two got involved he'd have stopped for a week. I needed the big guns, Ginny stated with her hands on her hips. Who else would I ask to put the fear of a Dementor into that boy but Professor Snape?